song finish. Last few seconds. How's everybody doing? Okay, let me stop that. Alright, cool. Alright, so I've been missing for a couple days. I don't know how long it's been. Let's see, I want to say maybe Monday or Tuesday was the last time I went live. And last time I saw you all, things were pretty rough. The future was pretty bleak. The end was looking nigh. That's how I get, you guys, when things are not so great and clear. I get really bummed out, and I can't help but like think the worst. That's just kind of how I cope through changes and just stuff that happens. I tend to prepare for the worst and just like deep down inside in my own private world kind of hope for the best. And I tend to overthink things and overreact and stuff like that. That's just how I am. I can't help it. I can't change how I am about stuff, you know. Especially like being on my own. It just makes things a little bit harder. So I was looking for a job. For those of you that didn't know, I was really needing to start working and paying for things, and I needed to do that ASAP. So I was feeling really rushed, very scared, very vulnerable about the future and stuff like that. I applied to several places. I used to work at an eye doctor's office for like 13 years, and there's a different doctor at the location that I used to work at, so I tried there. They dicked me around a little bit. They had me turn in my resume. They called me in for an interview that lasted like 3 minutes, said that they would call me. I never got a call, but that didn't stop me from continuing to apply places, and I did. There was one place that looked promising that's close by. Thanks, Danielle. I'm a big Bob's Burger fan. It says, I just want to slap his hideous, beautiful face. If you watch Bob's Burgers, that's from the episode where Louise fell in love with a member of a boy band, and she wanted to like meet him so bad, and she literally like smacked him. That shit was hilarious. I have her hat too. It's somewhere. I put it away, but I have the bunny ears. If I want to like dress up for Halloween, maybe I'll be her, because I'll just need like the little green dress. She has like a little green dress. I already have the ears, but yeah, I love Bob's Burgers. It's hilarious. I want to say that I could relate a little bit to Louise and a little bit to Tina. Tina's a little weirdo too. But yeah, we'll probably talk about that later at another time. That would actually be a pretty good like topic to talk about. But yeah, I had applied to this other place, and it was one of those like stores that sells those like body fit suits, the ones that you wear under clothes. They make you like look tighter and like smaller, and they make some objects look bigger than they really are. You know what I mean. If you're a lady, you know what I'm talking about. And they were really nice. Like, I really thought like they were gonna hire me, because I walked in and I asked if they were looking for somebody to hire, and they said yes. So I was like, okay, like let me give you my resume, and I started talking to them. They had me come back like twice, and then like the third time I went back, the guy had told me that he had already talked to his wife about me, and that they said yes, like to hiring me, but that they needed to talk to like somebody else. But then like the third time that I went in, his wife was there, and he was telling her the whole situation like from the top, and I was like, he didn't talk to her. I was like, he's barely telling her right now, like nah. So I just didn't want to waste my time anymore, because I can't afford to. So I stopped going there, and they never called me. The eye doctor's office never called me. So I had applied to a restaurant that's close by, and Tina reminds me of myself. I'm a weirdo too. Yeah, sometimes I don't know what she does when she gets real nervous. She's like, ah, 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 ah. Like that's how I get inside. That's exactly exactly how I get. Like, I get real, like, panicky. She's hilarious. I love them. They're awesome. So so I had passed by the restaurant like a couple times, and they still had their now hiring sign, and I'm like, why aren't they calling me? So I went in, and that was Tuesday, and I was like, yeah, like, are you guys hiring? Because, I filled out an application online and I never heard back. And they were like, oh, like, where did you do that? And I told him. And he was like, okay, yeah, we're hiring. And I was like, because I'm in need. Like, I'm urgently looking for work. And he's like, okay, let me give you the interview right now. And I was like, what? Like, he was at the register, and I was just like, oh, okay. So we went over, and he sat me down. He did an interview. We talked for a little bit, and he hired me, like, right on the spot. So it's part-time, but it's work. It's obviously not going to pay a ton of money, but there's opportunity for money. Right now, they just are training me, obviously. I worked Wednesday, Thursday, and today. That's why I haven't been going live, because I'm on my feet like all day long, and I'm bussing tables, and I'm taking food out and stuff like that. It's just a lot of running around. I can already see where my calves are growing from just walking around so much, and like my legs are sore, like my arms are also like getting bigger because they have me sweeping and mopping, and their mop is like really heavy. But I was like, I'm not gonna complain. I was like, I'm not gonna complain at all. So I've been doing like the hard work. Hey, Nicolette. Let's see what else. But as soon as I start working the register, like, people pay with their credit card. So sometimes they'll leave like $2, $3, like, tips. Sometimes $1, sometimes nothing. But that's money I'll be taking home at the end of the day, every day. As long as I'm getting tips, I'll be able to bring money home, and then on top of that, like, my wage. So hopefully things will work out that way. I applied for renter's assistance. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. If they cover me for like even at the minimum like a month or two, that would be amazing, because then I'd be able to save up the money that I'm getting from work. And then once that runs out, I could just continue making money. Thanks, Danielle. I know, I was so scared. I was seriously scared. And it's not like a super good job or nothing like that, but I told myself the entire time, as long as I'm hired somewhere, as long as I'm working somewhere, I can at least talk to the property manager here and say, look, I'm working. At least I'm working. I'm not just not doing anything. But yeah, so once I learn the register, every time I take an order, hopefully they'll leave me a little bit of tip. In fact, I've already made tips just bussing tables. Like, some people have stopped me because I'm just running back and forth and wiping tables down. I'm like, people are having to tell me not to work so hard. Like, that's all I've been at it. So some people will stop me, and they'll give me money. Like, my first dollar that I ever made was the first day, and that was Wednesday. And so I kept that. Like, I'm not going to spend it. If anything, I want to try to find one of those frames. So that could be like my first tip ever. And then somebody tipped me one of those $2 bills. So I thought that was kind of special. So I probably won't spend that either. And then, like, whatever tips I make on top of that, like, I'm just saving it, putting it like on the side for a rainy day. So it'll work itself out. It's part-time for now, which is okay. That'll ease my dogs into not having me here all day and night. I know that pets get separation anxiety, especially like right now. A lot of pets are, going through that because their humans were at home, and then now they're going back to work or whatever. So I've learned about that. So hopefully, like, they're okay. They seem okay. They're good now. It's just a few hours that I'm gone. I don't know at what point they'll offer me a full-time position. We'll see. They said sometimes it's even like double shifts, so that's going to be crazy. I just can't wait to learn the job to the point where I don't need to be asking for help, where I could just pick up on cues on my own and just do things without being asked or being told or whatever. Like, that's what I like. I worked at the eye doctor's office for 13 years, and it took me a really long time to get everything because nobody there was training me. I literally learned the job just by watching and listening. Here, at least, it's a really friendly environment. People are really cool. They told me, like, if I have any questions, just to ask. If I have to ask multiple people, you know, several times, not several times, but like a few times, like, they're cool with it. I've already made mistakes, and they were just like, you're good, like, you're on your first day, like, don't be so hard on yourself. You're on your second day, it's okay. Like, if it's been like a week or two and we're still like teaching you stuff, it's gonna be a little weird, but you have leeway right now, like, to ask questions and just double check and things like that, so don't worry. One thing for sure though is once I save the money up, I'm gonna get contact lenses, because what happens is sometimes I end up having to go into the freezer or the fridge, which is, it's like a room with like the ingredients. So I'm in there for a little bit getting stuff, and then I walk out where the kitchen is hot and my glasses fog up. So as soon as I can save up the money, I'm going to get contact lenses so I can not have to deal with that. I have a blister from the broom, so that's my first work-related injury. I was like, oh shit, and this sucks because, like, I have to wash my hands a lot, so like that sucked, but I didn't tell anybody. I kept that one to myself. Hey Queen, how you doing? So, let's see what else. People are really friendly, but I'm staying away from people that are a little too friendly. Like, there's one guy that likes to talk a lot, and he's very distracting, and I'm not there to socialize. One lady asked me for a to-go plate, and I was on my way to go get it, and this guy sent me, like, on a side mission, and since I'm new, like, I get very easily distracted and confused. So I went and did, like, the stuff he told me, and then when I went to go bus tables again, the lady was like, my box, and I was like, oh my god. So I went and I told the guy, I was honest with him, I was like, you know how you sent me to do that stuff? Like, I completely forgot to go get a to-go plate for a customer, and he was just like, shh, because he gets in trouble a lot for talking too much. I'm kind of wondering what's up with that, but I was like, this guy's gonna get me in trouble. Like, I need to not encourage him to be like talking to me all the time. Like, I'm there to work, I'm not there to make friends. Thanks Queen. Yeah, it's hard work, but I like it. The people are really cool. Another guy too, like, I knew he was gonna like try to get to know me, and I've just been like with my wall up. He is just like, what are you into? What do you do? What do you like? Like, what do you do after work? This is making me remember restaurant work. Yeah, like, I was gonna watch the movie Waiting. I have it on DVD just to laugh now that I know what it's like. I love that movie. But I was like, no, I'm not into anything. I was like, I'm not into hey Jinxie. I was like, I'm not into anything. I was just like, I'm at home and I have dogs that I gotta take care of. They're big dogs, and you know, they're really smart, and they miss me and stuff like that. So I was like, and I'm really tired, like, at the end of the day, like, I'm just making excuses. Today he finally just like went balls out and was all like, so do you want to hang out someday? Like, do you drink? Do you smoke? And I was like, no. I was like, no. I was like, I'm really busy. Like, I have to figure out now how to explain not being into anything and not doing things, but being busy. So I'm not gonna tell anybody at work about my YouTube live stream. I don't think mixing work with like this, or even like I don't know how to explain it, but I just don't think it's a good idea. Like, I just want to keep work, home, YouTube, you know, just keep the things separated and just manage stuff. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. The first time, whenever I was working at the eye doctor's office, I made friends. We would hang out, we would drink, go to restaurants, you know, go to the beach. Then shit got bad because, you know, people get personal and people start being honest, like the real world. Things start getting real and people start getting ugly. He was I was like, no. like that emoji. I was just like, block. I'm good. I was like, no freaking way. Like, imagine, you know, like people start hanging out and then they, you know, start being honest. Another guy too was asking me if like I was married, if I had kids. I was like, no, no. And he was like, are you ever gonna have kids? And I was like, no. And he was like, well, why not? And I was just like, this world's crazy, you know. Like I'm good. Like I'm happy the way I am right now. I'm good. And he was like, well, if your parents, you know, thought the same way as you, they wouldn't have had you. And I was like, well, my parents didn't take care of me. My parents had me and then they abandoned me. So, and then the guy was like, okay, I respect that. And I was just like, okay, good, because I'm not trying to get personal with anybody. Jinxie says, yeah, it's never good to mix business with pressure or with pleasure. But I mean, it's good this way. You know, I work from this week. It's supposed to be 9 to 2, but he's been letting me go more like at 3 because it's been busy. And since I'm like hustling and keeping everything like steady for them, I'm helping them out a lot. He's been keeping me like an hour longer. Next week, my schedule is going to be different. I'm going to be going in the afternoon at 5 and getting out like at 9:30 allegedly. I think they actually close like around 9, so closing procedures is probably going to take longer than that, so I probably won't be out at 9:30. I'll probably be later. And then I have 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it's a very like, it's just a few hours like a day. So for now, it'll do. At least I'm working. I feel good about that. Fingers crossed, renter's assistance comes through because that will help me so much. Best, absolute, most wonderful case scenario. The lady at the property manager's office said that she's seen people get approved for like 6 months, and I was like, that for me, like I don't have luck with that kind of thing, but I'm trying to keep a positive attitude. That would be amazing. But even if they just help like a month or 2, that would help a lot. If they don't cover at all, that would be a bummer. But I have August covered, so hopefully I'll have time to save up money and be covered for September. So that's what I've been doing. That's why I haven't been live. And then I went to go get a big bag of dog food. A friend of mine was able to take me, so that was really nice of them. So now I don't have to worry about that. My dogs have food, and at the restaurant they let me have a free meal at the end of my shift during training week, so that's helping me out as well, like with food. So little by little, it's touch and go still, but at least I'm employed, and at least, you know, I'm gonna get a check, and I also get tips, and the tips are gonna come in more once I learn to register. So yeah, so wish me luck, you guys, because there's still room for shit to go bad, but I'm gonna try to keep it on the positive side. So on Wednesday after work, I went ahead and started going through my news feed, and I started saving some clips for us to watch. And then I also did that on Thursday. So the clips we're going to watch today are going to be from Wednesday and Thursday, and then when I'm done, I will look up clips from today and then hopefully go live tomorrow. So these next few clips are gonna, or not few, there's actually a lot. I actually ended up getting like 71 clips for us to watch. So we're gonna be here, and I'm in it because I miss you all, and I can't just keep it all work. I can't just work really hard, get tired, and come home and go to sleep. I need to see you all, and I also need to be caught up to the things that are happening in the world. And that's just what I like to do. So considering how I ended up gathering these clips, I'm starting from the bottom and working my way to the top. Jinxie says, that's good, you got this. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you guys. You guys really helped me emotionally get through a really tough time. It's not the first time. that something like that has happened. Most likely not going to be the last time, but you know, here we are, and we're going to keep moving forward, and we're going to push through this whole shenanigans. And oh yeah, and this today my supervisor and my coworker, I guess, were talking about COVID, and they were like, have you been vaccinated? And I was like, no. And they were like, why not? And I was like, what for? See, this is what happens when I'm at work and somebody asks me personal questions. They're gonna get the real answer. I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. I'm pretty much making people regret asking me personal questions, and that's fine. But I was like, what's the point of getting vaccinated if you still have to be wearing a mask, if you still have to be all paranoid, getting tested all the time? I know one guy that got fully vaccinated. They're real proud to say that they're fully vaccinated, and then they were like, oh, I'm gonna go get tested because, you know, I have something to do with my kids, or I'm getting my kids back from summer vacation. I guess he shares custody with somebody. And he's like, and I don't want to get my kids like infected or whatever. And I was like, aren't you fully vaccinated? And he's like, yeah, but I still need to make sure. I was like, then what's the point? Like, I don't know. I know we're not supposed to talk about that stuff on YouTube, but that's probably the furthest I'll go talking about it. I'm not gonna get vaccinated. I'll just say that. I don't see the point to it. I don't trust the government, and especially something that they created pretty much on the fly. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Other than that, like, I won't cover COVID, I won't cover the vaccine unless it's like something crazy, unless something like really newsworthy is happening and I can't help it. I want to like show it. Maybe I won't cover it too much because I don't want to have like a 5-6 hour live stream get knocked down over one comment that I made. That's really not fair. Jinxie said, I'm scared of getting this vaccine. So am I. That's why I haven't got it. It's purely fear-based. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. I have trust issues, and if they're saying like you're gonna get vaccinated and you still have to be wearing a mask, you still have to be, you know, careful, then I don't see the point. You're just poisoning yourself for no reason. I hate when people ask me too many questions, for real. And I mean, I don't want to be rude. I mean, I don't want to make enemies at work. I have to work with these people. But you won't see me asking people what they do with their personal time. What for? You know what I mean? Jinxie says I haven't got it either. I feel like they up to something. That's exactly it. It says you're good. I feel like we all have our own opinions. Yeah, we do. It's just I don't know how YouTube does it to figure out like who's saying what. But from what I understand, they're knocking down people's live streams for talking about COVID and the vaccine. I don't know if they have some kind of bot or something just waiting for somebody to say those words and come in and knock your shit down, or I don't know if it takes somebody having to flag you to bring it to their attention, but it is what it is, you know. I'm not gonna not talk about it. It's too big. Everybody's talking about COVID on YouTube and in real life. So, without further ado, again, thank you very much everybody for your support. I really appreciate it. The donations are a very big help to me right now. Obviously, it's a part-time job. It's pretty much close to minimum wage. Tips are gonna come in, but they're not right now. So every little bit of support, you know, is greatly appreciated. Like my videos, comment in the videos, chat in the chat. Just keep this channel alive and it'll push it out. The way I see it, the way I hear people talking, it takes years sometimes to get a good following of people coming in to support and stuff like that, and I'm in it for the long haul. So I don't care if I'm speaking to, you know, a few people or several people or tons of people, or if there's nobody in here and I'm talking to myself, that's fine. You know, I would be hanging out watching video clips anyways, and like I said, I'm not trying to hang out with anybody from work, because that, to me, that's cutting into live stream time, and I can't talk about live stream time without like having to share my channel and all that, and I really don't know if that's gonna be a good idea, so I'd rather just zip it and just keep YouTube a separate entity from work. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm really excited. We have 71 clips to watch. One of them is like 40 minutes long, but it's crazy. So we're gonna we're gonna see all of this tonight if I can. Unless something crazy happens or if it gets to be really, really long. I want to see all of these so we can catch up. So let's get started. The first clip we're going to watch is called Dolphin Swimming Captured by Underwater Camera, and that's courtesy of KHOU 11, and that was posted August 4th. Let's bring up the volume. Alright. Oh yes, and another thing that, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but I didn't see these clips. When I was saving them, I just went by the headline and I said to myself, hey, that sounds interesting. I saved it. So we're actually going to be watching these together for the first time together. So yeah, so sorry if I don't have prior information unless it's a case that I've already covered. We're actually just going to be watching these for the first time today. So this looks like dolphins. I'm not too sure where the camera is or where it's coming from. Oh, it's an underwater camera. And there they are. These gorgeous dolphins swimming, aliens from outside space. Alright, let's continue. Go ahead and remove that from playlist. And the next video is called The History of the Portland Japanese Garden. I thought that sounded interesting. It's courtesy of KGW News, and most likely, yes, was posted August 4th. I thought this would be a cool video to watch. Did I say 70 clips? I sure did. 70. This is what I'm doing today. It's 5:46 where
Portland
I'm at
Japanese
right now.
Garden.
So if I'm gonna be here till midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, that's what I'm gonna do. I actually don't go into work until an hour later than usually, so I have time. And I've been waking up really early. I've been like, I'm still convinced jellyfish are aliens. I think dolphins are aliens. So I could sleep in a little tomorrow. Oh, I don't know why my chat on my phone froze. Oh yeah, thanks for the likes, you guys. I appreciate that. Go to it. Okay. Alright, let's watch this next clip. The history of the Portland Japanese Garden.
Garden sits quietly in the hills just west of downtown. It's a curated space, meticulously tended, living, welcoming, serene. The garden tells its story through the seasons, in light, in color, in its own time. There is a purpose, though, to the garden that's more than just beauty. Bring peace, bring people together, create friendship and community. This rare KGW film shows the day construction of the garden began. Backhoes scooping dirt at the site of what was the old zoo. We took still images of the film to Chief Garden Curator Sada Uchiyama.
You're good, Jinxie. Just do it now.
This is like, treasure hunt. See, that's why I just love it.
He took us to the places we see in the film to show us how they look today.
So that tells me this is really this view, because I believe that's this.
That's this.
Right.
Okay.
When the city funded the construction, it hired Professor Takuma Tono, here wearing the round glasses and a light trench coat, to design the space.
So you are keeping his vision.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's in November 1963, rainiest November. That's what I was told. And awesome. He was here and supervising the placement of the stones.
And as you can see in the film, the first stones placed built a simple bridge. The bridge is the foundation of the intention of the garden.
He was very particular about sort of something remain strong and visible. The intent for this garden is the rebuilding the relationship and the friendship.
The bridge is symbolic. It's a bridge from our nation to Japan. and our community to the community of Japanese Americans here in the Northwest. World War II had torn those communities apart, and the internment of Japanese Americans, Northwest families with long histories in Oregon, caused great pain. The city of Portland called on the community to help rebuild those relationships, and they started with the garden. Construction of the original designs took a few years. You can see parts of the garden that look familiar if you were to visit today. And
yeah, Jinxie says I would like to plant a tree someday. Now that I think about it, I always wanted a koi pond. If I ever own my own property, and if I can like do that, like if it's, how do I say it, if it's like, if I'm able to do it, I would definitely want my own koi pond, and I want a bunch of like those big fish, like colorful, swimming around and stuff. Obviously protect them because I also want cats. So I'll probably have them like somewhere separate. I have like this big property like in my imagination that I own someday, and I want to try like different things. I want like a place where I can have cats like inside, where they could also walk outside but still be like enclosed. I want my dogs to be able to run around like on a big property like that, and I definitely want a koi pond with maybe a bridge over it like that. That would be amazing if I could swing it. Jinxie said that would be sick. Yeah, they're really pretty. They are, and they're so peaceful. And that music too that they're playing in the background, like I could totally chill to that.
and a few spaces that obviously had a long ways to go. Once opened in 1967, the garden, still spare, attracted crowds, many from Japan. The friendships and connections growing along with the garden itself. By the 1970s, it had established itself as a cultural crossroads. The 1980s saw the addition of the pavilion and hosting large events, and a visit from the Japanese ambassador to the United States.
This reminds certainly Japanese people how the root of friendship is deep between the state of Oregon, particularly the city of Portland, and Japan.
In April 2017, the garden opened the largest expansion since the original groundbreaking, the $33.5 million cultural village. Back on our treasure hunt, we learned another important philosophy.
The garden always outlives our life. I never lose this sight. So I think there is a very valuable lesson.
The garden teaches us to build for the future.
That's gorgeous. I wish the stupid box wasn't here, and this KGW link wasn't here either, but other than that, this is gorgeous. This is really, really nice. Like, I would love to have something like this, like in my backyard. Just somewhere to hang out and, I don't know, draw, or just listen to music, just be out with, like, in nature, meditate, like do yoga. I would love that. That is so gorgeous. I love that. All the plants, the flowers, this tower thing looks cool. That's a bridge back there, it looks like. The trees, these rocks. That's awesome. The music, I'm up for it. Alright, so let's go ahead and remove that from the playlist, and let's continue. Alright, so this next one actually comes from close to my old hometown. I grew up in California in the Central Valley. So whenever I see stories from there that are interesting, I have to add them. This is called Suspect in Deadly Modesto New Year's Day Shooting is Arrested. So it looks like yeah, one day. Just, for now, it's just dreams.
39-year-old Eric.
Hey, stop that. I didn't tell you to go. Alright, so yeah, so it looks like this is something that happened back in New Year's, and there's been an arrest, so that's interesting. This was posted August 4th and courtesy of CBS Sacramento, so let's see what happened.
39-year-old Eric David Mills is now facing charges for the shooting death of a 52-year-old man in Modesto on New Year's Day 2021. The Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office says Teodoro Gutierrez was found dead in his car, and investigators have not determined what led up to the shooting. Mills was booked into the San Mateo County Jail in June. That was on unrelated charges. He has been rebooked on the homicide charges. Katie Johnston for CBSN.
Okay. I'm gonna want to know more about that, so I'm gonna put that in my watch later list. And let's remove that from the playlist. Sorry if I'm not commenting too much, but we do have a ton of clips to look at today, and I want to try to get to them all. Alright, so I don't know if you guys have heard of this one. It went viral. I know I saw it around in different places on Instagram and stuff like that. But a man was acting up on a flight, and he ended up getting taped to one of the seats. So I was like, we gotta show this. And did you know that we're not allowed to play adults fighting? I didn't know that. I was looking at the flaggable offenses on YouTube, and that's one of them. So it's too bad, because there was a crazy fight on an airplane that happened, I think, last week, and I wanted to show it. Why are you playing by yourself? What the hell? A ghost in my computer. So yeah, so I wanted to show it, but I can't. So I had to skip it, unfortunately. But this next clip is called Viral Unruly Passenger Taped to Seat on Frontier Flight. This was posted August 4th and courtesy of Fox 29 Philadelphia.
Flight attendants, they restrained an unruly passenger to a seat with duct tape, and this was during a Frontier Airlines flight. And there was one that was leaving from Philadelphia and headed to South Florida. So this morning, after initially putting that in-flight crew on paid leave, the airline is changing its stance. So this is new, Karen, because we just reported that they were on paid leave, and a lot of people are questioning that decision.
People freaked out on social media, and all of a sudden they started to backpedal, and we're like, maybe we should make a big change. So this is significant now. So the flight you mentioned was coming right from Philadelphia going down to Miami. So now the airline, Frontier, says it supports and will pay the crew of the flight attendants. Let's first show you the moment in question.
Jinxie says they taped his ass. Laugh out. It was great. He got what he deserved. They said he drank 2 beers and got mouthy. That's all it took. That's all it took was 2 beers. 2 beers gets me like chilling. If anything, this guy got aggressive. Can you imagine? It's like they say, drunken words are sober thoughts. He's probably holding in a lot of aggression on a day-to-day basis, and it took 2 beers for him to act out crazy. That's crazy. But so what? Like, social media had a problem with what part though? Because they said something about something happened on social media and they made changes. Look, my phone chat froze again. What the hell's going on? Let me try it a different way. Hopefully that works. No, it's still not showing that last chat. Oh well, hopefully it fixes itself. Alright, let's watch. And I heard he was actually like fondling a flight attendant. I don't know if it was this case or a different case. But yes, I read somewhere that he did like a reach around and like grabbed her. If that was me, I would have slapped the shit out of him. He would have lost his vision.
Let's go. Yes!
Right there.
Yo! Chill out! Come on!
Did you hear that guy laughing?
So you can see it, they actually duct tape him right there to the seat. So you can clearly see this guy screaming, yelling, acting out. What you don't see is that he is accused of groping 2 of the female flight attendants and then punching a male flight attendant. Well, the people there weren't having it. Part of the other passengers jumped on him to restrain him there. We know his name is Maxwell Berry out of Ohio because he's now been charged. So they duct taped him to the seat, 22 years old, out of control, ordering all this kinds of...
22 years old? Sometimes it's the older people that act out like this because they think they're entitled because of their age. They're just like, I'm a grown ass, whatever, you know, nobody's gonna fuck with me. But damn, dude, he's only 22 and he's acting like this. That's crazy. That would have been us laughing. Can you imagine all of us on a flight and somebody was acting like this? We would have been like filming it. I probably would have gone up to him and laughed, pointed. Did he go to jail? It says that he got charged. So I'm not too sure like what happened afterwards, if maybe he like posted bail. I wonder how that works. Do they charge you like based out of like where you like came out of, since it's a flight, you know? Or do they like, okay, like when he goes to court, like where does he go to court? Like where he landed? That's a good question to ask somebody. I heard they can legally do that if you're acting an ass. Yeah, I mean, you're in the middle of a flight. Like, he's acting like that. They gotta shut him up and make him sit down somehow. Damn, folks look old these days. Hopefully he's banned for life. That would be good for him, because, like I said, if he's acting like this already, he's only 22 years old. Imagine when he gets older. Usually people, when they get a little bit older, they get a little more ballsier, you know what I mean?
Of alcohol when they landed in Miami.
2 beers is hardly like alcohol to be saying that he's acting like this. I want to say he probably acts like this all the time. I don't think 2 beers is what did it. It had to have been something, unless it was something else that he was on. But I don't know what would make you aggressive all of a sudden.
He ended up being charged with 3 counts of battery. And the flight crew had said, well, what are we supposed to do? If we don't have stuff to restrain our passengers, we're just trying to do the best under these circumstances. And they certainly got a lot of support. So Frontier backpedaling. In a statement, they say, Frontier Airlines maintains the utmost value, respect, concern, and support for all of our flight attendants, including those who were assaulted on this.
Observing stuff says, nah, he's just an asshole. 5 beers doesn't do that. Didn't they say 2? I heard 2. That's what I'm saying. If it was 2, like, no way.
Flight. Now, initially, they said the crew would be relieved of flying pending completion of an investigation, which is required in such circumstances. But then when people put it out like they were assaulted, they changed their tune. And we had more drama. There was another flight. You're going to remember this one, also from Philadelphia to Miami last month, where we had a brawl broke out right at landing when they're getting their bags.
Oh, this is the fight. Nobody flag me.
Don't get in the middle of that. Don't call the cops. Don't get in the middle of that, Sharon. I'm trying to break it up.
Gosh. All right. So, this is just about people trying to get their overhead baggage, and someone thought it was taking too long, according to the person that recorded all of this video.
Oh, no.
So this is 2 women. This is just, what a scene there.
Oh, no, this isn't even the fight I was talking about. This is 2 women. The one I saw was like a bunch of guys. I'm not taking a flight. I wish I had the kind of money where I could just like get a private jet, because I am not taking a flight. My anxiety is wild. I can't deal with something like that. Mid-flight, forget it. I'll probably pass out or something just out of nerves.
So anyway, so this is one of those where someone's taking a little bit too long, someone else gets impatient, racial slurs are hurled, gets really ugly, gets really nasty, someone gets punched. The victim in this case did not press charges when they talked to the Miami-Dade police when they got off the plane, but too much bad behavior when we are flying, and it is a situation that people are very frustrated with.
What is going on?
And you have to
that old man on the right, look at his face. He was just like, what the fuck? That was funny. Look at his face, look at his eyes. They bugged out. He can't believe it.
What is going on?
And you have to feel for flight attendants, because they're kind of on their own in the air there to deal with it, and so to have to put up with this and then get put on leave because of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell were they supposed to do? What other option do they have? They don't exactly have a protocol for you two observing. Let me see.
Deal with it, and so to.
Yeah, she's cute. I approve. Alright. I had to make sure. You're right. When you're right, you're right. Alright, let's go ahead and remove that. Let's continue. Alright, so I've heard a lot about the eviction moratorium extension. I saw that Queen's Throne had uploaded a video about it. She also uploaded a couple of other videos. I have not been able to catch up, like I said. Like, ever since I started working, I come home tired. I'm trying to like keep up with stuff here and trying to get my you know what I mean. I'm just trying to like keep up with things. I don't want to fall behind. It's new having a work schedule and stuff like that. But I have a day off. I want to say Tuesday, so that's when I'm gonna catch up on some things and watch videos and stuff like that. But I did see that she posted up a video about the eviction moratorium, so I decided to add a little bit to that since it's a hot topic, and I did want to know what's going on. In my experience, I don't know about everybody else, anybody in the chat has their own personal experience with this, but when I went to the property manager's office to tell her my situation and tell her that like I'm in pretty much dire straits and going through something and was going to have trouble paying the rent, you know, nobody there said like, oh, there's an eviction moratorium, don't worry about it, nobody's getting evicted, they're not going to kick you out, you know, just take your nobody said it. They were like, if you don't pay the rent, they're going to evict you. Period. So I don't know in real life how this is working out for people, but over here they're not going with that. And I think if you're going to try to make them abide by what they're doing over there on Capitol Hill or whatever, it's probably gonna be like a lot of shit that you gotta do to make them like abide by it. You probably even would have to sue them or something like that, and I don't have that kind of time or energy like to be doing that. So when I went to go talk to them, they were like, yeah, no, we need you to pay the rent because like the rent's due and you gotta pay the rent. So I was like, fuck it, I'm paying the rent. But there is renter's assistance, which is a different thing from this moratorium extension. So I wanted to play this clip and kind of see what they say and then compare it to what they're telling me in real life. Let's check it out. This is courtesy of ABC4 Utah. This was posted August 4th. Let me know in the chat if the eviction moratorium is real, like if it's applying or if it's just something that they're saying, because the fact is government can say whatever
In this hour with renewed.
But what are people actually doing? What are people actually going through in real life? That might be different.
In this hour with renewed relief for renters. Some struggling to pay their rent from COVID now have a little more help from the government. A new eviction moratorium will keep renters here in Utah in their homes for at least.
That's gorgeous. I want to move somewhere where there's mountains like this. I live in a valley, so there's nothing like this going on. There's nothing. It's flat here. It's hot. It's humid. Lately it's been raining a lot and then it gets hot again. I'm ready to move out of here at any time, to be honest. This is gorgeous. This looks so beautiful. I would love to go outside and just say hello to this big ass mountain that's just there. What do you all think?
60 days. But this new moratorium is different from the old one. ABC4's Jared Giacnini live in Salt Lake City with how it affects you. Jared?
Well, the big question now, what happens to the folks who were evicted when that original moratorium expired this past weekend? Well, the Utah Housing Coalition says they're still working to figure out what's next for those people. In the meantime, the coalition says the 60-day extension is only for folks who live in high transmission areas, which differs from the last moratorium. The coalition says roughly 7,000 Utahns have received some form of housing aid, and officials say the extension gives the state more time to use the upwards of $100 million in.
Yes, Nevada. I've thought about that because I want to say that's a 420 friendly state, right? Jinxie says sounds great, but I want to live somewhere cold. I'm sick of this heat. I want to live somewhere where like you can see the seasons change. Here it's like summer all year long, and then when it's supposed to be winter it gets cold for a couple weeks, and then it gets hot again, and then it gets cold again for a couple weeks, and then it gets hot again. Like there's not like, you know, the leaves are turning orange and the temperature cools down and the breeze is like happening more. There's none of that. Like pumpkin spice, you know, weather, wearing pea coats and things like no. It's just freaking hot and humid all freaking year long pretty much. She goes, yes, they legalized 420. That's awesome. And then Observing Stuff says, Midwest, we get all the seasons here. That's gorgeous. Yeah, that sounds really nice. I'm thinking about things like that. I'm definitely not going to get old where I'm at right now. I've been here long enough. I gave it a chance. And I just can't. I didn't grow up here, and just finding people to relate to is just getting harder and harder.
And relief money passed by Congress.
We know that it's difficult, that when a person is struggling financially, they might not know what to do. That's why we keep saying you need to act, you need to be proactive, you need to communicate with the lender.
Emmanuel, I got a job. Whenever you have time, just rewatch the first, how long have I been live? Maybe like 30 minutes, 40 minutes of this live, and I did a whole update about what I've been doing the past couple days. But I'm employed, it's part-time, it's at a restaurant, it's not like a ton of money or anything, but you know, I'll be getting tips soon and stuff like that, and I'm just going to be really smart about saving up my money and things. So at least now I'm employed though, so thank you so much for your support and, you know, for being there when I was going through those hard times, because I wasn't sure about what was going to happen. Who's this? Let's keep watching this clip.
In order to access this money.
Those who qualify could get rental assistance for up to 3 months. The coalition reminding folks, excuse me, if you haven't...
That guy had a COVID cough. Wow, look at these mountains. That's awesome. Maybe this is a different time of the year, but yes. Yes.
Eviction note.
That guy never stopped coughing. And I'm getting something totally different from this news clip than I originally intended. Just saying.
Or a notice to vacate, it's best to try to get out immediately. If not, you could be fined up to...
Okay, here we go. He's talking about what actually happens. Let's not get distracted with the beauty. Look at it. Look at this tree. See? We never see orange trees like this here. It just doesn't happen.
Those who qualify could get rental assistance for up to 3 months. The coalition reminding folks, excuse me, if you have an eviction note or a notice to vacate, it's best to try to get out immediately. If not, you...
See, if you have an eviction notice or a notice to vacate, it's best to get out. So then what the fuck? He got the Rona. He's assaulting all of his like co-workers there, putting them at risk of infection. Dang, is he okay? I hope so.
You could be fined up to 3 times the original amount of rent. Now,
you could be fined up to 3 times the original amount of rent. So then what's the point?
this moratorium is extended until October 3rd. For more information, you can head to our website, abc4.com.
Alright, that's wild. Jinxie said, my tree died recently with this last freeze wave that we got. Oh, I'm sorry. He got the Rona.
Live, Jared Jotnany, ABC4 News.
Alright, get yourself checked, sir. We don't want anything to happen to you. Alright, so that's that. He said, observing stuff says, wow, not having money, so find them for more money? Exactly. That makes a ton of sense, doesn't it? Alright, let's continue. Let's see, crime victim counting on stand your ground defense faces felony charge. And this is courtesy of WPLG, Local 10, posted August 4th. I added this because a lot of people, hey TMK Media, how you doing? Good evening. Good evening. Because I noticed a lot of people on YouTube swear that they know the law and how all of this stand your ground, self-defense, all that stuff like works. So I thought it was very important to add clips like this to see what actually happens in real life, because you would think that common sense would be the way how things work, but it's not. The last time we went live, we covered a story about somebody that shot a guy's parents, and he went inside to grab a gun to shoot back, and then he got arrested. So yeah, let's see what happened here.
You caught on camera turning the tables, the victim of an attempted robbery now facing charges of his own. That incident ended with the death of a teen who was among the group of suspected robbers.
And local 10's Annalise Garcia is live. She's in Southwest Miami-Dade with more details on why the situation is presenting really just a gray area when it comes to that stand your ground law.
Well, Christy, Janice, the surveillance video.
What do y'all think about her? I might as well ask.
As you're about to see, show this man defending himself from 3 armed robbers in February. And now a few months later, he's finding himself.
She said it herself. He was defending himself against 3 armed robbers. So why is he facing charges?
Facing charges. We spoke to an attorney who clarifies the moment in this incident that changed everything. February 13th, 8 p.m. It was all caught on camera. You see the white truck pulling up to the ATM at BB&T Bank in Kendall Lakes. The camera on the ATM captures the face of the man behind the wheel, Christopher Luis. Initially the victim in this case. He was wearing a black and white shirt that said Gun Club. 3 armed men approached 25-year-old Luis from behind his truck. He saw the robber's reflection on his rearview mirrors and his gun was within reach. He quickly defends himself and opens fire, hitting one of the suspects approaching the driver's side door. The other 2 gunmen keep shooting at Luis. That's when he steps out of the vehicle and takes the gun from the man shot on the ground and then took off.
He was within his right to stand his ground and use deadly force against the people who were trying to rob him.
About 4 minutes later, Luis then returned to the ATM and he fired the gun that he took from the robbery suspect. State prosecutors say this moment changes things.
Shouldn't have done that part. Alright, how is that not self-defense? It became not self-defense when he grabbed the other guy's gun, got in his car, and then went after them. That's no longer self-defense. That he's now the offender at that point. He shouldn't have done that. Alright, let's keep listening. Wow. Just wow.
Things.
Understand your ground. You have to be under a threat of force to use that same amount of force back at the people who are threatening you.
Luis shot the suspect more than 10 times.
My name is Mikey Clark.
16-year-old Nimike Clark, detectives said, was the suspect shot and killed by Luis. Officers found the teen dead and released a flyer for help on the fatal shooting. Clark had just been reunited with his mother after spending 2 years in a juvenile corrections facility. Months later.
Oh, that's a good point. Observing stuff said he shouldn't get a big charge, though it was at the heat of the moment. Maybe if he gets a good lawyer that could, like, defend him with the, with that kind of defense. I'm definitely gonna put this one away because I want to go back to see what ends up happening. They robbed the wrong one. Yeah, he was ready. God damn, Luis, 10 times. It's like Preach would say, that's a crime of passion.
Later, police released these surveillance videos. 18-year-old D'Angelo Davis and 19-year-old Stanley Al Clark, the other 2 suspects involved in the armed robbery. Now, all suspects who came at Clark during that armed robbery, are at Luis, are facing multiple charges, including second-degree murder. As for Luis, he is actually only facing an aggravated battery charge with a firearm, and that's because the medical examiner found that those initial bullets, those initial shots are what killed Clark. For now, I'm live in Southwest Miami-Dade. Annalise Garcia, Local 10 News. And
Oops.
Annalise, thank you.
Oh, she was just thanking her. Okay. Well, wow. Yep. I'm gonna want to know how this works itself out, because that's crazy. He could say, that like observing stuff said, it was in the heat of the moment. He was panicking. He was in fear. He thought maybe they would come back to get him or something like that. I don't know. Hopefully he gets a good lawyer. It shouldn't have happened in the first place, but well, he did go after them, and that's when it stopped being self-defense. Let's go ahead and continue on. This next video is called Video Captures Men. Police call suspects in robbery of man who believes he was followed from the bank. Let's see what happened here. This is courtesy of KHOU 11 and posted August 4th. Alright, so it looks like it's just a surveillance camera. We see a man running by. See another man running by too. Okay, they're running. Okay, they look funny. They look real funny like that. They look like action figures. like stop motion animation like that. Okay. So they're at a place. What's this shirt? Does that say, is that Boys in the Hood? That's a cool looking shirt, I like it. Alright, well that didn't tell us much, did it? Okay, let's continue. Like I said, I didn't see these clips. Usually I'll watch a little bit about them just to get a good idea of what's happening before I add them, but this was after my first day of work, and I was like, I can't put YouTube off to the side because my clips will, you know, get old, or, you know, they'll, yeah, something like that. I didn't want to fall behind, basically. So I just grabbed every clip I thought sounded interesting, and I ended up saving 70 clips, and we're already down to 64, so we're gonna get through these. Okay, so the next one is called California Mother Accused of Killing Autistic Son Could Face the Death Penalty, and this is courtesy of KTNV Channel 13 Las Vegas.
Prosecutors are now considering
posted August 4th.
The death penalty against a...
How about her? Jinxie says that we've been waiting as well. Oh, I appreciate it. I saw you post a couple comments on some of my Instagram posts. I really appreciate that.
Mother accused of killing her son and dumping his body in the desert. Samantha Moreno Rodriguez was supposed to enter her plea deal in
Samantha, come on. What the hell?
Court today, but the district attorney announced they were doing a death penalty review committee. So they postponed it until August 20th. Moreno Rodriguez was arrested after hikers discovered her son's body near Mountain Springs in May.
He was just a little boy.
Mountain Springs.
That's so fucked up. I can't believe it. I saw a crazy clip today. I don't know if y'all caught this. I'm pretty sure it went viral. I don't know if it was brand new or not. But a woman was very upset at her child and was trying to make the child ride in the trunk of her vehicle. And whoever was taking the video was bitching her out and telling her to not do that and to take the baby out. No, it wasn't a baby. In fact, I didn't even get to see too much because like the video was all over the place. You might have seen it, but I did see like somebody going into the trunk of the car, and the woman was gonna drive off with the child in the trunk. I don't know what's up with people. I want to say it's not a new thing. Like parents acting crazy like that on their kids is not a new thing, but every time I see it, it's just, I want to say it gets more and more shocking because we're supposed to be better than that already. I want to know what's going to happen here, so I'm going to save it. Now go ahead and remove it. Now, this guy looks familiar. He killed his mom, right? Yes. AACO man wanted for mom's murder, extradited back to MD. I'm assuming that means Maryland. And that's going to be courtesy of WJZ. I remember this guy. I want to say I reported on him the last live stream that I did, and I think we were talking about how he probably was living at home, not wanting to get a job. Maybe he got into it with his mom and lashed out.
And the Anne Arundel County man wanted in the killing of his mother has been extradited back to Maryland. Andrew Beavers was arrested in Loudoun County, Virginia over the weekend. Police say he drove there in Juanita Coyopilai's car after murdering her. Late last month, the 58-year-old was reported missing by her boyfriend. Her body was found outside her home in Tracy's Landing July 25th. Police say DNA evidence linked Beavers to that crime, and he is being held at the Anne Arundel County Detention Center without bond.
Alright, so we're definitely going to keep an eye on him to see what happened. Yes, I remember him, when I saw his picture, I remember his mom's friend had a lot of nice things to say about his mom, but then when asked about him, she said no comment out of respect for the family. So I kind of wonder what she would have said, because she seemed to have known something. So let's go ahead and put this in watch later so I could keep an eye on it. And let's continue on. And the next video is called Verify. Yes, if you are fired for not getting a required vaccine, you can be denied unemployment benefits. And that's courtesy of WSA9, posted August 4th.
At the beginning of the pandemic, the United States suffered one of its worst spells of unemployment in recent history, prompting millions of Americans to sign up for benefits and the passage of relief bills to distribute more federal funds. Now, as the economy is recovering and people are rejoining the workforce, some employers are requiring vaccination. And some are asking, if your employer requires vaccinations and you're fired for refusing, can you be denied unemployment benefits? Let's verify. We asked two employment law attorneys, Diane Seltzer and John T. Harrington, and they both told us that yes, they say most states, if you're fired for breaking company policy, you can be denied unemployment benefits. If vaccination becomes a requirement for employees, it falls under that umbrella.
Even something as simple as a dress code, it says you have to wear a tie, and that's the company's policy. And you say, I don't believe in wearing a tie, so I'm not going to do it. That's insubordination, and it's misconduct, and it would likely disqualify you from receiving unemployment benefits.
Now, there are a few exceptions. Those who can't receive the vaccine because of a disability or a religious reason could file for
religious reason. How do you prove that? Because I you know what, I'm not gonna say shit. But how can you prove that?
For exceptions with their employer, as long as they can show proof of their reasoning. And the specifics vary.
Dude, look at that needle. Fuck that. Move. How do I get that out of the way? I'm sorry, but over here, that looks crazy. I'm sorry, but I have a phobia with needles. I'm good with tattoo needles, that's different. But that, no.
It varies state by state, but in general,
people should not think that staying unvaccinated is a passport to getting unemployment benefits or to prevailing in a lawsuit against their employer if they are terminated.
So we could verify that yes, if you're fired for refusing to get a vaccine, you can be denied those unemployment benefits. With your Verify, I'm Evan Kozloff.
Dude, if I have to join some kind of, maybe not a cult, but some kind of something just to prove or whatever, because I'm saying, like, there's not a form, you know, like religions don't give you a form and say, hey, yeah, you're one of us, like, take that to work. Like, how do you prove it? Manuel Brick says there are some Christian religions that don't believe in injections or receiving blood transfusions. I know Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in blood transfusions, but like, how do you prove it to your job that, like, you're one of them? That's kind of what I was wondering. Alright, let's continue. Remove. Next clip is called Prosecutors Enter Phone Evidence in Hotel Stabbing Murder Case. And it's courtesy of WKBN 27. Jinxie says they're going to be like, sir, you have tattoos, what you mean? I don't know. That was before I joined the religion, okay?
The trial for a man accused of killing
What about her?
His estranged wife continued today in a Mahoney County courtroom. Prosecutors say Francis Rodarowicz stabbed Catherine Rodarowicz to death at a hotel in Coatesville. This was back in June of 2019. Today, text messages were entered as evidence. Some showed the couple arguing. Francis Rodarowicz faces a number of charges, including murder, aggravated murder, and domestic violence.
Oh, no, stop that. My bad. I just exited my...
The trial for a man...
I exited my playlist. She looks like she'd make a great mother. Emmanuel Brooks is Rachel. I'll meet you at the next Kingdom Hall Jehovah's Witness meeting. And we can go pass out flyers together. We're gonna have to go door to door. And distribute watchtowers. Fuck it. I ain't getting the shot. I ain't getting the jab. Alright, let me remove this. Alright, next clip is called Arrest Made in Granville County Road Rage Shooting That Left 4-year-old Girl and Man Injured. CBS 17.
A man is...
This is crazy already with the road rage. We covered the one out of Southern California, like not even 2 months ago, probably even less than that. 6-year-old passed away due to road rage. Then the last time we were live, We covered the road rage that happened after an Astros game. That was a young man that went to a baseball game. Oh, you wish you could see my dog. He's so happy. He's happy to see me. He missed me all day. And now this. That's like pretty much 1 or 2 a month at this rate.
A man is now under arrest for a road rage shooting in Granville County. It happened around 9 o'clock Saturday along Watkins Road near Oxford. Deputies say Ashton Grissom fired at a car in the parking lot of the Providence grocery store. A man and a 4-year-old girl were shot. Now both victims are still in the hospital. Grissom is facing charges of discharging a weapon into a moving vehicle.
That is unacceptable. People need to chill. It's not a big deal if they cut you off. It's not a big deal if they flip you off. You know, you still have your life. Your vehicle's not damaged. A lot of the times it's something so minor. People are just having like a horrible day, whatever, easily triggered, and then they just make matters worse and take somebody's life away or seriously injure someone. That's terrible. Oh wow, do you guys see this? It says watch live, man found guilty in 1984 killing of somebody. I'm gonna put that in my watch later so I could find out what that's about. That looks interesting. Alright, let's keep going. Next clip is called Missing Sampson County Woman's Body Found, and this is courtesy of CBS 17. Look, we're already down to 59 clips. These clips are so short, and I mean they go so fast. Oh wait, is this them? It said Bennett something right. Oh look, I already have a clip about it, and it's 13 minutes long. So maybe this whole clip is actually about that story, and then we'll go to this one another day to find out what this is about, or like how this ties into this. You guys can see my hand, right? Or my whatchamacallit, my cursor. Alright, so yes, let's watch this clip. I'm really hyper today. I don't know if you can tell. What happened? Oh, here it is.
Sampson County Sheriff's Office confirms that a body found earlier this week is that of a missing woman. We first told you about this last night. The family of Kiera Wiggins told CBS 17 detectives found her body on Boy King Bridge Road Monday night. The medical examiner did confirm today that the family on Tuesday that it was her. They used her tattoos to positively identify her remains. And Wiggins was last seen, by the way, on June 9th. 5 days later, this man, her husband, Carl, was arrested after deputies say he stole an SUV and led them on a chase.
Okay, well that's gonna need updates, so let's put that to watch later. Jinxie said, if someone decides to pull over right in front of you and you believe they're upset, just burn off. Don't wait to see what they're going to do nowadays, because that's crazy. People are getting more and more violent. There's some kind of crazy thing going on. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the movie Southland Tales, but I used to work at Hollywood Video. Obviously that was a while back because Hollywood Video is not a thing anymore, but whenever I was putting movies away, I would look at the cover, and if I found something that looked interesting, well, we had free rental privileges, I would take it home and watch it, and that was one of them because it had The Rock on the cover and Sarah Michelle Gellar, Justin Timberlake, Sean William Scott, and then I looked at the credits and then it said like Kevin Smith, and I was like, dude, this movie has a ton of like actors on here and celebrities that like I recognize. Mandy Moore was in it. The guy from The Princess Bride, the one that says Inconceivable, he was in it. So I took it home, I watched it. The first time, it went over my head. Like, I did not know what the movie was about. I was just like, nah, like, this isn't even, like, making sense. They probably just put a bunch of celebrities together and just made shit up and figured it would be a good movie. So, Jinxie said they're putting something in our water. People are going nuts. Okay, so The Rock in the movie is a boxer. They never show him boxing, but they say he's a boxer, and he had amnesia, and he was spending time with a porn star, and they started writing a movie script, and he was married, but since he had amnesia, like, he was missing, like, from his real family, and they were writing a script, and part of that script said that the world was turning faster because like the end of the world was getting closer or something like that. I had to watch the movie at least 3 times to really get it, to really understand like what the movie was about. In fact, I might watch it today after I watch Waiting. I'm just gonna hang out and watch movies if this doesn't take like all night. But they said because the world was turning faster that people were behaving more erratically. So I don't know if the world is turning faster, but something is definitely going on because people are acting crazy. It could also be, since I mainly cover crazy stories, watching so many of them in one sitting back to back is maybe giving me like a maybe not a warped view of the world, but just a more exaggerated view of just how people are behaving wildly. But I feel like there's some underlying event going on other than COVID, but some other underlying phenomena, maybe something paranormal, I'm not too sure, happening that's making people act especially crazy. Like, I have my moments. Like, I freak out, but I keep that shit inside. And I burn it off by, like, exercising. Or now that I'm working, like, really hard through that. But, I don't know. Just something really weird is going on. I can feel it. Alright, let's continue. This next clip is called Durham Deadly Stabbing Remains Unsolved, and that's courtesy of CBS 17. Let's take a look at this comment before we move on. Jinxie says, maybe technology doesn't help the cause. We're able to see how much crazy things that are going on all at once. Exactly. Alright.
Durham police need your help finding who's responsible for stabbing and killing a man in his own home. Police say Dumar Mosquera was found stabbed to death at his home on Charles Street July 1st. Surveillance video shows a man going inside the home just after 11 o'clock June 30th and then leaving the home about an hour and a half later. Authorities believe the suspect then stole Mosquera's pickup, which was later found abandoned on I-540 near the US 64 exit in Knightdale. Police say Mosquera had moved to Durham from Columbia. He was an entrepreneur and landlord.
Andres was a well-known member of the Durham community. Andres was a hardworking man who came in Durham in search of a better life for himself.
Police are still investigating what might have led up to that deadly stabbing. If you have any information about this case, you are asked to call Crime Stoppers.
Yes, definitely. I want to keep up with that, so I'm going to save it and then delete it. Let's continue. This next news clip is called "A Brutal Killing of Pregnant Woman in 2019 Leads to Lawsuit Against Harris County Judges, Magistrates." And this is courtesy of KHOU 11. So this is most likely in the Houston area, and if you've been watching the clips that I present, you probably know Houston is a crazy town. And what's going on over there, allegedly, according to the former chief of police that decided to get transferred to a smaller jurisdiction, he says that the problem is that criminals are allowed to post bail with having serious charges. Another thing is, I want to say they have some kind of opportunity for people that don't have money to get out on bail without having to pay at all. I don't see how that is fair. You know, I do realize that if you're without money, you're most likely going to commit a crime, but that doesn't mean that you should be able to basically be let go. There was one man that was accused of shooting somebody, and that was back in 2017. And the only reason the spotlight, you know, came back on him was because his tiger that he was, that he had at home, hi sweetie, got out, and it went viral. So then people found out who he was, and then it started to get out that he had been accused of killing somebody, and he was out on bail, and it had been like 4 or 5 years or whatever. Like, where's the justice in that? You know what I mean? Oh, JC says I live in Houston. It's freaking wild out here. Be careful, because it does seem crazy. I think one day I might decide just to cover Houston news, like maybe on a specific channel, or maybe just have a live stream that'll save Houston news clips and we'll just cover Houston. But then again, that might give us a crazy view of Houston as well, because there are some cool parts about it. I've been there a couple times. I didn't have any negative experiences while I was there, but I was just visiting, so I ended up going to like some really nice places. But it just seems like the types of places that everyday people go that live there are just really dangerous. I had a friend that lived there, and he was working at a cellular store, and he showed me a surveillance camera of his store getting robbed, and he got into like a fight with the robbers. It was him against like 3 dudes, and I was like, no, fuck that. Like, I'll never live in Houston. I'll visit there, I'll go to the Galleria, I'll go to a game, or there's other stuff to do over there, I'm sure. I can't think of right now. But to live there and just get around, I don't know. I'm paranoid living out here. Yeah, I don't blame you. This looks really bad. Okay, let's continue. You've actually been thinking of moving? I mean, whatever's best for you. I feel bad, like sometimes, like speaking negatively about like a place, especially like if I've never lived there, I don't know everything about it, but just from what I've covered about it and what people are saying, it just looks really, really scary. Observing stuff says I've never been to Texas. There's a lot to do here. I mean, it's a really big state. I really liked Austin. I've been there a couple times, and I had a lot of fun there. That's somewhere I think I would like to live. Like San Antonio was a lot of fun too. San Antonio is actually not that different from like here, except like there's just more stuff to do. Another place that was really nice was this place called Denton, Texas, which is up by Dallas. That was a really nice place to go to too. There was a lot of stuff like to do there as well, and like the people are really cool. It's kind of like, there was a time where people were saying that Austin was the California of Texas, and then actual Californians tried moving there, and then they were like, no, it's not. And a lot of them moved back, from what I understand. I want to say Denton kind of gave me that vibe. It's just people are just a little more liberal. This is a Republican state, so whenever there's like a liberal type of town, that's usually the kind of environment, the social environment that I'm attracted to. So if I could choose, I would probably would want to live like in San Antonio, Austin, or Denton, and that's just because like I've been there. I bet you there's like other places that are really cool or nice. Jinxie says, yeah, there's really nice parts of Houston, though. It's just been getting really, really bad recently with burglaries and murders. Yeah, that's the part I'd like to avoid, for sure. Okay, so, yeah, so let's find out how come the Harris County judges and magistrates are being sued over the brutal killing of a pregnant woman in 2019.
Harris County facing a lawsuit for letting out a man on bond who attorneys say was a violent offender.
Yeah, police say after the man...
See what I mean? He was a violent offender and they allowed him out on bond. Look at his face. It looks like they fucked him up. His nose is like crooked. He's got like a boxer's nose. Like somebody jabbed him like on the right side, right there. His nose. Look at it. Look at it! His nose is crooked. Very observant. Observing stuff.
Bailed out, he stabbed his pregnant wife to death.
Oh my
Today,
God.
the family's attorney spoke with us about the need for bond reform.
Ana Yeli Ruiz joins us with the latest now. Ana Yeli.
Well, hey guys, civil rights attorney Ben Crump, along with another attorney, filed a lawsuit against Harris County on a case that really shocked the community. They named about 26 judges and magistrates in the lawsuit, and they say they are letting out violent offenders on PR bonds. It was August 3rd, 2019, a day that lives in the memory of Melanie Infinger.
Fell to my knees and just screamed like, what did he do to my baby?
Her 20-year-old daughter, Caitlin, was brutally killed inside her apartment in Pasadena. She was stabbed 20 times and was 17 weeks pregnant. Her unborn child also died. Investigators charge her husband, Alec Guajardo, with murder. But here's the thing. A few days before the horrific killing, Alex had been arrested for assaulting Caitlin and for torturing and killing their cat. And even with that...
No way. Dude, you're killing animals. I mean, I want to say that even the least seasoned, like, true crime person knows you're torturing animals. You're on your way to killing somebody. Jinxie says, what you thinking? I can't believe this shit. Yeah, he's a fucking cat killer. And he had already, like, hurt a woman. This one right here. Dude, fuck those judges. I will never live in Houston. Ever, ever, ever. Emmanuel Briggs says, they say that killing animals is a strong precursor to serial killers. Exactly. See what I mean? And we're not even, like, professionally, like, law enforcement, like, anything. Or, what is it? Criminal psychologists or anything like that. That's just common knowledge. How was that not enough? That's crazy. This guy should have been totally locked up. But what do you think is going to happen with this lawsuit? Do you think it's going to go anywhere?
And other crimes on his record, they said a judge let him out on a PR bond.
The very people that were promised to protect my daughter and that promises to protect y'all, that promises to protect her public, that they basically just slapped him on the wrist and let him out to kill my daughter and her unborn child.
And now with this lawsuit, the family and attorneys hope they can make a change in the system.
As long as the law stays the way that it is in Harris County, it's going to continue to happen. It's not rocket science. If you don't have accountability for crime, people are going to continue to commit crime.
Thank
you. We can't have violent criminals roaming the streets and ravaging the community and putting innocent lives at stake.
We will say they did go into detail of the violent killing, and it was just very gruesome. The suspect even recording it in a voice message. Now, we do know...
I hate this guy. Oh my god. This guy makes me want to fucking do voodoo on him. Or something. I can't help it, but I'm gonna have to call karma on this guy. Cause this isn't enough. And if they let him out again, I'm done. Oh my fucking god.
That he is expected to be in trial later this year. Now, we did contact the county attorney's office and they said they could not comment on the lawsuit. Live, Anayeli Ruiz, KHOU 11 News.
Anayeli Ruiz.
Yeah, you can hear that mother's pain. Anayeli, thank you so much for the update.
That's crazy. I'm saving that one. I need to know more. Alright, let's continue. Alright, so this next clip is the one that we were talking about a little while ago. I guess they went off live. But they had a live earlier that I saw and I saved. But this is called Bennett Trial Update. Defense said fingerprints found in home aren't Ewing's. And this is courtesy of 9 News. Let's find out what happened. Okay, so this was a stream that happened August 4th. So it looks like there's a little bit of a like waiting on it. Let me just see how long it is. Okay, it looks like it's going to be a conversation between some people. So let's see what they say. Let's go here. That looks right. Alright, let's check it out.
Thank you for joining us here on 9 News Watch. I'm Chris Bianchi, and we've been continuing our daily coverage of the trial of Alex Ewing, who is charged with the gruesome 1984 murders of Deborah and Bruce Bennett and their 7-year-old daughter, Melissa. Now we're getting closer and closer, potentially, to the end of this trial. We're in the second week of the trial in this case, and joining us for daily insight and analysis of this trial is 9 Wants to Know's Kevin Vaughn, along with 9 News' investigative reporter and director of 9 Wants to Know, Nicole Vapp. And Kevin and Nicole want to go straight to you. Kevin, first and foremost, Kevin, you were at the courthouse today. Seems like we're getting closer and closer to closing arguments. What did we see out there at the courthouse today?
Today was the heart of the defense's case, I think. They called a fingerprint expert who testified that there were 31 unidentified fingerprints inside the Bennett home that she examined in 2018, and none of them matched the suspect in the case, Alex Ewing. There was also a stipulation entered before the jury, and for people not familiar with court, a stipulation is something where both sides have agreed on something that the judge will read to the court. It can be for a lot of different reasons. In this case, for example, the jury is not allowed to know that Alex Ewing was in prison in Nevada from 1984 until he was brought here for this trial. So the stipulation read to the jury was that essentially both sides agree he was not in Colorado from January 27, 1984 until he was extradited here.
I'm sorry, but what's going on in the background? There's like some lights like shining, some like disco lights or some shit. Can you imagine? He's got a disco ball nobody can see. Just watch.
So the stipulation today was about fingerprints from the scene of the murder of Patricia Louise Smith in Lakewood. That occurred a week before the Bennett killings. Ewing is charged in that one. And so they read a stipulation that said a fingerprint examiner had gone through all the unidentified fingerprints from that scene in 2019 and again earlier this year, and that none of those were Ewing's. Obviously, that whoever that fingerprint examiner is, he's not able to testify now. We don't know. He could be sick. He could be out of town. But the jury essentially was just read that his fingerprints were not at that scene either. So they heard that now at both of these murder scenes, no fingerprints from the suspect, Alex Ewing.
Why is it important, and why are they making a...
I think as soon as he goes off live, he just puts on the bell bottoms and puts on some funky disco music and puts on his rollerblades and is just like funky town. I don't know.
Point of saying that at this point in the case.
So the defense's case, if you base it on what they said in their opening statement, was that there's all kinds of reasons to believe there were other people involved in this, that this was not a crime carried out by one person. And they have pointed in particular to this bathroom faucet on the second floor of the Bennett home. It was, if you think of it, this is a home where there was a master bedroom, and then adjoining the master bedroom was a walk-in closet and a vanity with a couple of sinks. And
Did you see that? I want to say it hits like this whiteboard more than anything. It's so distracting. Okay, but I'm going to pay attention from here on out.
And from there it went on into the bathroom where the toilet and the shower and everything were. And on that sink, on that vanity in between there was a napkin there with Bruce Bennett's blood on it that was found by investigators. And so one of their theories is that the killer cleaned blood off of himself there and then tried to use the faucet to maybe wash his hands off. The faucet, however, was turned off because it had been leaking. And there are fingerprints on those faucet handles that they've never been identified who they belong to, and they do not belong to Ewing. And so part of their argument is there's this evidence here that somebody else was involved in these killings besides the suspect. And so they wanted the jury to hear, that Alex Ewing is accused of killing these 3 people in this house, incredibly, horrendous attacks, and that he left no fingerprints there. Of course, the quick answer for it that the prosecution has brought up every time this issue has come up is that if the person who did these things were wearing gloves, that person would have likely not left any fingerprints at the scene.
And they're also bringing up the fingerprint issue with Patricia Smith, and I thought they weren't supposed to be bringing up too much information about that case. So why are they able to do that?
So the judge ruled that the jury can be told limited information about the Patricia Smith case. information that goes to identifying Ewing as the killer of the Bennetts, information that goes to show how similar the two crimes were. And we've talked a little bit about this. They were both surprise attacks, believed to have both been carried out with hammers. There was a sexual assault in each case. The sexual assault victim's body was found in a very similar position in both cases. And so they're allowed to know about those things, and they're allowed to consider the Patricia Smith case as a rebuttal to the defense's assertion that the DNA match that exists is some sort of an accident or a mistake. And so that's why they're allowed to rebut information from the Smith case, even though this is the trial in the Bennett case. And so today the defense obviously wanted the jury to know that there are none of Alex Ewing's fingerprints at Patricia Smith's home. And it bears noting that they also didn't find his DNA like on her clothes, her boots, those kinds of things, which investigators believe the killer removed those things from Patricia Smith. And again, same thing, when these people are cross-examined, the prosecution says, if someone was wearing gloves, would they leave fingerprints? Well, no, they would. Would they leave DNA? Not likely. So that's the answer to that, but that's why the defense is going into all this. They're pointing to evidence that doesn't prove that Alex Ewing wasn't there, but also is evidence that, we're used to hearing that the killer's fingerprints are found at the scene, right? And so in these two cases, they were not.
And they only have to bring up doubt, correct? I mean, really.
Yeah, they have to.
The
the defense does not have to prove anything. I mean, it's up to the prosecution to prove that he did it, not for the defense to prove that he didn't. And their real job is to get jurors to have a reasonable doubt. That's not all doubt, but that's a doubt a reasonable person might have. The crux of this case, those we've been talking, is DNA. They have Alex Ewing's DNA at both crime scenes. It's DNA from semen. It's associated with the two sexual assaults that happened, found in the area where the victims who were sexually assaulted were found. And so far, there's not been any testimony that calls into question the presence of that DNA and the implications of it. The defense is expected to have at least one more witness, maybe tomorrow morning, and we'll see if that gets at this at all. But that's sort of the core issue, is the DNA thing. And the defense has been trying to suggest that the police work in this case was sloppy. Evidence wasn't kept, well preserved and stored in some cases. They brought up testimony today about a number of items of evidence where the packaging has been torn open over the years or otherwise damaged, or there was a leak and that sort of thing.
We've heard a lot about touch DNA in relation to other cases like John Benet Ramsey. This is not the kind of evidence that we're talking about.
That's a case I want to look into. I remember one of the conversations that we had with Preach, and he was talking about how we should talk about serial killers, and then I mentioned maybe cults, and I was also thinking about like mysteries. That's definitely a case that I want to get into as well, is the John Benet Ramsey case. Just try to grab as much information as I can, because that's a hardcore mystery. Like, nobody really knows what happened there. Jinxie said, yeah, this is an interesting case. I'm definitely going to save it. Sweet Vampy had sent me a playlist about Joel Guy Jr. I don't know if you remember, but Patricia Jackson was telling us about it, and he was a man that murdered his parents, and he was like cooking like one of his parents' head like in a stew or something like that, and I was like, what? But we definitely need to cover that. But it's like a whole trial, so usually trials run long. They're sometimes like 9-10 hours with like a break and things like that. So I was waiting like to get settled into my new schedule, but it looks like it's gonna be pretty random. Like, sometimes they have me scheduled in the morning and sometimes at night. So once I figure out how I want to do things, then I will want to tackle that trial, because from what I heard, it's wild. But yeah, this one too. This is probably something that I'm gonna be. Ha! Look at this. They're barely calling me from one of the jobs I applied. Too late. She should have called me the same day. But yeah, this is something that I would want to get into, and it sounds like maybe they're showing the court trial. I want to say televised, but streaming. They're streaming the court trial. So maybe I can grab each of the days and put them together, and then we can watch them. But that'll be after the Joel Guy Jr. trial, because that's not a new trial, but it is something that I want to cover, because killing your parents and then cooking their skulls with a stew, that's crazy. But yeah, let's keep watching this. I can't believe someone's barely calling me now. Like, I've been applying places since last week. So not everybody has the kind of time to be waiting forever, you know? Oh well. I'm happy where I'm at. I'm good. I'm not gonna fuck with it.
Not in this case, correct?
It is not. The DNA in this case came specifically from semen left at both crime scenes.
Oh, no.
This is not touch DNA. The defense has actually been pushing for pushing the idea that there hasn't been enough testing for touch DNA. The idea that, for example, Patricia Smith was killed with a hammer that was left at the scene, and just recently it was tested for touch DNA, and there was DNA found on it from 4 people, but none.
Yeah, it was an amazing lash studio place. Like, they put on people's eyelashes. I guess they're like way better than like the ones that you would buy at the store. I didn't find out too much information. I mean, the pay looked pretty good, but like, fuck it. Like, I'm already learning a whole job. I'm not gonna leave now. You know what I mean? Like, I did the paperwork, I got the work shirt, like, I've already gotten pretty comfortable there, everybody's really nice, like, I don't want to fuck with it and then end up going to a job that I think is gonna, like, pay better, but then watch it be, like, toxic, or something like that. Like, I don't want to risk it. Like, I'm pretty good. I'm just praying hardcore that renter's assistance comes through. At least for 1 month. Fuck it. Like, if I have to wish for the minimum, like, at least give something, because that would definitely help, and I wouldn't feel so much pressure. But either way, it's gonna work itself out. I'm not gonna mess with it. It's just funny to me that now that I'm getting settled somewhere, now I'm getting callbacks, when last week I was super stressed out that nobody was calling me. Go figure, right?
None of them was Alex Ewing. Again, if a person had that hammer in their hand and was wearing gloves, they wouldn't have left DNA on it. They could have potentially left somebody else's DNA if they used their gloves to touch someone. But touch DNA has been an issue the defense has raised. And the interesting point is, yesterday, a very experienced criminal analyst at the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, somebody who has been certified as an expert witness in.
Oh, and one story I forgot to tell you guys. So, try to make this long story short. This is off topic from what we're watching, but since we're multitasking right now. So, when things started to go downhill for me, like a couple weeks ago, I was really bummed out, and I didn't know what was going to happen. I was scared and all that. I really needed to buy cat food and dog food, so I counted my coins, and literally coins, and went to the store. When I was younger, I was a really big Alanis Morissette fan. She was like my favorite singer. Like, I knew all the songs on Jagged Little Pill, and I even loved her albums after that, like Infatuation Junkie. Like, that was a really good album to me too, and stuff. And I was like the only member in my family that liked that kind of music, so I caught a lot of shit for that. But when I went to the store, as soon as I got there, Ironic started playing. Literally, like, I walked in, the doors open, and I stepped inside, and the song just started playing, and I wanted to cry. Because I just felt so emotional, but I felt like it was a sign that it's gonna be okay. Because there's a part in the song where it talks about how life, like, just blows up for no reason, but then fixes itself, like, by itself. And I was just like, okay, I'm gonna take that as a sign. I'm not religious or nothing like that, but, like, I do believe that there's something out there watching for us if we just let it in and accept it. Good things will happen. and stuff, and if you have good intentions, and I believe in good karma and bad karma and stuff like that. So when that song started playing, like, I felt like it was playing for me, and that's when I kind of felt like things were probably gonna be okay. So I was just like, that's pretty crazy. And then that's what reminded me, because you said that the world works like that a lot, and like, yeah, it does. It really does. Like, I don't know if there's something out there, but when that song played like that, as soon as I walked in, when I was at my like lowest point, and I just felt like, yeah, like it's gonna be okay, no matter what. Jinxie says it was just one of those coincidences that you felt laugh out loud. That's cool, yeah. And I just walked into the store, and like the whole song played, and I was just like, wow, like that's just amazing. But yeah.
Hundreds of cases said that CBI no longer does any touch DNA testing on evidence that dates back before 2006. And she said the reason that they made that decision is that in so many of these cold cases, like the Bennetts and Patricia Smith were killed in 1984, that's 37 years ago, evidence handling procedures back then were different than they are now.
That's crazy. I'm 37 years old. They're as old as I am. I'm going to be 38 in just a couple months. It's wild.
Been well documented now, particularly at the Bennett case. Lots of investigators touched evidence with their bare hands. Very few of them wore gloves and those sorts of things. And what this analyst said was they'd been doing a lot of touch DNA in these cold cases, doing several hundred of them, she said, over the years. And they essentially found that it was not helpful in determining who the killer was, because with those evidence handling procedures, they would do touch DNA on something and have DNA from a bunch of unidentified people, not from the killer, and didn't answer what she called the ultimate investigative question, which is who did this.
Interesting. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow, who this last witness is, since we don't really know, and what they're going to say in the closing arguments. And you said they get a little bit of time for those.
They do. So let me talk about the witness first. The defense suggested today that they're going to be hitting on this touch DNA issue, and in particular on the CBI policy of not testing for touch DNA in these old cases. So we expect this witness to be somebody brought in to talk about that. We don't know for certain who it is at this point. We expect that to be the defense's last witness. They suggested that today, although there's nothing that would stop them from bringing in other witnesses. But once we get through this witness tomorrow, and the defense suggested this would be a relatively short witness. Closing arguments start, and each side gets 90 minutes. So that could take up the whole morning if each side takes that much time. And then what'll happen is, let's just say that runs till the lunch break. They'll take the lunch break. The judge, after the closing arguments, the judge has to read jury instructions, and that can be a time-consuming case. There's 6 separate charges here against Alex Ewing for the murders of the 3 members of the Bennett family. 3 of them allege he did this with deliberation, with pre-planning deliberation, and 3 of them allege that he killed them in the commission of another felony, either a sexual assault or a robbery or something like that. So there'll be extensive jury instructions on each of those 6 counts. And then the jury will get the case, and deliberations will start, and the parlor game will start, which is, how long will they be out? And if they're out more than a day or two, what does that mean? Who does that favor, the prosecution or the defense? And nobody really knows. Lots of people have put a lot of time into trying to figure that out, but we'll just have to see when the jury comes back with a verdict what it is.
Guilty.
All right. Well,
just kidding.
That's great. And Chris, just so you know, we are taking questions tomorrow after we finish with closing arguments. We're going to do an extended version of this, the 3 of us, and talk about the entire case and where it's been and where we are as the jury takes control of this case. And so if you have questions, you can ask those questions on the Blame Facebook page. Just ask them. I put a story up today, so you can ask them right there in the comments of that, or you can text us at 303-871.
All right, they're wrapping up. Okay, so I'm gonna put this in watch later so we can check out more about this case. We did learn a little bit today, but I feel like there's more to it. Jinxie said, I forgot that Chris was still there watching this with us. Chris, did I miss something? Who's Chris? I'm feeling like I missed something. What do you mean? Let me know what you mean by that, so I could be in on the joke too. Alright, the next one is called Sheriff, that third guy. Oh, yeah. Because it was just these two? Oh, yeah, there was supposed to be a conversation. I get it now. I get it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess this guy was just in the sidelines, just watching with us, like you said. You're right. Pow. That one went like over my head. I was ready to move on to the next thing. Alright, so this next clip is called Sheriff. A woman tried to help pair with broken down vehicle before Chester County murder. Interesting. This is courtesy of Fox 46 Charlotte, and this was posted August 4th. Let's see what's going on.
Sheriff Max Dorsey spoke with reporters briefly, saying that he was frustrated, believing that the suspects may have been high on meth when they allegedly committed this murder. These are the suspect photographs we got from Chester County Sheriff's deputies. This is a surveillance camera inside of a store. The suspects George Fale and Amber Harris were arrested on murder charges in connection with the death of Linda Robinson. Investigators say 63-year-old Robinson was being a good Samaritan and trying to help the couple who appeared to be struggling with a broke-down vehicle on the side of the highway. Once she picked them up, investigators say they all went to a Walmart in Chester, and from there they believe she was lured to a Carpenter Road off of Highway 72 and murdered. The sheriff would not tell us how she was murdered, but he says the suspects did not use weapons. Right now, Sheriff Dorsey says the crime in South Carolina.
They won't say how she was murdered, but the suspects didn't use weapons. I feel like that's some kind of a riddle. So, is poison a weapon? Because if it's not, maybe they poisoned her, maybe they drugged her. I still consider that a weapon, though. How the hell do you murder somebody without a weapon? Well, I guess you could use your hands. But then your hands would be weapons, wouldn't they? What do y'all think? I'm kind of confused. I'm definitely going to save this for later because I want to know what the hell they meant by that.
Is out of hand.
Since 2015 has seen a 51% increase in the murder rate. Since 2015, and that's not including last year's data from what I understand. So here we are in a civilized world, in a time where we've got
It sounded like he said, here we are in a civil ass world. But he said civilized. Let's see, Jinxie says that's fucked up. They stopped to help out the couple and then those people kill them. That's crazy. Nicolette says draining, choking, slamming. That's true. Yeah, you're right. I definitely want to find out for sure what they meant.
Got all the technology in the world. We've got we have all this progress in our states and in our country, and we are dealing with some of the worst crime.
Batshit crazy motherfuckers. Alright, let's save this. And delete. And keep going. Alright, so next clip is called Father Begging for Answers in Daughter's Death in Gwinnett County. And this is courtesy of CBS 46 Atlanta. Nicolette says drowning. I can't spell. Oh, drowning. When it said draining, I was like, well, maybe like draining her blood. Okay, now that makes sense, Nicolette. Thanks for correcting that. I was picturing wild shit already. I was already thinking vampires. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. All right, let's watch this next clip.
Developing now at 5, a parent's plea for a new lead in his daughter's murder. Police say she was discovered shot in the Yellow River Park last week.
CBS 46's Tori Cooper is in Lithonia, where she spoke to Tory Lang's father.
I'm here at the Hidden Acres Nature Preserve, where investigators say they discovered 18-year-old Tory Lang's car just behind me. Now, just to give you a perspective of what it's like in this park, it's very desolate, very private, and only a lake and a trail.
I was right there with you, Jinxie. I was confused, but I wasn't going to question it. I was trying to make it work in my head. Okay.
Had a charismatic character about her that drew a lot of people to her. She light up the room.
18-year-old Tory Lang's father says his daughter's heart may have been just a little too big.
Having a good character could be a double-edged sword. And you know, a lot of people see that.
Her father, who is also named Tory Lang, says his daughter didn't have her phone last Tuesday because her mom was updating it for her. But when she never made it home that night and they couldn't contact her, they started.
That's crazy. What are the odds of that? Probably like one of the only times that she was without her phone.
To panic.
You know, I figured, I said, well, she probably by one of her friends. But as the night got late, I'm like, oh no, she knows she's supposed to be in by this time. So that's when we really started worrying. We couldn't even sleep that night. So the next morning, my wife said, no, something not right. So they put out a missing persons report.
Little did her parents know, just down the street from their house, homicide detectives were working to identify a woman who had been found shot to death in the early morning hours the next day at the Yellow River Park.
She has a heart cross tattoo with the date 8/16/07 on the right side of her neck that appears to be red or pinkish in color.
Showed my wife the tattoo. My wife just fell out. She started screaming and howling.
This weekend, police say her car was finally discovered, abandoned, and burned here at the Hidden Acres Nature Preserve, just 3 minutes from her family's home and 9 minutes from the park where she was found.
And she had a good heart, good spirit. She just wanted to help people.
Even though she didn't have her phone that night, he believes her contacts may be the next clue in tracking down who's responsible.
The detectives, as of now, have her phone. So they've been pulling a lot of stuff, and they've been telling us, that we're getting a lot of information, and we've been talking to a lot of our friends. But
he's hoping those close to his daughter will speak up, even if it's just anonymously.
Just, understand how vitally important this is. Just talk to somebody, even if you're afraid.
Reporting in Lithonia, I'm Tori Cooper.
Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, it's just like pretty much down the street. Jinxie said, did they say 3 minutes away from her home? Yeah. And on like one of the only times that she didn't have her phone with her, where she could probably like call for help, or maybe it would have helped, maybe it wouldn't have. There's no way to know, but I mean, just the coincidences and the odds. That's totally fucked, for sure. But I definitely want to keep up with this story. Let's remove it and let's continue. Oh yeah, so Governor #Nipplegate is in deep trouble. I saved some clips. I'll probably just wait till we catch up to August 5th of the clips, and then before that we'll do a block of the Cuomo situation, because a lot of people have been talking about it. And like I said, I didn't see any of these clips. I just Number one, I'll explain. So before we get into August 5th, we'll cover Cuomo. So I want to say it was about last year. My good friend Queen's Throne covered Governor Cuomo. I sent her a screenshot of, like, not a meme, but like an image that had gone viral, like on Instagram and stuff. And it was a picture of Cuomo. Maybe I could find it. And he was wearing like a polo shirt, and it was very like thin, and I guess he wasn't wearing an undershirt, so it looked like his nipples were pierced. And the image that we saw had the picture of him like at a conference with the shirt on, and then it showed what a guy's nipple would look like if it was pierced. And I'm sorry, but it looked like similar. But yeah, so ever since then, I started calling him Governor #Nipplegate. Because it was like a big mystery, and people were obviously just having fun with it. So So I started calling it that. Let me see if I could find the image that we were talking about. Yeah, there it is. Let me see if I could find the one that we saw, because it actually had like, yeah, here it is. Let me see if I could make it bigger. Okay, let's stop sharing the screen and let's put on our petty pants. Alright, so this is the news conference that I was talking about. Oh, and it's gonna let me zoom in. More than that? No. I could do this. And you see here, there's not just like one bump. There's like two on the sides here, and I think the other one is too. And here's a close-up, a little bit more, and it has red circles around the area. And then it makes perfect sense how come there's 3 bumps. Governor, hashtag, nipplegate. How do I get out of here? Okay. So now you know. Now you're in on the joke. The little jokey joke. Alright, so let's go back to our playlist. And bring me in. Okay, cool. So we saw this. I hope I saved it before I erased it. Okay. Nicholas says, I used to watch his briefings, and thought I saw hoops. Ew. Holy fuck, it does! If not, that's some good Photoshop. That's possible too. Unless it's on video. Because I only saw an image. So I'm not too sure, but yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna cover, and then now that they're saying all this stuff about how he is with women, it kind of, I mean, I'm not gonna say that if you've got like nipple piercings that you're a pervert, but I want to say the likelihood probably goes up on that. Okay, so let's get into some more of these news clips, and then we'll do a block of the Cuomo situation and find out what's going on. Oh yeah, because like I said, I didn't see any of these clips. I just saved them based on what the headline was. So I have no idea exactly what the specifics are. We're going to watch that together. Alright, so this next clip is called TBI. Despite social media claims, truck driven by potential witness still not found in search for, and then ... This is courtesy of WJHL. And I think this is about a little girl that's gone missing. Her name is Summer Wells. I haven't covered her situation yet, but maybe you've seen some of her story. She's a little girl. I always see a picture of her. I want to say it looks like a Christmas picture. She has this big smile. She's a blonde girl, and she just looks really silly in that picture. And she's probably a sweet little girl. It doesn't matter either way. But she is missing, and it sounds like social media is contributing to some misinformation and gossip and rumors, and I wanted to add this clip so that we could see what's really going on. Jinxie says, look, we cannot judge him, or can we? There's gonna be some judging, especially if he's being accused of harassing and inappropriately touching and speaking to anybody, but in this case women. So yeah, we're probably gonna go in. Nicola Moore said, nah, I saw it. See, it was a video. Yeah, see, Nicola says, I'm judging. Yeah, most likely we're gonna be judging him. Alright, so let's see what's going on so far in the Summer Wells situation.
Also tonight, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says misinformation being shared on social media is hindering their efforts to find missing Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells. They continue to urge the public only to share information from official sources. TBI has been looking for a maroon or red Toyota Tacoma truck. They say the person driving.
I wonder, I have no idea why she has her hair so short. Like, I'm kind of wondering if she had some kind of medical condition or something. I definitely want to look into the story and try to grab some news clips that'll bring us up to date on what's going on, because I haven't been following, unfortunately, but I will.
Arriving, it may have been a witness in Summer's disappearance. They say a photo circulating on.
Oh, cute. She has blue hair. She's a cute kid. Or, yeah, I'll say is. I think she's just missing for now. But we know how that goes.
On social media of a truck that says it has been located is not true. It was not released by law enforcement. They say they have heard of people asking for donations from the public and saying they're assisting law enforcement in that search. Again, TBI says this is untrue. They have not requested investigative assistance from any private citizen. It has now been over 7 weeks since Summer Wells was last seen by her family. 7 weeks.
Okay, we know a child can't take care of themselves for that long, so this is looking really bad at this point.
TBI asks any credible information can be called in at 1-800-TBI-FIND or emailed to tips@tbi@tn.gov.
Oh my God, how horrible. I'm gonna save that just so I can remember that I've been meaning to cover what's going on from the beginning and then catch up. Watch later. There we go. Alright, let's continue. Okay, so we saw this. This is about the passenger that needed to be taken down. We don't need to watch it again. I guess I had found one clip and then I added another one just for safe measure. But we don't need to see it again. Alright, so most of us might recall that there was a beach building, I want to say in Florida, that collapsed, and new footage has surfaced. I want to say it's like body cam of the night that it happened. This is called Fear Shock Captured by Surfside First Responders Body Camera, and this is courtesy of CBS Miami.
Right now we're seeing new video.
Okay, and this was actually posted August 3rd, so for some reason we're going back in time, but I'm pretty sure it'll fix itself.
Video tonight of what happened in the first moments after the Champlain Towers South condo partially collapsed in Surfside. The dramatic, sometimes difficult to watch body camera video was released today, giving us our first real look at those early moments of the rescue effort. CBS 4's Austin Carter is live first in Surfside with that video. Austin.
And Elliot, the piece you're about to see is gut-wrenching. We do want to warn you at home, and it's all from the vantage point of those police body-worn cameras. They captured the raw emotion and confusion at the scene. Just before 1:30 a.m. in the minutes after the Surfside partial building collapse, the eerie silence was broken by a blood-curdling scream.
God, that just gave me chills. Literally, like my hair just like raised up on my arms. That sounded terrible. Fuck.
Surfside police just getting to what would be the site of the third largest building failure in U.S. history. The fear and shock clear in the voices of first responders.
Captain.
That usually fixes it. I don't know what's going on. My internet's good. Let me try again. What's happening? Oh, okay. Jinxie says that's what a death scream sounds like. That's scary. There was one video that I saw years ago. I can't remember where I found it, but it was YouTube, but I can't remember what channel it was. And it said something like the scariest sounds like you'll ever hear or something like that. And I was playing them all, and some of them weren't that scary. But there was one clip, because it was several clips, but there was one clip and it was like a woman screaming like horribly. And a part of me was wondering if it was like a real situation. Because even my dog like freaked out, like not freaked out, but like let's say he was chilling one moment and then like I heard, like I was playing that screaming, and he was like looking around like who's doing that. It just sounded so real, and you can just tell, like you can tell when somebody's just playing or acting, or when somebody is just like in real life like scared, traumatized. And yeah, that's oh man, that was so crazy. Like my spine, like just, I don't know how to explain it, but like just like I felt like a chill. Okay, I think it's okay now. Let me try playing it.
Hey, the Champlain Towers, the building, it collapsed.
Some officers trying to see exactly what collapsed through the thick of darkness.
Is there anybody with injuries?
Are you there? I'm receiving a 314 now. A building collapsed at 88 and Collins.
34. I'm arrival here. There's a lot of dust. I can barely see anything. I don't think the building collapsed. It looks like the roof and the drive-through collapsed. I'm looking for injuries.
This officer finding someone who needed help near the garage.
Is anybody down there injured? What's wrong with her?
The chaos continuing just feet away from the building along Collins Avenue.
Half of the back is gone. No, the whole back is gone. The building's been out. Hey, listen, you need to figure out the collapse zone. You guys need to back up because hit the fan. Okay. The whole side, that building's an L. Okay. The whole, this side right here, the thing came down.
Another man on the ground is seen trying to comfort his mother, who is up on a balcony of the still standing portion of the building, yelling up to her.
Hold on. Right. Nobody can get in there. Right. Nobody can get in there right now.
That's his mom up there. Oh my fucking god.
If you didn't know, I am the security guard. Right now, I would fight myself.
We were going to fight. Calm down.
The building security guard in disbelief.
I don't even know how I made it out.
Police and fire rescue crews also trying to get folks away from the area.
Come on, get moving. We don't know if this is going to fall this way. I need you to go, please.
I'm just standing here because...
Certainly difficult to watch, and the town of Surfside still wants to do its own full forensic investigation at the collapse site to figure out what went wrong and to see if any action needs to be taken at any of the other oceanfront properties, including the Champlain Towers North. We're live in Surfside. I'm Austin Carter, CBS 4 News.
It is so horrific, Austin, but it shows what an incredible job those first responders did there.
You think so? I mean, I just saw them kind of like calling out to people. I mean, I didn't really see them like helping anybody, but okay. Maybe he saw something different than me. Maybe I missed something. Who knows? I am thinking about several different things at the same time. All right, another case of road rage. So maybe you were here, maybe you were not, but there was a road rage incident that happened, I want to say a month ago, about after an Astros game in Houston or around Houston. A father took his teenage son to an Astros game. They were on their way home from there, and they had an incident with somebody, and they shot into the vehicle. No, Nicolette, they didn't find all the people. There was a lot of people passed away. In that, by now I'm pretty sure they found everybody that was alive, but I know a lot of people passed away. I could definitely cover that from the beginning, so we can know more about it. I just wasn't sure if that was something that everybody would be interested in. So yes, he turned himself in recently, right? Yes, he did. So I don't think that I covered the images of him turning himself in, so that's what we're going to look at next. This is called Deadly Road Rage Case. Bond revoked for man accused of shooting teen following Astros game. Jinxie says, but he's claiming it wasn't him. But allegedly the evidence is that they're saying it was his car. Another thing was that his cell phone pinged in the area. So let's see what more we can find out.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to have you with us today. I'm Ron Trevino.
And I'm Rekha Mudaraj.
Well, that looked weird. Like, when he was moving his mouth, she was talking. Oh, God. Here we go again. Let's wait for this to catch up. Not too sure this is happening. But it happens. Oh, no, I mean the bodies. Oh, I'm not too sure. I have no idea. I'll find out, though. I have no idea where they're at, like on the recovery part of it. I can find out though. Experiencing interruptions? Find out why. Because YouTube sucks. Now fix it. Interrupting my show. Aliens. Stupid aliens. I thought they were on our side. They're just over here fucking up my live stream. Let me try minimizing it again. Sometimes that fixes it for some reason. It's not. Oh, let me try refreshing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to have you with us today. I'm Ron Trevino.
And I'm Rekha Muttaraj. Developing now at 4, a Harris County District Judge has revoked bond for this murder suspect. Prosecutors want Gerald Williams to stay locked up as his deadly road rage case moves through court. Now, a lot has happened in the last 24 hours from his surrender to police to the courtroom. Melissa Correa is following all of these new developments.
She joins us live now from the Harris County Jail. Melissa, what's next in this case?
Correa.
Well, hey there, Ron. Gerald Williams is here, locked up inside, and will be here until at least Friday morning. That's when the bond hearing is scheduled for the man accused of murdering 17-year-old David Castro in a fit of road rage. In the last 24 hours, Gerald...
Yeah? She floats her boat. Good to know.
17-year-old David Castro in a fit of road rage.
Castro.
In the last 24 hours, Gerald Williams turned himself into Houston police, stood before a magistrate on a felony murder charge.
I am going to set his bond at $350,000.
And walked into a Harris County District courtroom where Judge Ana Martinez just revoked that bond. Court documents lay out the case against the 34-year-old. Some of the details were read aloud in court. Traffic cameras captured the white Buick LaCrosse police say Williams purchased earlier this year. Cell phone data allegedly puts him on the path leading up to the July 6th road rage shooting.
The father tried to lose his defendant and was driving and speeding as much as he could, but he could not lose him.
After David Castro was shot and killed, detectives released this photo of the getaway car. Police say Williams then tried selling the rims, which were distinct, and later tried burning the Buick. Because of those details, and because Williams was twice convicted of robbing 2 family dollars at gunpoint, a judge will decide Friday whether Gerald Williams can be released on bond. As the criminal justice system moves forward,
and we get these trials moving like some of them are, you're going to see a better and safer Houston Harris County.
Houston Police Chief Troy Finner is hopeful the 100 tips from the public in this case will encourage others to help investigators solve more violent crimes.
You know what? If you don't do anything about it, tomorrow it could be on your doorstep. And you sitting up.
State records confirm Gerald Williams had been out of prison since February 2020. This afternoon, he is back behind bars. A convicted armed robber now accused of murdering a Houston teen. Rekha, we're going to be back in the courtroom on Friday morning.
Yeah, a lot of people following this story. Melissa, thank you for the update. Let's toss.
Jinxie says, oh, with that evidence, he's fucked. Yeah, totally. And I don't know if I had read an article about this or if it was a different news clip that I had seen, but they were saying something about he was trying to say that whenever the incident happened, that he was at a party or at a get-together with friends and people that didn't know him, and that they could provide an alibi for him. I don't know what came of that, so we'll keep an eye on it. Alright, let's go ahead and continue. Remove. And the next, okay, so this is a Cuomo clip. Wait, this is called Man Uses Mousetrap to Steal Rent Money from Spartansburg Drop Boxes, police say. We gotta see that. It is courtesy of WYFF News 4. I don't know, some of these criminals are pretty creative.
Here at home now tonight, police in Spartanburg say they're asking for your help.
No! Why are you doing this to me? What if I do this again?
Here at home now tonight, police in Spartanburg say they're asking for your help identifying a larceny suspect. Police released this Ring camera video of the suspect. Take a look. Officers say this person used sticky paper mouse traps to steal checks and envelopes from drop boxes. Officers tell us the thefts happened yesterday and Sunday at addresses on Camelot Drive, Marion Avenue, and John B. White Sr. Boulevard in Spartanburg. If you can help
Why are you doing this?
Identify this man, you are asked to call Spartanburg Police or Crime Stoppers.
Oh, that's wild. That bummed me out. I don't know why my internet's fucking up, but it is. Alright, let's continue. Let's remove that. Next one is called... Where you at? Ohio man arrested. Oh yeah, no, we saw this already. This is the airline incident. Let's get rid of that. We're down to our last 47 clips, so we're working through this playlist. This is called Stop Painting Gopher Tortoises, Port St. Lucie veterinarian says, and it's courtesy of WPTV News, FL, Palm Beaches, so on and so on.
A local wildlife veterinarian has an unusual plea to the public tonight, urging people not to paint gopher tortoises, as right now he is working to clean bright pink paint off a tortoise that was dropped off by animal control. Our Megan McRoberts reports today from Port St. Lucie.
This is going to be quite a task to remove this.
This is the first of several days it will take Dr. Leonard Fox.
And there's another one back there. Let me see if I can get it without this thing spazzing out on me. Just go back. What's the big freaking deal? Let me see. Let me refresh.
A local wildlife veterinarian has an unusual
I guess
plea
we'll just watch it
to
from the beginning. Oh my gosh. Jinxie says, I must say, what a great way to steal checks. However, I'd recommend that they get a job instead, for real. Can you imagine? That guy probably hits on chicks. He's probably like, hey, what are you gonna do later? You wanna go out to eat? And it's like stolen rent check money. Shameless.
A local wildlife veterinarian has an unusual plea to the public tonight, urging people not to paint gopher tortoises, as right now he is working to clean bright pink paint off a tortoise that was dropped off by animal control. Our Megan McRoberts reports today from Port St. Lucie.
This is going to be quite a task to remove this.
This is the first of several days it will take Dr. Leonard Fox to clean bright pink paint off of a gopher tortoise dropped off at the Animal Hospital of Westport St. Lucie this week.
Let's try it like this. How's that?
Something that looks potentially harmless but has dangerous health effects on the endangered and protected species.
It's very harmful for the tortoises. Predators can find a pink tortoise very easily, so it could become, food.
It also blocks sunlight, causing vitamin deficiencies.
The gopher tortoise could actually freeze to death.
Dr. Fox says he's concerned because this isn't a first for him.
So I was like, well, here's another one.
And it's not always easy to find who is responsible for doing this, which FWC says is a crime.
He didn't want it to get hit by a car and painted it yellow and thought he was doing something good.
Wow.
This one, pink, I have no idea.
It's also been seen in other parts of the state, like this in 2016. And in 2018, FWC led an investigation leading to an arrest in Lake County after a gopher tortoise there was found covered in red paint.
Little by little.
This tortoise will be taken back to where she was found when she's clean in a few days. In the meantime, Dr. Fox is asking the public to keep this from becoming a trend.
Stop painting the gopher tortoises.
Megan McRoberts, WPTV.
Yeah, leave them alone. They don't need to be pink. They just need to be left alone, away from people, stupid people. I kind of wonder if some idiot wasn't like, oh, pink turtle, it's gonna be cool. Fucking A, man. I don't know. That's just cruel. I always thought it was something else about the shells. Not that they breathed or like maybe like they were porous or something, and the tortoises required something, but it was probably like what they said that's how sun gets on them and they get their vitamins like through there. But yeah, people are so freaking dumb and stupid, just so annoying. I hate that. And to be honest, I mean, if anybody does this, like, I don't know, it's up to you obviously, but I really get annoyed whenever I see like pets painted colors. I mean, I don't know if there's environmental pet friendly hair dye or fur dye out there, but if people are out there like dyeing their their pet's fur with like some toxic shit. That's unacceptable as well. People just gotta stop fucking with animals like that. Alright, let's continue. We'll watch this later. This is called Ohio Man who allegedly groped, assaulted flight attendants. And oh no, we already saw this. We're not gonna see that again. Let's keep going. Oh, this is something interesting that I thought, because I used to do this. This is called What Happens When the Older Kids Take Care of the Younger Ones in a Big Family. This is courtesy of WFMY News 2. I was the older kid. Just saying.
Hey, it's time for my 2 cents. And today, I wanted to talk a little bit about big families. You know, I grew up in a big family, youngest of 5 kids. People were coming in and out all the time. It was chaos, and I loved every minute of it. And now, I have a big family with 4 kids. But I stumbled on these pictures the other day while I was looking through some stuff, and I love these. Take a look. This is my oldest 2. Now, this is probably 3 or 4 years ago, but this is my oldest 2, Bryce and Alex, the twins. They said they wanted to help out with the little ones, and we asked the little ones, would you want Bryce and Alex to put you down? And Tyler and Drew were ecstatic, looking up to the big brothers, that's for sure. It made their night. And looking at these pictures made me think, you know what? Having a big family and siblings taking care of the younger siblings is kind of part of the American way of life, right? If you had a big family, that's what had to happen, because mom and dad simply can't do it all, right? I can tell you that firsthand. It warmed my heart to see these, and even today, they're all still very close, despite the age difference. The twins are about 7.5 years older than the 3rd oldest, Tyler, and almost 10 years older than the youngest, my girl, Drew. It warms my heart to see my kids taking care of each other, and it makes me happy that I have such a loving family with good kids that will work and help out around the house with not too much complaining, just a little bit, just a little bit.
Yep. Let's continue. So he thinks it's a great idea. I guess just not too much of it, because I would straight up like babysit, like adults were gone, and I was probably like 15, and I was taking care of like little kids, and at the time I thought I was like helping, but at the same time, now that I'm older, I'm just like, and I didn't really get any appreciation for it. It's a different case in my case, so I guess to each their own. Alright, let's continue. Remove from playlist and move on to 70-year-old. Oh no, this is gonna be really bad. Viewer discretion is totally advised on this one. I'm taking a big risk, but I have to cover it. 70-year-old woman raped at gunpoint in stairwell of Bronx apartment building, courtesy of CBS New York.
The NYPD Special Victims Unit is looking for the man who raped a woman at gun.
And that's the biggest reason why I covered this story, even though it is shocking, and YouTube has their own policies on stuff like this, but they're looking for somebody at this point, and I feel like this is the best way that I could get the word out. And maybe I don't have like a big huge following or whatever, but you never know, maybe someday. But people need to know if there's a violent offender on the streets that needs to be apprehended and put away. So that's why I'm covering this.
Point in the Bronx. Investigators say he was caught on surveillance camera. CBS 2's Natalie Dudridge has more from Tremont.
Surveillance video shows a man reach into his pants and pull out a silver handgun. Police say he forced a 70-year-old woman who is blurred to conceal her identity into an apartment stairwell where he sexually assaulted and raped her at gunpoint. Neighbors who live nearby can't believe it.
Why would you do that? That's your mother. That's your grandmother.
It happened July 27th at around 2 a.m. in an apartment near Belmont Avenue and 180th Street. Police say the woman was hurt but didn't report the incident until yesterday when she went to the hospital for an evaluation.
To be in your own neighborhood and for someone to attack you like that, you know, that's very vicious. So that goes to show you there's something wrong with him. There's some kind of mental disorder. even he needs help.
Bad, very bad. And if I should catch somebody like that, I'll hold the person until the police come.
Surveillance shows the suspect leaving the building. The man is described as 5'8", weighing 170 pounds, last seen wearing a black do-rag, black hooded sweatshirt, and carrying a red costume mask. Police are hoping with the clear surveillance images, someone recognizes him and turns him in. In the Tremont section of the Bronx, Natalie Dudridge, CBS 2 News.
Here's hoping, because that's really fucked up. And the first woman that said that's your mother, that's your grandmother, I don't think that she meant that like literally. I think she meant that like figuratively, and that's how we should see each other in our own communities, as maybe not relatives or family, but I mean as humans, as people. You know, we're supposed to take care of each other, look out for each other, help each other out, be there for each other, you know, not violently take advantage of each other like that. That was just heartbreaking, and I hope she's okay, and I hope she gets help, because that must have been really traumatizing for her, and it's a really sad story to cover. But there's somebody out there that did this, and they're not, as far as I know, they're not, you know, paying the consequences for it, and as many people as possible need to know about this, so maybe somebody will say something. Jinxie says that camera wasn't an old camera either. They're going to catch him. I hope so. I really do hope so. And that's why I'm going to save this too, so that I could keep an eye on it. There's just a lot of cases, you know. Just today we watched 70 clips. So it's too much for me to just remember like in one sitting to just try to recall all of these cases. So I keep them in a separate folder so that I could go back and try to remember or to look for updates. Alright, so we're gonna skip the Cuomo story for now. I guess what I did was I thought I was gonna go from top to bottom, but that didn't really work out. It was supposed to be I thought I was supposed to go from bottom to top, but I was supposed to go from top to bottom, but it's okay. I ended up watching the newer ones first. It's alright. We're just going to continue on the track that we were on. Okay, so this is not going to be a serious story. I keep forgetting to activate my advisories and stuff, but alright. So this next one is Web Extra. Omaha's Henry Dorley Zoo announces birth of giraffe calf. Let's check it out. This is from KMTV 3 News Now.
3 News Now Web Extra.
We're here today because we had a giraffe birth over the weekend, and so it is now 3 days old, and the keepers have told me that it's a male. It's a little boy, giraffe. They are amazing, and how
Look at his little ears and his eyes and his long lashes. So cute.
fast they're up and about and running around, and you can see with not quite 3 days he's already pretty mobile. His father's 12, Jawari, and his mother is Betty Francis, and Betty Francis is 10, and this is her first calf. The male has had 5 calves all here at the zoo.
He's a slut.
It's kind of exciting for us for a couple of reasons. Number one, she's a first-time mom, and we always worry a little bit more about whether she's going to display all the right maternal behavior. But she has been a great mom ever since the get-go. Right after it was born, she started cleaning it off. And is very attentive. She stands still while the calf nurses, and it's had several nursing bouts, nurses pretty regularly. The calf is quite independent. It moves around on its.
I've only seen a giraffe at the zoo. They're pretty cool to look at, but like I've always wanted to see them like out in the wild. As dangerous as that sounds, maybe on a safari, just something not too crazy. Because like I said before, I'm not a risk taker, but I would like to see something like that in real life.
Its own, it doesn't necessarily stay attached to mom, but it walks around a little bit. Has a mind of its own, and
Jinxie says, "Don't judge him. How dare you? Papa was a Rolling Stone."
it's fun to be down here just to see it. Reticulated giraffe, of which this is one of 4 species, is endangered. They sort of flew under the wire for a long time in Africa. There's about a little less than 120,000 giraffe in the wild. So that's about 1/4 the number of elephants. And we always talk about elephants, but giraffe has sort of slipped by science for a long time. Of this particular species, there's only about 16,000 left in the wild, and their population has decreased by half in the last 30 years. So a lot of cause for concern. Every new birth gives us a little bit more hope here. They do fairly well in zoos. They've done well here, and this baby makes 10 for us now here at the zoo. They're about 6 feet tall when they're born. They come out feet first, front feet first, like they're diving, and by the
Remember when I said that I had to get the keys out of my friend's truck, so I had to go into that little window in the back? And then when I went through it, my friend said that I look like a what did he say? A deer being born? A fawn being born? That's what he's describing. Jinxie says fucking humans, we're killing off everything, I'm telling you. That's so sad. That is so sad. These giraffes are gorgeous, and it's just kind of sad to like see them like enclosed like that, but that's the only way to keep them safe. It fucking sucks.
The time the pelvis gets pushed out, the front feet are almost touching the ground. So about 6 feet, maybe, it's hard to say, maybe 140 pounds, roughly. It's all hands off, especially since she's taking such good care of the calf. The hooves aren't hard when they're first born. They're really soft, and they're covered by sort of a gelatinous kind of coat so that they don't harm the female when they're inside. But they harden up pretty quick when they're exposed to air.
See, nature just finds a way to work itself out. It's just us. It's us humans. It's just like to fuck shit up every chance.
Betty Francis has always been interested in other calves born here. She's been very, very interested, watching the whole process. It's nice for her to have her own.
See, she even has her own personality. Like, how cute is that?
It's not often you see baby animals that are just perfect miniatures of their adult parents, and that's the case with giraffe.
Well, that was cool. That was educational. I like that. I like to add educational and interesting videos so it's not all crime and bad news. Okay, so let's remove it and continue. This is called One Suspect Arrested, Another on the Run, Accused of Killing Woman in Chester County. Jinxie says, we're even our own worst enemies. We're the worst. I can agree to that. Just considering all the stuff that's happening in nature, animals going extinct, the ocean is polluted, the air is polluted, and, you know, the ground is polluted. I can't take my Scruffy out for a walk because there's going to be, you know, violent dogs out there. They're going to want to attack us at the first chance. Oh, it's just a crazy world out there. I just don't know. I don't know if there's a way to fix it. I wish there was, because I would do my part. I want to say I am doing my part by raising awareness to what the reality is out there. But alright, let's continue with this next clip.
Breaking news now at 6 o'clock.
This has to do with a murder mystery that we're following out of South Carolina. So we told you in the 5 o'clock hour there's a search for a killer after a woman's body was found on the side of a road in Chester County. That victim identified as 63-year-old Linda Robinson from Fairfield County.
WCNC Charlotte's Indira Skiva joins us live. Indira, you just got some new information from investigators?
Fred, we learned literally just minutes ago that Chester County deputies have named 2 suspects. These 2 suspects have been, warrants have been issued charging them with murder in the murder of 63-year-old Linda Robinson. I'm going to name these 2 suspects. The first one is Amber Nicole Harris. Now, she is in custody here at the Chester County Sheriff's Office, and there is a second suspect. He is still wanted. That is George Fail. We have his photo. We're going to show you that photo right now. The sheriff wants to make it a point that he is considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, please call 911. The Chester County.
Look at his eye. I'm only making fun of him because he's a murder suspect. But if this was like you know, if I knew someone in real life that was a friend or whatever, I would never even mention it or think anything of it. You know, people are different. They're people. They're gonna have, you know, I'm obviously like have my insecurities and stuff like that. But with this guy, he possibly killed somebody. So I'm just gonna mention about how his eye is taken off. Even him. This is how you can tell he's a bad guy. I'm just saying, if there's anybody out there that has this condition, I'm not, you know, talking about, you know, you. I'm talking about this guy, because he's an asshole. Alright, or possibly an asshole. Jinxie says, which way do you think he was looking, though? I want to say his good eye. This one. Yeah, I think he was trying to look straight away, and his eyeball's just like, no, fuck this guy. Like, get me out of here.
County Sheriff's Office says the pair was seen with Robinson, that's the victim, at the Walmart here in Chester, and then later they were seen in her car together. Now, we remind you that Robinson was visiting from Fairfield County. She was running errands here in Chester County. Her family reported her missing because she'd been gone for too long. She was last seen at the Walmart here in Chester. Her body was later found at Carpenter Road in Chester County. Her car was found hours later. This all happened yesterday, spiraling a death investigation. Now we know that 2 people, warrants have been issued for 2 people, charging them with murder. Now here's the big thing that the sheriff told me today. He believes that Robinson was committing an act of kindness, that she met these people sometime between her journey from Fairfield County to Chester County, and she was trying to help them. That led to her death. We'll continue monitoring this situation.
Do you think that this is related to the other clip that we saw? Do you remember? Or is this another case of somebody helping somebody that, oh, you see what I mean? This is devastating. This is seriously the world we live in. People that are helping people are getting murdered by the people they're helping. What the fuck?
Live in Chester County, Indira Esquiva, WCNC Charlotte.
Heartbreaking story, but thanks for getting us this update so quickly, Indira. We appreciate it. And be sure that we're going to stay on top of this story as we get new developments.
I'm saving it. I think I saved the other one too. That way later on, I will take notes about, not take notes, sorry, I was thinking about your comment, so I can compare them to see if it's the same case or not, because that's crazy if it's a different one. Save to watch later, and then remove. Alright, let's continue. Man who says he was wrongfully convicted of 1987 murder must wait to confront City of Newport, and that's courtesy of WCPO 9. Let's see what's going on over here.
Man who spent 28 years in prison for a murder that he says he didn't commit will have to wait a little longer to confront those who oversaw his case. William Ricky Virgil sued many of those detectives and the City of Newport as well for wrongful conviction. That trial was set to begin later this month. Investigative reporter Paula Christian explains why a federal judge decided to delay his trial and what this means for Virgil, who turned 70 this year.
Conviction has been vacated.
This is video from December of 2015 when a Kentucky judge granted Virgil a new trial. This came after Kentucky Innocence Project attorneys pushed for DNA testing that they say exonerated Virgil in the brutal murder of Retha Welch inside her Newport apartment in 1987.
Apparently she was hit in the head, we think it's by a crock pitcher that was found on the floor in the kitchen.
Virgil's
real quick, talking about the last case, Jinxie said that's why when I see someone broke down on the side of the road, I just keep on moving. I mean, I'm not too sure how it works, if you could call like the authorities and let them know that somebody looks like they need help on the side of the road. I don't know how that works, but yeah, no, I wouldn't trust it. I don't know if I told you this, but the other day I needed to go to the store to because a friend of mine had wired me some money because I was going through hard times. So I walked over there. On the way there it was fine, but on the way back I got harassed so much, like just people pulling over, like trying to check me out and shit like that, and I don't give a fuck how hot it was. It was like 94 degrees, super clear, very, very bright, hot. I would not step into anybody's vehicle. if it had been somebody that knew me, if somebody would have said my name and it was somebody that I knew, that would have been different. But it was just these strange motherfuckers just like pulling over, and I was like, God, just let me be. Like, I just need to get home. That was really frustrating. But yeah, no, this isn't the kind of world where we can be just trusting anybody. You know, I already learned that a long time ago, and especially after the case that we saw. I can't remember if you were here. We were covering Samantha Josephson, and she walked into the wrong vehicle thinking that it was her Uber ride. Yeah, no, fuck that. And it's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, damn creepers, like, just get the hell away from me. But in this case, like, that's pretty wild. If the DNA does exonerate him, I think that he should not be imprisoned anymore. But let's see what's going on.
Friend Karen Oglesby was in the courtroom that day that Virgil won a new trial, and she says police arrested the wrong man.
When this was supposed to take place, he was at my party.
Virgil filed a civil suit against Newport police in 2016, saying they fabricated.
So she's providing an alibi for him. She says that when the crime was taking place, he was with her at her apartment. I mean, sounds legit, but then again, they're gonna probably just say that that's hearsay or, you know, something like that. Like, can't prove that. They're gonna want more proof than somebody's word, I think.
Needed evidence and paid a jail witness to testify against him. He hired a Chicago law firm.
What? They paid? Are you serious? Did I hear that right? This is probably gonna fuck up the connection. But the 2016 lawsuit alleges Newport police fabricated evidence and paid a witness. If that's true, that's bullshit. That's really fucked up. And if they did do that, watch. They won't be like arrested. They won't go to jail. Fucking cops are like super protected. But let's keep watching.
He hired a Chicago law firm who has won multi-million-dollar verdicts in wrongful conviction cases across the country. But just as the case was about to go to trial in federal court in Covington on August 23rd, the city of Newport asked for a delay. The city wants to give 2 former officers time to appeal. They say qualified immunity shields them from having to go to trial. Judge David Bunning agreed to the delay on July 27th. This likely puts the trial on hold for at least a year. I reached out to attorneys on both sides, but no one would go on camera. Virgil's attorneys say in court filings, quote, "People do not live forever. Justice delayed is justice denied." Paula Christian, WCPO 9 I-Team.
That's a long time, 1987. It's insane, but of course I want to stay up to date with that, so I'm going to save it, and then I'll remove it, and then we have another Cuomo case. This is a funny video that I saw. I hope I don't have my advisory up, but this is called Orangutan Discovers How Cool Sunglasses Are. It makes visitors giddy. It is courtesy of CGTN America.
Lie down? Oh yeah, try it up.
That's hilarious. He has one upside down. Almost.
This is fantastic stuff.
You almost have one right. Wait. Okay, almost right.
She knows. She's figuring it out. She's like, oh, and I cover my eyes. It blocks the sun.
No, the baby's trying to teach him. Or her. I'm not sure if that's a girl or a boy. Let me lower the music down. That is so funny. I love watching animal videos, if you couldn't tell. That is wild. Oh, give the belts to the baby.
They're bored of it and they're gonna like rip the arms off.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yep, he's already chewing on it. But I mean, it's cute. Wow. It's cute, but it's also really like dangerous because I mean, it's an animal. He doesn't know. He could choke on it, on the little small parts and stuff like that. So sometimes on these videos, like I get caught up on like the cuteness, and then afterwards I think about it and I'm like, wait, you know what? I should have mentioned that that was also like pretty dangerous. It says later the orangutan threw back the glasses. Yeah, see, he even knew that, or she, I don't know if it's a boy or girl, but they even knew that they weren't supposed to have them and they could be toxic. So he rejected them and threw them back at the people. Good for them. I hope they show where he like, yeah, fuck your sunglasses. And they're broken.
That's so crazy.
That is crazy. I like it. Workers tossed her some food as a reward.
Whoa.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, he had him on right for a little bit. That's so cute.
You gonna keep him on?
Alright, let's go ahead and continue. I hope that video isn't an issue. I've gotten some really interesting copyright claims over videos like that. Alright, let's remove it and continue. And we're down to our last 39 clips. So we're moving along. Jinxie says, I saw a video earlier of a bird finding out that a golf ball bounces on concrete. Don't know if it was real, but it looked legit. Oh shit. I'll have to look for that one. That sounds funny. Alright, let's continue. 8 alleged gang members charged with financial crime spree. And this is courtesy of CBS New York.
Tonight, 8 alleged New York City gang members are now facing charges. They're accused of taking part in shootings and what investigators describe as sophisticated financial crimes. Among their victims, Uber and Lyft drivers. CBS 2's Dave Carlin has more.
21-year-old Aaron Heredia was escorted into a Manhattan courtroom to answer multiple charges in what prosecutors say was a wave of gang-related financial and violent crimes involving 8 suspects, described as members of the 2030 crew, or 30 block, connected to crimes including this infamous shootout. September 21st, bullets exchanged by members of rival gangs inside a Bronx car dealership. 3 bullets struck this father, not an intended target, while he shielded his children with his body.
Oh, fuck. He was on top of his kids, protecting them, and then he got shot over a situation that had nothing to do with him at a car dealership. What the fuck? That's like something out of a movie, but it happened in real life.
Police say the same group of suspects knew guns and violence, but also sophisticated financial schemes.
The gang activity that we're seeing in our counties is often intersected with an economic aspect of grand larceny and cybercrime.
The cases against them unraveled with a single call to 911 from a rideshare driver. Police say the suspects would order Ubers or Lyfts, asking drivers to borrow their phones, then transferring money from the driver's accounts connected to.
They would. Oh, wow. They figured that out? That's crazy. I never even thought about that. I've never taken an Uber and a Lyft, but I'm gonna my dog wants to go outside. But yeah, that's crazy. So they would ask the Uber drivers if they could borrow their phone, and then they would fucking jack them like that. That's crazy. Emmanuel Briggs says, I remember that story because of the father. Did me or Queen cover it? Because I think I remember that too. I want to say I've seen that news clip.
Apps and depositing it into their accounts.
The goal is to make.
How do you even do that? Like, that's probably not something that I would want to educate people on anyways, but I'm going to be thinking about that. Like, how the fuck did they figure that out? Like, hey, let me borrow your phone. And then they go into their Uber account and then transfer the money into theirs. That's crazy. And stupid, too, because that's leaving a trail. Obviously, it's gonna show where the money went.
Make money and further their lifestyle and terrorize neighborhoods.
Prosecutors say the financial and cyber crimes did not end there, alleging the gang members also took money intended for the needy in the pandemic.
Wow. That's heinous. Taking money from the needy? Really, that's a fucking new low right there. I mean, not really a new low. They're also involved with like murder and rapes and stuff like that. I mean, I know it, but that's wild. Just straight up taking money from the needy now. Fuck.
Their greed led to their undoing when their identities were uncovered through the cashing of money orders at various post offices and other financial institutions.
I will not let the Bronx be destroyed bullet by bullet.
City, state, and federal investigators combined resources, prompting Commissioner Shea to call this bust precision policing at its finest. In Lower Manhattan, Dave Carlin, CBS 2 News.
Calls for the governor.
Right. Nick Lamore says people are going to ruin Lyft, Uber. CV already has it messed up. Yeah. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, I want to know what's gonna happen with that story, so I'll save it. I'm gonna pick a story real quick that's like a little bit longer. Okay, this is probably having to do with Como, so not that one. I gotta let my dogs out. I could tell he's like going to the door and looking at me, so I'm gonna take care of that. Let's go to this. So this is related to the road rage shooting that we were talking about a little while ago. It happened after the Astros game. A father and his teenage son were involved. The teenage son was shot to death. This is called Raw Video, First Court Appearance for Man Accused of Shooting, Killing Teen After Astros Game, and this is courtesy of KHOU. I'll be listening in on my headphones, but I gotta let my dogs out real quick, so I'll just let this play in the meantime.
Next is Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, you're charged in the 179th District Court with murder. Would you like to have an attorney appointed to represent you, sir? All right, and would you like to have Ms. Arline represent you this evening? All right, are you a U.S. citizen, sir? Mr. Prince?
Your Honor, this case is a road rage case where this defendant and the witness were having words after leaving a baseball game here in Houston. The defendant began to follow the complaining witness, and as the witness attempted to elude and get away from him, this defendant shot at the witness's vehicle, striking the complainant, who is the witness's son, resulting in his death.
What? That's the nipple guy, right? How's the nipple guy? Cuomo? Is that what you're talking about? Because if yes, then yes. We still need to get into his situation, because that was viral and trending, like I want to say like all week so far, but it's a few clips related to it, so I kind of wanted to leave those for the end, so that way it'll be like a block of just that situation instead of watching it like sporadically. Yeah, that's the nipple guy. Hashtag Nipplegate.
So we are asking for the bond to be set or moved to the trial court.
I have it as loud as it can go. Unfortunately, I can't raise it more than that, so my apologies. I know he sounds kind of far away, but maybe you'll probably have to like raise the volume.
Mr. Williams commits this offense with a deadly weapon after having a previous conviction for a felony. He's also been convicted of 2 prior felonies, 2 aggravated robbery cases with deadly weapons. So we are opposed to personal bond. We ask that he not be permitted to drive.
Hey, Leak You, how you doing? Dang, girl. Just dropping by. Okay. Oh wow, my phone was freaking out. Thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate you being here. Subscribe to Leak You's channel. Anybody that isn't already, she also covers true crime news and breaking news and just events that are happening. She likes to cover a lot of stuff too, and she has her own opinion and insight. So I definitely subscribe to her channel as well. Let me mod you up though. Add. Okay, cool. There you go. All right, let's continue.
Without permission from the court, that he's not possessing weapons or firearms, have GPS monitoring, have a house arrest curfew, and that his travel be restricted to Harris County and contiguous counties. Also, ask that he surrender any passport that he might possess or any other travel documents to the court.
All right, Ms. Arline.
He uses a deadly weapon after a prior conviction for a felony. He has 2 prior convictions for aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon.
Oh, that's my dog.
Right. This is a post-Astros game shooting. It's a road rage type incident where this defendant chased the complainant, a 17-year-old child who was a passenger with his father. The father tried to lose this defendant and was driving and speeding as much as he could, but he could not lose him. The witness saw this defendant extend his arm out of the car and shoot. This defendant told people at a family gathering that he messed up after someone hit his car. This is a fact that was, the fact that there was an accident was not released to the media before that statement was made by this defendant to someone else. This defendant was identified by a friend who helped him sell the rims off the car, and then the car that was involved was later burned. Insurance was found.
That's crazy about the car. I also wanted to mention Leak U is a fellow Texan. So yeah, definitely show your support.
Have been issued to this defendant at his address for that car. He's a PSA 4.2 average risk. Yes to current violent offense. Prior misdemeanor and felony convictions. Prior violent conviction. No failures to appear. Yes to prior sentence to incarceration. He does have 2 convictions on the same date for ag robbery with a deadly weapon, and he did have, as a condition or as a part agreement of that, a robbery deadly weapon case dismissed. I'm going to issue the following conditions. He's going to appear in court each and every time the case is on the docket. He shall commit no crime, engaging in conduct that could result in his arrest. He shall have no contact with the family of Paul Castro. He shall not drive without permission of court. He shall surrender his passport. He shall have his travel restricted.
Exact opposite that I meant to do.
County.
Hey, pause it already. Have you heard about this situation, Leak U, about the road rage incident after the Astros game? It's pretty crazy so far. It happened, I want to say, maybe less than a month ago, more or less. A father and a son were at the Astros game, and they were coming back, and they had an incident with somebody, and their car got shot at, and unfortunately it killed the teenage son. He was only like 17 years old. It was really sad. And from what I understand, they're saying now that he tried to burn the car, but from what I understand as well, he tried to sell the car too. No, you're just hearing about it? Yeah, he just turned himself in. He was Quanell X was with him. I just showed the video where he turned himself in, and Quanell X was his spokesperson. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. So right now I'm showing the raw video of his court appearance. So they're talking a little bit more about why he's arrested and the evidence that they have against him. It's pretty crazy.
He must not use, possess, or consume marijuana, controlled substances, or dangerous drug without a lawful prescription. He may not use a firearm. He is going to submit to electronic monitoring to be installed within 2.
Yeah, Quanell usually shows his face in Houston stories, huh? But yeah, that's where it happened. I want to say like somewhere near Houston. I'm not too sure where the Astros play. I doubt, probably right in Houston, but it's probably somewhere around there.
2 days of his release, he will be under 24/7 house arrest. The cost of that is going to be waived. I am not going to approve a PR bond, and I am going to set his bond at $350,000.
That bond was later on revoked.
We're done with Mr. Williams. Thank you.
We're done with him too. Just kidding. Alright, so that was the first court appearance, so we're gonna remove that, and let's backtrack a little bit and show the next game that's related. Oh, Leaky says, I'm in YT jail right now, but get out in a few more days. Alright, I'll definitely make sure to come by more often and share it. Yes, thank you, I'd appreciate that. That sucks. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, but, like, what happened? Was it... I mean, YouTube is so, like, strict. It's ridiculous. Earlier, too, like, I played a couple of videos that I was like, God, they better not come after me over this. Like, it's supposed to be, first of all, fair use. Another thing is freedom of speech, but YouTube does not respect any of those things. They have their own rules, unfortunately. They get in the way of what we're trying to do, which is not even hurting anybody. If anything, we're trying to help out our communities and letting people be aware of suspects that are out there and committing crimes, and you know, we need to be on the lookout for and stuff like that, and they'll just find whatever reason. Oh no. Okay, the Rona medical misinformation straight. I can't believe it. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Especially like if we're just relaying what they're putting out there. Like, what I mean by they is like the media. We're not giving advice or anything. We're just giving our opinion. What the fuck? They're slowly like silencing like anybody they can. It's just so unfair. I'm sorry, Leaky. I'm sorry to hear about that. But on the plus side, it's just a few more days, so you'll be back. Do you have any backup channels that you could go live on? If you do, you could drop it in the chat. That way, like, Jinxie could subscribe. I want to say probably everybody else is subscribed. I share some subs with Queen, so they're probably already subbed to you. Leaky says, if you're not pushing the government narrative, they're striking. Yeah, it figures. That's so unfair. Let's go ahead and continue with the playlist. We're down to our last 37 clips, so we're getting there. This next one is related to the last clip that we saw. It's called Deadly Road Rage Case. Judge grants $350,000 bond to man accused of shooting teen after the Astros game. I want to say this is straight out of the last video we saw, but if it's a news report, maybe the reporter will give us some new give us some other information that we don't know about yet, and if not, it's just a minute-long clip, so it's no big deal. It's on your featured channel list. Okay, that's awesome. So go to her channel, and you can be guided to her backup channel through there. All right, let's watch this clip.
New tonight, bond is set at $350,000 for the man.
Now remember, this is an older clip, so that bond has been revoked in real time. So we're watching this to see if there's any other information that we can grab from it.
Accused of killing a teenager in a road rage incident. Gerald Williams appeared in probable cause court tonight, where a judge ordered Williams to wear an ankle monitor and not drive without permission from the court if he makes bond. Police say Williams is a man seen driving a white Buick LaCrosse that chased the Castro family through downtown after they left an Astros game last month. Police say Williams followed the Castros along I-10 to Wayside, where they say he fired at least one shot into the Castros pickup, killing 17-year-old David Castro. Today, Williams turned himself into police after detectives say they got more than 100 solid tips. David's dad, Paul Castro, grateful.
Prayers were answered today. Our family's been praying for the safe arrest of the suspect. I think today just proves that love is greater than anger and hate.
The Castro family is calling on you to do a random act of kindness in honor of David. The hashtag #RAKDavid connects those uplifting acts to the Castros who are reading the online posts.
All right. Yes, what a stupid crime. Yeah, there's just, I want to say this is the third road rage incident that I've covered in the past month or so. Maybe 2 months. In Southern California, there's a case of a 6-year-old boy. His name is Aiden Leos. He was riding in the back of the car. His mom, I think, cut somebody off or something like that. And then the vehicle came back around and she flipped them off. I don't know if they were driving aggressively, like next to her or something like that. She flipped them off. And then they responded by shooting into the car, and they shot the little boy to death. And then it took like a month and something like $500,000 reward for people to start talking and start saying who it was. And then they apprehended the suspects and arrested them. And then there was somebody else. I can't seem to think of it right now. But then there's this one. Who else? I covered it today, I think, even. I'm not sure what happened. Whenever there's 3 pieces of information, for some reason I can remember 2 and then forget 1. It'll come to me. But yeah, road rage is a really big issue nowadays. Emmanuel Briggs says, just don't understand these idiots killing people over a stupid traffic dispute. I'm telling you, just let it go. You're okay. They're okay. Like, why make it, like, not just worse, but just the ultimate, like, bad thing to happen? You know, people are all going through stress. A lot of people are frustrated and stuff like that. Oh, Southern Way's here. Hey! Damn, that's sad. Stupid people. Tell me about it. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Okay, so let me go ahead and get rid of that clip real quick before I forget and replay it. I'm going to start from the top to the bottom and go down to the bottom now, since I kind of jacked up. And you keep your pew-pew with you? Good. That's good. We live in that kind of world where probably everyone should carry one, for all I know. I know I want one. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get into this one clip. It's 40 minutes long, but it's really, I'm hesitant to call it interesting because it's actually more devastating than anything. Out of all these clips, this was the only one that I actually watched. It was one of the first ones that I saved, and I want to say I was like getting ready to do something or whatever, and I had this playing on in the background, and I just remember going, like, just being shocked, just like, what? Like, I kept like saying out loud, no way, I can't believe it, stuff like that. And I was just like, I have to show this, like, there's no way I can just keep this one to myself. So the way says, yes, I'm slow in many ways, even joining the chat. You're good, don't even say that. You're actually really funny. I like having you here. I'm sure everybody thinks so too. Alright, yes, so this is called Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. I actually really like this sheriff. I'm not a big fan of like law enforcement and stuff like that, but this guy is actually really cool. He's snarky as hell. He throws shade like a motherfucker. He's just a really cool guy, in my opinion. He likes to let us know about crimes that are happening in his county. I want to say he's probably one of the only ones that goes out of his way and takes his time to have news conferences and give people updates on the criminals that he's putting away, and I honestly commend him for that. And I think that more law enforcement should do things like this. It says details arrest of 17 people accused of preying upon children, and this was streamed on August 3rd and courtesy of 10 Tampa Bay. And then Liku said, oh my god, I heard about this 17 people. Yes, is this Operation something? I want to say I saw Queen upload a video about this, but I don't know if I told you, Leek, but I got a job. I have a job now. So I've been doing that, and as soon as I get home, like this kind of job where I'm on my feet all day running around and stuff like that, so like I get home and I'm like really tired, and I haven't been able to like keep up on like live streams and like videos and stuff like that. Thanks. But I have a day off on Tuesday, so I was gonna take that day to catch up on stuff like that, because yeah, even today I was just kind of like considering, should I go live? Maybe yes, maybe no, but then I was like, no, I need to go live. Like, I miss everybody, and these news clips were piling up. I started with 70 something clips, and we're down to 36. So thanks, Leek, I appreciate that. So yeah, so then this one, like, I really felt it important to share it with you all, so let's get into it. I want to say at the beginning, it's well, fuck it, let's look at the pictures. Alright, so these are the 17 criminals. They're predators. They had a sting where professionals had they didn't contact these people, actually. They were like bait, and these individuals reached out to them because they thought that the people they were talking to were minors, were children. The sheriff is going to talk more about like what it took to get them arrested, the things that they were saying, a little bit about the things they were saying, doing. You know, I have my playlist. It's a bit of a hobby, you know. I figure if I'm gonna be scrolling through a news feed that's gonna be completely news stories and breaking news and current events and stuff like that, I might as well save them. And if I'm going to save them, I might as well share them. So, yeah. Thanks. I appreciate it. So, yeah. So, the sheriff is going to talk more about what it took to get these people arrested. And it's just really sad and disgusting. Some of them worked at Disneyland, where they had easy access to children. And it's just really disturbing. In fact, I should put my disclaimer up. It's right here. So, this is going to be bad. This is the best way for me to describe it, so let's watch. And I need to get some water, so I'll be right back. Alright, so we took a look at them, and it looks like there's going to be a little bit of break. It's buffering. So here he is. And let me see what I can do about getting the video back. Let's see, where are we? Like 6 minutes. Let me refresh. Hopefully that'll fix it. Come on, come on, come on. Let's see what's going on. I want to say that's not me because everything is good on my other device. Let me see if I do this, if that'll fix it. Because I already refreshed it. Let me pause it. Nope. Let me try refreshing again. Okay, I guess we're waiting. And stretch. This might be a good time for everybody to stand up, stretch. We've been here for almost 3.5 hours. That's not too bad. What is going on? Come on, we want to see this. I'm running out of solutions. What the fuck, miss? I broke it! I left and it missed me and it just decided to go all wonky. Come on, come on. Let me try maybe playing another video.
Tonight, 13
Oh,
investigators.
that video worked. Yeah, I guess this video is like fucked up now. Let me try going forward. It hates me. It heard me talking shit. It was like, fuck you, I'm not gonna let you play me like that. Alright, let's watch that other video then. Colorado Springs DUI case concerns, and then we'll go back to that
Tonight,
other
13 investigates court rulings in El Paso County that could impact more than 1,000 DUI cases that came about during the pandemic.
Some judges have ruled that drivers' rights were violated when the Colorado Springs Police Department failed to use breath tests for nearly a year. Chief investigative reporter Chelsea Brensel is live outside the police.
It was you then. See, and I'm blaming myself. I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's YouTube. I'd rather blame YouTube, to be honest. They're always trying to fuck our shit up, right, Leak?
Operations headquarters in Colorado Springs to explain.
In March 2020, the Colorado Springs Police Department suspended breath testing for DUIs. The idea was to prevent the spread of COVID-19, but it's how long Springs Police had that policy in place that is resulting in dismissed cases and evidence being tossed out. When you are pulled over by a Colorado police officer and are under the suspicion of DUI, you have a few options. Drivers can refuse to take a blood alcohol test, or
the express consent law in Colorado allows a motorist to elect between a blood or a breath.
I said the C word like way earlier. Maybe that's what it is. They caught on. Okay, Leak. I'll be here for a bit.
But in March 2020, CSPD stopped breath.
Oh no, not again. Don't make me call it a night already. Yeah, it hates me. Okay, what are our options? What can we do? Let's stop screen sharing. Let us get rid of that tab. Maybe it's the tab, I guess. We can go back and reload and then bring it back, and then hopefully that'll be better. We're down to our last like 36 clips. Yay, I fixed it. Let's share screen and make sure we share audio and bring it back. We'll go back to that other clip we were just watching because this one started working, and I'm just gonna let it play. I'm not even gonna fuck with it because it's a little bit long, so I don't want it to do that again. Yeah. Ugh, or should I risk it? Because there's like 4 minutes of like nothing. I'm gonna risk it. Okay, good. Perfect. It likes me again. Okay, so this was the clip that I was telling you earlier about the predators that got caught trying to prey on children. And this is the sheriff that's having a news conference about it, and he's going to tell us all about these criminals. Please don't buffer. Okay, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us today. I have two of my colleagues who I highly respect, and Director Byrd from Winter Haven. He is the Director of Public Safety for not only the police department, but the fire department. If you find me calling him chief, he said that's okay because he was the chief before he was the director. And Chief Andy Ray, who I've worked with for many years. They epitomize what professional law enforcement is all about. They joined us as well as members of the Orlando Police Department and the Orange County Sheriff's Office to do our Operation Child Protector.
Oh, you've seen them?
And once again, Child Protector is very important to us. It's very important to the community. Most importantly, it's important to the children who we saved. What you see on this board here, and I'm going to go over this individually, are deviants. Incredible deviants. They travel from as far away as Clewiston, Florida. One even came from Los Angeles. He was in the Orlando area, decided that he'd stop in and engage a 13 and 14-year-old child in sex. But much to their chagrin, instead of meeting with children, young children, they were met by law enforcement officers from the police departments as well as the sheriff's office who were online, undercover, posing as children. I'm going to introduce you to these folks for just a few minutes and give you some of the information that is pertinent to their deviant conduct. These are nasty, nasty, nasty people. And when we go through this, understand that obviously we can't even use the words that they used.
Right.
We obviously can't show you the pictures and the video clips that they sent to what they thought were 13-year-old little girls and little boys.
Jeez.
But we'll start with Jonathan McGrew.
Fuck
Jonathan
that guy.
works for Disney. He's a custodian. He works at Hollywood Studios.
God.
And he dates Savannah Lawrence.
Fuck
Guess
her
what?
too.
She's a custodian. She works for Disney Hollywood Studios. So this pair showed up thinking that they would have a threesome with a 13-year-old little girl. The suspect sent videos of he and Savannah having sex to what he thought was a 13-year-old child. In fact, he said to the child, "We want to enjoy this opportunity. We don't want to rush. And then at the conclusion, maybe even we'll cuddle a little bit." Are you kidding me? That's how you're talking toward 13-year-old children. He went on to say that our fantasy is to play stepdad, stepdaughter, stepmom, teacher, student, maybe even shoplifter, where we do a strip search.
Oh my God.
So he gave all of these details before the two of them showed up. Well, guess what? Savannah said, "I'm just a follower."
Mm-hmm.
But she admitted and confessed that they came there to engage a child. Well, if that's not enough, Disney employees, how about another one? This one is a lifeguard at Disney Animal Kingdom Lodge. Kenneth Aquino, he's 26. He left his girlfriend, who was 7 months pregnant with his child, in order to go have sex with a child, a 13-year-old. He bragged about his prowess and how wonderful he was. He's a Navy veteran. That's right. He was working toward a dive team or a SEAL team or some kind of special ops job.
And then?
They did a background on him and found out that he had friends or affiliates that were gang members, and they tossed him. But that didn't stop him from showing up in his work clothes from Disney in order to have sex. He confessed.
I agree.
And then we have Juan Guadalupe.
They usually, Nicolette Moore says, wonder how they were communicating and how they met the children. They usually use like dating apps, or I don't know, probably like just apps where young people are gravitated towards, probably like TikTok or whatever. Bigo, I remember they said that Bigo was a big app that the kids would use and stuff like that, and that's how adults would meet children. So they'll use undercover agents posing as kids, you know, and that's how they lure them in, and it's very to catch a predator, you know what I mean? But I'm pretty sure that's how they do it. Because nowadays, like, Craigslist doesn't even have, like, personals, from what I understand. And I can't imagine another way. Like, maybe, like, Facebook. But definitely, like, social media. Maybe even, like, Instagram. They're definitely using social media to find them in the first place.
Aurora. He's a registered nurse for Advent Healthcare and Celebration. Now, don't you know that you want to wake up in a hospital with a registered nurse that was just visiting a 14-year-old to have sex? Well, Juan was locked up, and he didn't have the opportunity to do any kind of thing with a 14-year-old. And then there's Philip Nelson. He traveled to meet a 14-year-old girl. He left his 7- and 8-year-old children with his mother.
Wow.
So he could show up to have sex with a child. That's right. He's employed by Powertown Line Construction, and he confessed that he left his children with his mother so he could have sex.
Gross.
Did I mention our detectives that work this operation are simply the very best? They're skilled in talking as if they're 13 and 14-year-old children. And they worked around the clock for a week in order to arrest 17 people. So now we'll introduce you to Carlos Flores. He is a store manager for Starbucks. I bet they're proud. He's assigned to the Orlando International Airport. He has a 13-year-old female who he was pursuing and thought that he was going to engage in sex. But he did not want to come inside the building. He wanted the girl to meet him in his car, because that was his fantasy, to have sex with a child in the car. Now, because of HIPAA, I won't tell you which one, but I can tell you.
Oh yeah, this part's fucked up. If you're not paying attention, you gotta pay attention to this part.
That one of the people that we are talking about today was HIV positive. Did you hear what I'm telling you?
I heard it.
He's HIV positive. He showed up to have unprotected sex with what he thought was a child. Now, if that's not the worst of the worst, I can't imagine how it gets any worse.
I'm sick.
The guy is HIV positive. Let me say that again, because you know, you just can't believe it when you hear it the first time. He's HIV positive. He shows up to have what he thinks is going to be unprotected sex with a child, with a little girl.
Who's trying to infect
Fortunately,
children?
Our detectives were there instead of a 13-year-old child. But guess what? Had it been a curious little girl as opposed to our very experienced detectives, she would have been directly exposed to HIV this weekend.
God.
And then there's Thomas Snyder.
Look at this dude. He looks scary as fuck. Look at him. He looks like he's fucking rotting already. Look at his face. That is creepy. That's not bad enough.
As a custodian, there's something with custodians this operation, but he works for Valencia Hills Nursing and Rehab Center in Lakeland. He thought he was showing up to have sex with a 14-year-old boy. In fact, he was at work when he was carrying on the conversations with the undercover operatives. You can't make this up. You can't make up what I'm about to tell you. He says, "I like smelly feet."
Oh my God.
Did you hear that? He likes smelly feet. He wanted to smell the little boy's feet. And then he wanted to play with his toes. This dude right here, 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
Nah, none of them are working.
All of these guys, 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
Nasty.
These are dangerous people.
Fucking gross.
He talked really, really nasty during the undercover conversations, which tells us that that was probably part of his fantasy or his sexual desire.
Yuck.
And then there's Jeremiah Davis from Clewiston. He came from Clewiston. He is a garbage truck driver. That's what he does. He hauls garbage to the dump. Well, we hauled him to the jail. He's also a Army veteran, and he thought he was going to show up for a 14-year-old girl. And then there's David Ring. David Ring's not employed, but he sent videos doing nasty things to this child, what he thought was a 14-year-old girl. He liked to talk nasty. He had a lot of deviant comments that he made along the way. He said his fantasy was to meet her in a pharmacy bathroom to engage her in sex. This guy's got a problem.
And we know what they do to predators like this in jail too. So like being put on blast is also going to contribute like to that, and I don't feel bad at all. They have it coming, because the thing is that this is just them getting caught. Who knows how many times they've actually done something and gotten away with it. This is just them like finally getting caught because they kept on trying or whatever, and they never talk about the past because there's no way to prove it. And then even if they were to confiscate their phones and find evidence that they had offended in the past, we probably won't hear about it. But yeah, it was gross. I'm trying to drink water to wash down the desire to fucking throw up in my mouth right now.
The reality is they all have a lot of problems that they've created for themselves by violating the law, and we want to send them to prison. We want to keep them away from little girls and little boys. Then there's Jared Justice, all the way from Los Angeles, California. He showed up on vacation, but he only needed to buy a one-way ticket because he's not flying back to Los Angeles anytime soon. He's married. Mrs. Justice, did you hear that? Your married husband showed up from Los Angeles thinking he was going to have sex with a 13-year-old little girl while you're in Los Angeles behaving and holding the house down. His last name is Justice. That's what we're going to get. Justice for justice. And our justice for justice, we hope, will be 10 or 15 years in prison. This ain't California. You know, there won't be a wave and a smile and out the back door here. Oh, he brought condoms and candy.
Wow.
Sour Patch Kids. I don't think they came from Los Angeles. He stopped at the convenience store.
Jinxie, what are you doing? Hey, at least you made me laugh because these stories are, scary as fuck.
And there's Julio Cedeno Jr. He's a contractor. He's from Zephyr Hills. He's married. He thought he was going to have sex with a 13-year-old. Now, all he did was transmit harmful materials. He would not travel. So he's married. He talked about having sex with a 13-year-old child, but he only transferred harmful materials. What does that mean? Nasty
Porn
photographs.
Pictures.
Usually of himself or of some other deviant sexual acts. I don't think his wife's going to be happy about this. Then we have Lior Inbar. He delivers pizzas for Domino's out of Orlando. He thought he was going to have sex with a 14-year-old child. And he wanted to have a safe word for her.
The fuck?
Well, we have a safe word. Jail. He's in jail. He can't hurt her or anyone else. He lived with his parents. A lot of these folks live with their mom or live with their parents.
What do you guys think about that? Because I kind of paused at that too the first time I saw this. I noticed that as well. That a lot of these offenders, they live with their parents. So maybe if they were responsible and had jobs and shit, they'd be a little more like normal. Yeah, they're just fucking losers. Jinxie said, I just got back, so I thought I'd come back with the scare. Well, I'm already scared. These stories are fucked up. Yeah. Just fucking pathetic losers. Low vibrations. Low sense of self-worth. Won't bother, furthering themselves in life. Just preying on young, innocent children. Just pathetic. Some did have jobs, that's true. Some did have jobs. But damn, not enough to, need to be paying, rent or mortgage and shit. They have jobs, but if they're living at home with their parents, they're just keeping their money and using it to travel to try to find children to prey on. That's just disturbing, man. The more I think about it, it's just really fucked up. We're only halfway into the video.
Then there's Joshua Ortega. He says he worked at the L House. He lives with his mom. He wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old girl. Mom, you need to have a talk with this dude.
It's too late for that.
He's your son. He was living at home, and he wants to have sex with a little girl. You need to have a talk with him.
And what do you want to bet that mom would be in complete denial? She'd probably be like, no, I raised my son right. We've seen that so many times. He would never do something like that. I raised him better. It's like, even if that's true, this dude's an adult. Look at him. They're not saying how old they are, right? Because this guy ain't young either way. He knows better that he shouldn't be doing this. I want to blame the parents, but I want to blame the parents if they are going to be saying stuff like that they didn't do it. I mean, I don't think a single one of them is being falsely accused. Jinxie says, bro, he looks 40. What the heck is he doing living with mommy? Exactly. Dude, I fucking left home at 23. I wanted to leave sooner than that. That's fucking crazy.
You need to tell him that he's going to prison for a long time. The last one I'm going to speak about here is Edward McGaffigan.
Gross.
He's from Orlando. He says he's a professional poker player. He lost. It didn't work well.
He's a professional dumbass.
He doubled down, and we trumped him. He sent harmful material. He thought it was a 14-year-old girl.
Right.
So when we went to pick him up, we actually showed him
what he sent.
The chats. You know what he said?
He denied.
Oh, this is real bad.
Oh.
No kidding. It's real bad. Now you say to yourself, Self, why didn't he travel? He couldn't travel. Somebody stole his car. So he just talked nasty and sent harmful material. So at the end of the day, this is just one more investigation of many that we have. But the strength, once again, of our investigations are with the men and women of the police departments who work very, very hard alongside of us to make this successful. Let me turn the podium first over to Chief Andy Ray and then to Director Byrd for their comments.
I didn't see this part, so
Thank you, Sheriff.
this part's new to me.
Good afternoon. Just wanted to say thank you to the Sheriff for his leadership on this particular operation, operations of this sort. Operation Child Protector is another success, obviously. Our concern is, we all share the concern, and that is for kids. We know it's parents and grandparents' jobs to look after their children, to try to give them guidance and to protect them from things that are out there. The web is a dangerous place. There are lots of places that people like this, bad actors, can get to children, and it's important for them to understand that and to reinforce that with their kids. There are lots of opportunities to get in between that, and so we want parents and grandparents to do that. In addition to that, it's our job to help protect those kids from people who would prey on them, and so we're always glad to work with the Sheriff's Office. We have a great relationship in Polk County, all the agencies here, and anytime we can work together to make the county a safer place, especially for children, we're going to do that. So thanks for the opportunity to work with you, Sheriff, and we look forward to the next time.
Thank you, Sheriff. First and foremost, I think the message needs to be, parents, wake up, pay attention. These weren't actual children that were victimized here, but these predators are out there. Don't forget that. Pay attention to that. Listen to this. That's what these messages are for. The second thing is, it absolutely baffles me that we continue to do these things and we keep having results like this. Right here. It's not going away. Again, parents, pay attention to the message. They're not going away. And the next thing I want to say is, I appreciate the relationships in this county with our fellow agencies, the Sheriff's Office. I think you're going to have to go a long way. Actually, I don't even think you'll be able to find one with relationships that we have in the county anywhere in this country like this. We work together, and I want to commend the detectives that put their heart and soul into this. And y'all need to remember something as well on these detectives. They're dealing with these guys and all that nastiness that they're doing. They got families at home. They got children at home, grandkids at home, and they're having to deal with this nastiness.
Right, gross.
And they're going to continue to do it. And for that, I appreciate all of y'all, because I got grandkids that age, and I appreciate that. So, Sheriff, thank you, and we will continue to be a part of this, and we'll keep putting people in jail if they want to keep doing this.
I have one other case that I need to talk about, but are there any questions for the chief or for me before we get to that? Yes, ma'am.
Was contact made via social media, and if so, what site?
Yes, ma'am. Contact was made on several different social media sites, and we don't tell which ones for obvious reasons, because there will be other investigations on other days. You know, that's the downside of social media. It's made the predators easier to get to the children, and they are online scouring for children. So don't think that this was their first time,
right? And
don't think that they haven't found some child in the past to attack. But on this day and this time, the detectives from Orlando, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Winter Haven Police, Auburndale Police, and the Sheriff's Office stopped them, and our goal is to send them to prison for a long time. Other questions?
Sheriff, the pool seems to be getting smaller. We've done a ton of these over the course of years. Do you think somebody's going to finally getting the message?
You know, you would like to think that the ones that weren't locked up, maybe they've gotten the message. Some of them have gotten a little more difficult to arrest. Some of them just won't come to Polk County any longer. But my colleagues do these operations around the state, and we partner up. Like, we'll go help other jurisdictions and other parts of the state, just as Orlando and Orange County came to help us this time. with Winter Haven and Auburndale, who's there every time with us. So at the end of the day, when we started this, it was not unusual, as you said, to arrest 30 or 40 at a time. But 17's the most we've gotten in a long time, unfortunately. So they don't go away. And as you can see, these are not kids. These are not kids doing stupid stuff. These are adults, at least chronologically. I'm not sure where they are mentally to do something like this. But
It's stupid, Bill.
I think that we are effective at locating them. There's a lot of these folks that are currently in prison from past operations. There are a lot of them that are now designated sex offenders that may be out of prison, but we watch, and they can't legally have access to technology, which that cuts down the population. I think our colleagues from around the state are arresting people, but we are happy that we caught 17, but normally a good operation is anything around 8 to 10 now. And we really arrested more than that. I'm sorry there's any on this board. I'm sorry we found one, but they're there. And they're online 24/7 looking for your child to sexually batter or worse.
Jinxie said, for a long time, do you really think when they're released they won't do it again? Our prison system does not help people get better. They come out even more messed up than they were previously. And yeah, that's true. And sometimes they even learn in prison or wherever how to be sneakier, how to get away with it better in the future. That's really the downside. I would like to think that they would get locked up forever, but unfortunately, since they didn't actually, commit the crime, it was prevented. I think that might keep them from serving the kind of time had they actually done it. I'm not too sure though. That's just my guess. But yeah, you're totally right. I don't think that they won't do it again at all. I think that once somebody starts on that, it's just they're gonna need like hardcore rehabilitation, and I don't even know like what to even suggest on that. Like what, like hypnosis? I don't know. I honestly, worst case scenario, they can't be rehabilitated. In that case, that they're gonna offend again, and unfortunately, the dude that has HIV, whichever one of them it was, he's gonna probably get out and try it again, and that's just really disturbing. And that's why it's also up to the parents to stay on top of their kids and see what they're doing on social media apps and stuff like that. It's just not good enough anymore to talk to them. They have to be like shadowing them. I'm telling you, maybe kids shouldn't have like smartphones like the way we have smartphones. Just give them one of those flip phones where you could just make calls for emergencies and text, and that's it. Nothing with like apps, like social media apps, meeting apps, dating apps. That shit is just not for kids, and somehow they still find out about them and they use them, and that's how these predators have easy access to them. Jinxie says, yeah, who knows if it's fixable. Yeah, it is crazy.
Well, they do it different ways, but no, usually they just hit us up and communicate, but they like to get off of the social media and then chat, or move to a different platform. So they may find us in one platform, then they want to move to talk. A lot of them like to talk. They like to talk nasty. They may move you to another platform, or through whichever social media. Then they start sending pictures of themselves nude and themselves doing deviant acts or participating in deviant acts. You can't imagine, because normal people can't, the things that they were doing and saying to what they thought were children. Yes, ma'am?
can't hear her.
Well, when you think about it, ask me again, because I'm not going anyplace.
Oh.
Just hang in there. If this one gets past you, we'll have another operation. Just write it down and save it for the next one, because it'll be applicable then. Yes, ma'am.
So it sounds like
He's so nice.
you all posing as a child reached out to them, or did anyone first reach out to Cody's child?
We post, and sometimes they post. So we search the web, and they're searching the web, and then you meet. What normally they go to childlike places where children would be. And it may be game rooms, it may be just where kids chat, and then they start communication, and it works from there.
Like Discord.
Absolutely. First and foremost, you may have seen some advertisements we've done through billboards. We can't even get the cell phone providers to provide the cell phones with the child lock on their cell phone. So we tell everybody to lock the children's cell phone. You've got to know who your children are talking to, who they're communicating with. There's several professional apps that you can, as a parent, get. So if your child has a cell phone, you can see who they're communicating with. So you've got to be in charge of your child. And I tell folks what I learned from my dad a long, long time ago, when he looked me in the eye as a young man and said, "Son, it's not my job to be your friend. It's my job to be your parent. And if I parent you right now, when you grow up, we'll be friends." And my dad and I were best friends my entire adult life. We weren't best friends all the time when I was a teenager. But I tell parents, be a parent. Be all up in your child's business. Know who their friends are, know who and where they're communicating. It's the only way to keep these folks away, because they know how to talk kid. They have charisma, they have personality. And it's frightening how convincing they can be. Yes, ma'am?
I'm not jumping the gun on this one, but is this what the sheriff's office is working on with Tim and the upcoming service announcements?
Yes. Yes, and Tim is working on a phase of this whereby we're trying to get parents, and really we'd like internet companies, cell phone companies, just send the phone to your provider to be retailed with the child locks in place. Adults can unlock it. You can go on and unlock it, but just send it. The data is something like 90% of all children with a cell phone don't have the child lock in place. And it's a dangerous adult tool. Any other questions?
Right.
I want to talk for just a minute about a sexual predator, a child sexual predator. Now, it's separate from this investigation. Our detectives just did a remarkable job making the arrest of Eric Rowe. Let me tell you about Eric Rowe. He's 32 years of age. We have him charged with capital sexual battery of a child that he had access to. He has been inappropriately touching this 8-year-old child. He has been inappropriately touching this 8-year-old child since she was 4 years old.
Oh my God.
And we have documented by his own admission that there has been at least 10 molestations during that period of time by his statements. When it was discovered that he had actually sexually battered this child, who is now 8 years of age, He made the statement that his conduct was animalistic. I agree with that. He said he's ashamed of himself. I agree with that, but it's a little too late.
Animalistic? Do animals, how do I say it, take advantage of smaller animals? I've never seen or heard of that. I don't even think, I think animal is not a fair comparison. I would go more along the lines of like demonic, out of this world, insanity. And even then, like, I don't want to try to give him a way out by saying he has some kind of mental health issue or anything like that. But animals, I don't think, take advantage of the young ones. This is beyond that. It's fucking disgusting.
So when you think that this guy was attacking a girl, a baby, from the time she was 4 until she was 8, when it just came to our attention the other day, and he actually made a statement that the victim would need psychological counseling, then he said, for what we did together. Not what we did together. That baby will need psychological counseling for what you did to her. He told the victim, we got to keep it a secret. It's our secret. Well, it's no secret. The most we can do with him legally is to lock him up for a capital felony, hope that he's convicted, and spends the rest of his life in prison. But I want you to get a close look at a very dangerous, deviant child predator. This is what one looks like. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you the next time. Take care.
That's too bad. Because there's gonna be a next time. This shit's not gonna end. Unfortunately. That was disgusting. Let's take a look at all these sick motherfuckers. And they're just talking, chatting. Who do you guys think is the one that had the HIV? Hold on, ma'am. Alright. I'm gonna go with the dude that had all those marks all over his face. Wait, no, this one maybe? Edward McGalfigan. I think him. The toe guy. Oh. Which one was the toe guy? Do you remember? I'm thinking this guy or the one that, I don't know if he's the one that had the red on his face. Let me make it bigger. But I remember one. Oh, Thomas Snyder. I'm gonna go with Edward McGaffigan or Thomas Snyder. It's fucking gross. Cause like I said, they didn't actually offend, so they'll probably get out. Emmanuel Briggs says maybe the Charles Manson looking one. That's the one I was saying too. I think if you're talking about the fourth one on the top row, fourth from the left, the toe guy is in 2 row at the end. The second row at the end, Jared Justice. That one. Oh, that's fucking disturbing as hell. Let me wait to get a confirmation from Nicolette. Second row at the end, yeah, that has to be this Jared guy. I wonder how come sometimes like the cursor shows up and sometimes it doesn't. Oh, that was disturbing. That literally drained my energy. I can't even imagine too, like the investigators, and they get porn bombed constantly. They have to see all that shit and then go home like to their families, and oh, that is just a crazy way to live. But I'm glad that they're doing it because it's leading to arrests. I just wish this wasn't a reality, but it is. And we have to talk about it because there's no point in being in denial that this is the kind of world we live in, the crazy shit that happens in real life. Okay, I guess I'll remove it. I really don't think that we'll get any updates. I really don't think that they'll let us know what comes from these arrests. I wish they would let us know, like, if they got jail time, if they did, how much, but this is probably all we're gonna hear about it. But if I do find anything in the future, I'll save it for a playlist. Alright, so let's remove it and let's continue. We're down to our last 35 clips, and then we're gonna get into the Cuomo situation because I want to know what's going on there. Alright, so the next clip is called Colorado Springs DUI Case Concerns, and it is courtesy of News Channel 13.
Tonight, 13 investigates court rulings in El Paso County that could impact more than 1,000 DUI cases that came about during the pandemic.
Some judges have ruled that drivers' rights were violated when the Colorado Springs Police Department failed to use breath tests for nearly a year. Chief Investigative Reporter Chelsea Brensel is live outside the police operations headquarters in Colorado Springs to explain.
In March 2020, the Colorado Springs Police Department suspended breath testing for DUIs. The idea was to prevent the spread of COVID-19, but it's how long Springs Police had that policy in place that is resulting in dismissed cases and evidence being tossed out.
Why?
When you are pulled over by a Colorado police officer and are under the suspicion of DUI, you have a few options. Drivers can refuse to take a blood alcohol test, or
The express consent law in Colorado allows a motorist to elect between a blood or a breath test.
But in March 2020, CSPD stopped breath tests due to COVID-19 concerns. They didn't resume breath testing as required under the law until 11 months later in February 2021. Colorado Springs defense attorney Joe Mayer says other agencies in the area either didn't stop breath testing or only limited breath testing for a short time. This court order shows that CSPD did not restart breath testing even after the Colorado Department of Health and Environment sent the agency a memo with options on how to make breath testing safer.
You have government officials making these decisions to deprive citizens of statutory rights that our legislature, our representatives, put in place, right? We've decided that those are our rights. They decided that it doesn't matter, we're not going to give them to you.
In some CSPD DUI cases during the pandemic, county judges have ruled to throw out blood testing evidence because drivers didn't get the option of a breath test. There has also been at least one outright dismissal of a CSPD DUI case where a driver refused a blood test.
So, potentially over an 11-month period, there were, nearly 4,000, somewhere around 3,000 some people affected by this, okay? Not every one of those drivers is going to fall into this category, but the bulk of them will.
The 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office says they are reviewing court orders, and after a review will determine their next steps. The Colorado Springs Police Department says they looked at available evidence, consulted with the DA's office, and believe they made the best decision to protect the safety of the public, officers, and suspects. Reporting live in Colorado.
I don't know, I think that's bullshit. The blood test should be good to, say if somebody was driving drunk or whatever. How does that go? Like, oh, you weren't given the option to take a breathalyzer, so let's throw out the piece of evidence that we do have against you. What the fuck? That is crazy. But that's why I add it, because we need to know how things work, as bullshit as it is. Alright, let's continue. This is called Corona Shooting. Suspect's friends believed he had a gun in theater. I thought I heard about a movie theater shooting. Nicholas says lunchtime. Okay, now we are down to like 34 clips. They're all pretty short, but yeah, I think we'll be here for a while longer. Enjoy your lunch. Be safe if you decide to drive somewhere. Yes. Alright, so let's find out. I want to say that this is about the movie theater shooting that recently happened, but I'm not too sure. This was probably around the time that I was like panicking and looking for a job and stuff, so I wasn't really paying attention too much. So a lot of these clips are like after some things happened, but I threw them in so that I could know something about them and then maybe look for more later on.
We are learning more about how police tracked down the man accused of shooting and killing 2 people inside a Corona movie theater. As our Jessica De Nova reports, investigators were helped by the suspect's own friends.
Court documents reveal the man accused of murdering 2 people execution style inside a Corona movie theater was not alone minutes before police say he opened fire. According to a Corona police detective's sworn declaration filed in court on July 29th, 6 tickets were purchased for the last showing of The Forever Purge on the night of July 26th at the Regal Edwards movie theater at the Crossings Shopping Center. 2 by the victims, 18-year-old Riley Goodrich and her date, 19-year-old Anthony Barajas. The other 4 tickets, including the suspected shooters, 20-year-old Joseph Jimenez, purchased together through the cinema's website. That transaction led detectives to the buyer's name and address, and to the 3 people they say were at the movie with Jimenez. According to the document, detectives questioned the 3 witnesses who told them halfway through the movie, Joseph left and returned with a bag which he told them he had a strap in the bag. The witnesses believed this to be a gun. Witnesses said Joseph was mumbling and talking to himself, which made them feel uncomfortable. Witnesses said they needed to use the restroom. However, they left the theater, leaving Joseph behind. According to the statement, 2 of the witnesses told detectives just before 11:30 the night of the shooting, they saw Jimenez run to his car and speed away from the theater. Police say a theater employee found the 2 victims with gunshot wounds to the head. Riley was pronounced deceased on scene. Anthony lost his life later that following Saturday in the hospital. The DA's office tells me they filed a 2nd murder charge against the suspect.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more.
Oh, that's crazy. I'll definitely look more into that because, like I said, I was kind of out of action when it happened, and I want to know more about that. I really don't feel like I got a whole, you know, like how do I say it? I feel like I don't know everything that I need to know about the story, so I'll save it for later. I saved it. I'm gonna remove it. Alright, so let's continue with City of San Diego crews begin cleanup of hoarder home, and this is courtesy of CBS 8 San Diego.
It's a story you first saw here on News 8 back in June. A house and property in Bay Terrace's neighborhood piled high with trash. Neighbors complained of the stench of urine and feces, saying the smell is unbearable on hot days.
But now some results. A cleanup effort got underway today. News 8's Heather Hope spoke with a still defiant man who lives there.
And here is that.
Real quick, based on the last clip, Jinxie says something sounds strange. His friends were there, but decided to dip after he claimed. Yeah, that I'm telling you, like I really don't feel like I got the whole story from that. So I'm gonna do more research because that is pretty fucking weird. Like he left, grabbed a gun, and then they're just like, yeah, never mind, gotta go. And then they didn't tell anybody. Like they just saved their own asses and then took off. Like. I don't know. That's just didn't give me a how do I say it? I don't know. I'm having trouble like expressing myself right now. I just don't feel like I got the whole story. So I'm gonna keep looking into it and see what I can find out.
Progress. Close to 5 truckloads of debris have been removed from that home. Neighbors say they've been dealing with it for over 10 years. The city attorney got involved in 2018, and neighbors contacted the city's nuisance and abatement team to finally get some results. Not taking the moving of his stuff easily.
Hey, that's for the animal.
Ni modo. I mean, oh well. This guy was living in shit and piss, and he's fucking fighting them. And they're over here cleaning up his own fucking filth. And what the hell does he have on his hand there? I hope he doesn't have like an animal like at the end of this. And I heard him saying something about an animal too. Well, what the fuck is he saying? Hold on.
Hey, that's for the animal.
What animal?
That's for the animal.
The resident of this home on Mesa Hills Court got combative with City of San Diego crews moving truckloads of trash and his belongings off the property.
I don't care. You need to. You can't be here.
News 8 was here in June after neighbors' complaints of foul smells of human waste and trash piled high outside the Bay Terraces home. Those living nearby say they are fed up.
It's kind of disrespectful to everybody else to maintain that kind of an environment at the same time.
Stepping in, the San Diego City Attorney, Mara Elliott, released this statement.
Jeez, look at this. And they're not even showing the inside of the house. That's just the outside of it. And what animal? He has fucking animals in there with all this?
Regarding the cleanup of the Mesa Hills Court property, while our office set up this process in motion, it is now the court that oversees the receiver it appointed to abate the public nuisance. The court receiver is Richardson Griswold of Griswold Law, who says this 5-truckload cleanup cost about $24,000. Griswold says it could take 2 months to clean and inspect the property to get it up to state health code. Here is the resident of the home in his own words.
I give him my phone number.
Look at that precious little baby. Oh, give him to me. I'll take care of it. He deserves better. Oh, look, my dog came. He was like, what? He doesn't like, he gets jealous real quick. Oh, but look at the doggy. Dude, screw this guy. But look at the baby. It's not his fault. He deserves way better than that.
They don't tell me they're coming.
Shut up.
They say, oh, we informed you on the letter. And I said, I don't read the letter.
He says he's a Coast Guard veteran.
God, how the fuck did this guy even end up in a big-ass house like that? I'm sorry, but he makes me sick. I don't feel sorry for him at all. I mean, what? He has a mental health issue or something? How the fuck do you just let yourself go like that? That's just fucking insane.
His house is paid for and in his sister's name, and he feels ambushed by the
house is paid for and in his sister's name. So his sister probably passed away, moved away, gave him the house.
Cleanup crew.
You can ask the neighbors, all those nosy neighbors. I'm by myself. I'm just doing my own thing. I'm not bothering nobody.
Longtime neighbors want the resident to get help and are grateful the cleanup process has finally begun.
Obviously, we're not trying to steal anybody's trash, right? But we've got to think about property value in the neighborhood too. We're happy to see that that things are moving along.
That's kind of fucked up thing to say. Like, we only care because the property value of the neighborhood's going down. Like, shut up.
Finally, it's been a long road.
So how is someone able to live inside a home with no running water for 2 years? The city says they have issued notices but got no compliance. This whole process of cleaning up and inspection could take close to 2 months. Heather Hope, News 8.
And nothing about the dog. Should have said something about the dog. I really don't think that place is safe for that dog either. But unfortunately, they don't give a shit. Alright, if I find any clips having to do with that, I will keep you updated, because that's interesting. Alright, let's continue. This next clip is called Man Arrested for East Lane Murder in Las Vegas. I don't know anything about it, so let's find out. This is courtesy of KTNV, Channel 13, Las Vegas.
Back at 5, a man has been arrested for a deadly shooting over the weekend. Las Vegas Metro Police say they arrested this man, 27-year-old Brian Diego Terrazas. Police say on Saturday they responded to a report of a single vehicle crash on East Lane. That's near Rancho and Vegas Drives. Now, officers found a man shot to death. Terrazas was arrested today. Police have not provided information on how he became a suspect in this killing.
Okay. We will keep up to that. I'll probably just erase it. If I see him again, I'll try to remember to save it to a future playlist. I always wonder how it is that news clips get privated. Like, why? What are you trying to hide? Jinxie says they better have called someone for the pup. Exactly. It's like they don't even give a shit. And then they're like, oh, the property value of the neighborhood. Like, we don't care. Like, we want to know. I want to know if he has other animals. A. B. I want to know what the inside of the house looked like. C. insane. People are weird. Alright, let's continue. We'll save like the upbeat clips for afterwards, and we'll just continue with the crime stories that I have. This one's called Midland County Man Arrested for Stabbing Nephew-in-Law. This is courtesy of Big 2 News. Wow.
Now at 5, a Midland man is...
Look at his face. What do you guys think? The cops? He fought the cops? Or you think the nephew perhaps fought back? These are like defense type injuries. Because this eye is completely shut. The other one has a bruise. So does the other one. He has cuts along his mouth there. I want to know what happened here. Let's continue listening.
Behind bars accused of stabbing his own relative. Raymond Williams was arrested and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Good evening. I'm Carson Bush-Jost.
And I'm Madeline Bierster. ABC Big 2's Rob Tuke joins us now live from outside the Midland County Detention Center. Rob, Williams is being held there right now.
Well, that's right. That's right, guys. Raymond Williams is facing a felony 2 charge for that stabbing. Now, according to this probable cause affidavit that we obtained, it all happened after a long night of drinking that led the suspect to stab his own nephew-in-law.
Alcohol at it again. Somebody had some drinks and then they got violent. Jinxie thinks that maybe the nephew threw some hands. Probably.
Midland County Sheriff deputies got the call last Thursday for a stabbing victim. It was early in the morning, just before 5. According to this court document, deputies were led to South County Road, 1138. That's where they found this suspect, 60-year-old Raymond Lee Williams, the uncle-in-law of the stabbing victim. But the problems began long before that encounter. The affidavit says around 10 the night before, Williams was drinking beer and drinking whiskey at the victim's house. At some point, witnesses said he began yelling, cussing, and pushing his family around. The document goes on to say, the suspect's nephew-in-law went to restrain him from hurting anyone. 911 was called, but Williams had left the house to go back to his home. It was after Williams left that witnesses said he wasn't happy with his nephew-in-law restraining him. Deputies later spoke to the suspect's wife. The affidavit says she told deputies Williams drank even more, this time some Fireball
whiskey? What the fuck is that? I'm sorry, but I gotta look that up. We're living and learning. What is Fireball whiskey? Have you heard of it? If it's like some cinnamon shit, that's wild. It says, tastes like heaven, burns like hell. Fireball, it's cinnamon whiskey. Ew. If you drink too much of that and then throw it up, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna feel like you're a dragon. I know from experience. This shit's nasty. I drank something else. It wasn't Fireball whiskey. I don't remember. Was it Goldschlager? I can't remember if Goldschlager tastes like has cinnamon in it. Does it? Yeah, Swiss cinnamon schnapps. Yeah, nah. Jinxie says Fireball tastes good when it's cold as fuck. Okay. Good to know. I just say don't drink too much of it, because if you vom, it sucks.
Whiskey. She left their house to be away from him. Then a few hours went by.
She left the house to be away from him. Yeah, she did.
And at 4 in the morning,
she let herself go.
The court document reads that the suspect went back to his relative's house, but this time not to drink. Williams found his nephew-in-law who was sleeping in his car and parked behind him. That led to a confrontation with Williams holding, quote, a large knife. The affidavit continues on to say Williams said to his nephew-in-law, quote, I'm going to kill you, followed by an expletive. What ensued was gruesome. The affidavit says the victim had no time to react and that Williams started stabbing and slicing the nephew-in-law from the shoulder to the victim's waist. The stabbing victim took the suspect to the ground, removed the knife, and restrained Williams until deputies arrived.
Now, the affidavit says that the victim was taken to Midland Memorial Hospital where he had 2 stab wounds and a large slice. The victim also required 16 stitches. Now, Williams is being held here at the Midland County Jail on a
So he didn't kill him, because it would have said like fatally stabbed or something about murder, killed him. So he survived at least, because that sounds really bad. He sliced him? The fuck?
$30,000 bond. In Midland, I'm Rob Tuke for ABC.
Alright. I want to say that I kind of want to see what happens after this, so I'm going to save it. Alright, let's remove it. Next clip is called Burbank Retirement Home Manager Fatally Stabbed, and this is courtesy of NBCLA.
And more this afternoon about a young woman stabbed to death at a retirement home in Burbank. NBC4's Gordon Tucson live at that facility with new information from investigators. Gordon.
Well, Michael, this happened inside the Burbank Retirement Villa West here on Grismer Avenue and possibly in front of some residents. Police getting the call at about 8 o'clock this morning. A man who used to work here, no name released so far, walking inside armed with 2 knives. He began stabbing a female manager in her 20s. She sustained multiple knife wounds to the neck and arms and collapsed, the man running away on foot. When Burbank police arrived, he hadn't gotten far. They confronted him a couple of blocks away where our camera captured a single sneaker and a folding knife on the ground. Now, police say officers were able to tackle him at that location after he allegedly waved that knife at them. The woman he attacked died of her injuries at a hospital. He's now been booked on charges of murder.
He was an ex-employee, recently terminated. We know that she was a manager at the location. We don't really know a whole lot about the relationship outside of that.
Victim's name has not been released so far. The suspect believed to be a former kitchen worker at Burbank Retirement Villa who was fired, although exactly when and why is unknown. His bail has been set at $2 million.
$2 million? Yeah, I want to know more about this.
We have a call into the retirement villa for comments. So far, they have not gotten back to us. Live in Burbank, Gordon Tokumatsu, NBC.
Gordon Tokumatsu. I'm sorry, some names are interesting, so I repeat them. I'm gonna save that, get more updates, because $2 million in California, it had to have been bad, like really bad. So I want to know more. All right, so this is a story that I have been wanting to cover in its entirety. It had been a cold case from the 90s. Kristen Smart was a college student from, I don't remember where she was from, but I know that she was going to college in Southern California, and she was out with her friends one night, and she was being walked home by, I think, 3 of her friends, and then 2 of them like took off, like they had their own thing to go to or whatever, and they left, and then she was left with the one guy, and then he was the last person to see her alive, and then she was missing, and then recently they found her body and they made an arrest, and they arrested the guy that had seen her last, and it looks like his father contributed to hiding her body, so I want to say that he's arrested also. So this is a update regarding that story, and this is called Kristen Smart's friend. Kristen Smart was a victim. It says friend testifies Paul Flores, he is the suspect, behaved strangely and lurked around her dorm room. And this is courtesy of NewsChannel 3-12.
COVID safety was brought up during day 2 of the preliminary hearing for Paul and Flores, the son and father charged with the murder and accessory to murder after the fact in the disappearance of Cal Poly student Kristen Smart.
And News Channel reporter Keith Carroll joins us live from San Luis Obispo Superior Court with more on that. Keith.
Yeah, CJ and Beth, the witnesses called to testify today included a dormitory friend of Kristen Smart, as well as others who attended that off-campus party on the night she disappeared. We can tell you that former Cal Poly basketball player Stephen Fleming testified he and Kristen Smart had become friends while both were living in the Muir Hall dormitory on the Cal Poly campus. Fleming said he would see Paul Flores hanging around that dormitory and outside Kristen Smart's dorm room, and on at least one occasion, He said he saw Paul Flores inside her room. Fleming described Paul Flores at the time as being creepy and weird. Other witnesses testified they were at that off-campus party, which Kristen Smart and Paul Flores both went to before she disappeared. At the time, Kristen Smart had dyed her hair black, and one witness testified that she introduced herself to him as Roxy at the party. He said she appeared to be intoxicated, was stumbling around, and had trouble walking. Another witness testified that she and another friend at the party helped Kristen Smart walk back to her dormitory after Smart was found lying on the grass outside the house where the party was held. On the walk back to the dorm, the witness said Paul Flores suddenly showed up, put his arm around Kristen Smart, and told the witness he would make sure that she got back to her dorm room safely. She said that was the last time she saw Kristen Smart when they parted ways at the corner of Perimeter Road and Grand Avenue on the Cal Poly campus, not far from the Muir Hall dormitory. Now, both Paul and Ruben Flores have pleaded not guilty to the charges against them. Their preliminary hearing continues day 3 tomorrow. Reporting live at San Luis Obispo Superior Court, I'm News Channel reporter Keith Carls. Beth and CJ, back to you.
All right.
All right. So definitely want to. I'm actually probably going to do a whole live stream based on just the story because of the history that goes along with it. It's been a really long time, and finally they made an arrest, and it looks like court proceedings are moving pretty quickly. So we definitely need to catch up. So I will save it and then delete it. Alright, so the next clip we're going to watch is called 15-Year-Olds Kidnapped and Beaten in Atascocita. Atascocita? I hope I said that right. This is courtesy of KPRC to click to Houston.
Clock, one of 3 people in custody accused of attacking a 15-year-old boy. Angel Torres is charged with aggravated kidnapping. He's now sitting in jail on a $150,000 bond. Zonai Hutto and another
He's having trouble.
Another unidentified man are still on the run tonight, and law enforcement needs your help to find them.
KPRC 2 investigator Mario Diaz is on the story, joining us live from Atascocita, where the crime took place.
And Mario, you spoke to neighbors who live close to where that happened.
That's right, Chris. Indeed, we did speak with the neighbors who are completely surprised over what took place inside of this vacant home 5 weeks ago.
That was really enthusiastic. He was like, this vacant home. That's funny. Some reporters just try real hard to like sell a story, and you don't have to. The headline did it for me.
Peaceful now, but Misty Pines Drive in Humble was anything but on June 20th.
At which time he was basically kidnapped off his bike, taken to a vacant home, and tied up and beat with a baseball bat.
This is what Precinct 4 Constable Mark Herman says happened to a 15-year-old boy. Now, this man has been arrested, this woman is wanted, and another unidentified male suspect is on the run.
It's quite unfortunate that, someone that would actually be accused of something like this.
Joel Rice is referring to his neighbor, Angel Torres. Torres lives next door to the vacant home where he's accused of beating the boy.
Yeah, I had trouble with Atascocita. So when he had trouble with the name, I just thought it was funny because we were both having trouble.
He is still recovering from his injuries. He is out of the hospital home.
Torres was arrested over the weekend. Herman and his team are now searching for the female suspect, Zonia Hutto. They say she was instrumental in the kidnapping, with another suspect still on the lam. Neighbors like Daniel Limas, himself the father of a 15-year-old, say it is concerning. As for Rice, the age of the victim, troublesome.
Like I said, I'm a school teacher, I'm a kid advocate, and that's very disheartening.
Yeah.
Disheartening indeed. You can see some of the newspapers there that are just stacked on this driveway here inside of this home. Everything is being rebuilt right now. It has been vacant for quite some time, according to officials we spoke to. This is the sidewalk where the 15-year-old boy was riding his bicycle when he was stopped and dragged inside. But what adds insult to injury in this case, according to Herman, is that it appears that it was all a case of mistaken identity. The 2 men and the woman targeted, he says, the wrong individual. In Humble tonight, Mario Diaz, KPRC.
But still a child? That's fucking crazy. Alright, yes, watching, let's put that in watch later. and then remove it because we need to know what the fuck. Alright, that's a cute video. We'll save that for later. Next clip is going to be, okay, so you might have been here last time, but we were covering a woman that had traveled from, I want to say that they said Boston, I'm not too sure, to Arizona to go meet up with somebody that she had been speaking to online, and they decided to go out for a hike, and during that hike she wasn't feeling well, and the man that she went out there to see decided to let her make her way back to the car, or I'm not too sure what he thought she was gonna do, but she turned up, passed away on the hike trail. He went to his vehicle, says that, or allegedly he went to his vehicle, said that she never made it back, so then he called the authorities, and that's when they found her body. It turned out that he was a police officer, so this is going to be an update regarding that story. This is called Phoenix Officer Was Last Person to See Dead Hiker Alive, and this is courtesy of KYMA.
We're learning more about the woman who died while hiking Camelback Mountain in Arizona. 31-year-old Angela Tramonte was visiting Phoenix from Boston. Her friends say she was there to see Phoenix police officer Dario Destar, who they say she met on Instagram. Brianna Whitney reports.
It was late morning Friday when Angela and Dario started their hike on Camelback Mountain. Phoenix police say the two had no water with them for the hike, but on top of that, Angela was alone when she died, something her friends say is not okay.
As a cop, as a first responder, you're supposed to help people. Why would you not walk her back down? Why would you continue to walk back up? It makes no sense.
Because he's a piece of shit idiot.
It does not make any sense.
Phoenix police tell us Dizdar told first responders,
or he killed her.
Angela said he should continue on the hike to get pictures for her social media. In the Phoenix heat with no water, that's when she headed back down the trail and ultimately collapsed and died.
I think a lot of people are wondering, he is a Phoenix police officer, he's in public safety. Wouldn't he know better than to leave somebody on that trail when it's that hot, especially if she was suffering from any sort of heat exhaustion? What's your response to that?
I think that I don't want to.
Come on, spit it out. You're gonna have to say something. She's trying real hard to avoid having to say, right, he should have done this, but she's not. She's gonna dance around it. Watch. Play it.
It's easy to make that assumption, but we just don't know. We weren't there yet. We weren't there with them. We don't know the type of conversations. And
what type of conversations? So what is she implying? That maybe it's a okay. That's making me wonder then if it's a lie that she was not feeling well. Maybe they got into an argument on the hike. Maybe they didn't vibe correctly, because sometimes that happens. You know, people meet on an app or whatever, and they're communicating long distance, and people are really excited and eager to get to know each other, and they're like messaging, you know, good morning, and it's all sweet and cute and bubbly at first until you actually meet, and then it turns out that there's no chemistry there. Maybe they were out on their hike and they got into some type of disagreement or whatever, and then he was just like, well, fuck you then, go that way, I'm going this way, and then she passed away from heat or whatever. From what I know, there has yet to be an autopsy or anything like that, so I'm really wanting to know what that turns up. But she kind of opened a door there when she said we don't know what kind of conversation. But even then, like, if they had an argument or whatever, does that really excuse like letting somebody just walk off like on their own in a place that they're completely new to in heat? And like, why a hike? Like, that's crazy. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying. Yeah, let's see what else she says.
And also, I don't know enough about their expertise in hiking or their physical abilities that definitely is not something we want anyone to do, regardless of, you know, what you do for a living.
Phoenix police say their staff has given Dizdar time off to deal with this loss.
Was that him? Yeah, and then he needed time to deal with the loss. He didn't care about her. I don't know if that's him, but he didn't care about leaving her on her own in a strange new city or town on a hiking trail she's most likely never been on, but he needs time off to deal with it. That's stupid.
Time off to deal with this loss.
Could there be any charges involved in this at all for either him or anybody else?
I can tell you that based on the evidence and on some of the information that has been learned by detectives, there is no indication that foul play is suspected at this time.
Pitch. I don't like her. Nicolette says, you took her there, make sure she's safe. That would have been the right thing to do. Jinxie says, nah, it doesn't. She was visiting and he should have known better. No excuses. Correct. That's what I think too. Yeah, that chick is just fucking protecting her fucking coworker, however you want to put it. I'm gonna put this on save to watch later because I don't want to forget about it. And then I will remove it. Okay, here we go. Mesa teacher charged with sexually assaulting 3 students. Courtesy of 12 News.
Our other big story we're following for you first at 4, a horrifying case out of Mesa.
A teacher's behind bars charged with sexually assaulting 3 students.
And we want to warn you that some viewers may find the details in this story disturbing.
Team 12's Adriana Loya has been following this case and joins us now with the latest.
I'll be right back.
He was supposed to be the leader and set the example. Instead, police say 40-year-old Victor Elias Zamora sexually abused 3 male minor students. Zamora is the director at Legacy International Academy, which operated near Brown and Gilbert Roads in Mesa. Investigators say back in April 2019, Zamora sexually abused a 16-year-old victim inside his minivan at a Chandler parking lot. And court documents show the abuse continued, and that Zamora sent the victim text messages apologizing, saying he did not mean to harm him after the victim said he would press charges.
15 Class 2 felony charges for sexual conduct with a minor.
Zamora was arrested on July 22nd. During an interview with investigators, he admitted to sexually abusing a victim who was 16 years old at the time, as well as 2 other juvenile male students from Legacy Academy. We made multiple attempts, but were unable to reach anyone at the school.
You're going to have a $1 million secured appearance bond.
That's very disturbing. Very, very.
Troubling allegations for Sandy, who has operated a business across the street from the school for 40 years.
It's really disturbing to see that. Lucky my kids are older and not in there, but something I would have considered since he was across the road from me.
Now, Victor Zamora has not posted bond and he remains in custody at Maricopa County Jail. In Mesa.
Fuck that guy. Alright, let's remove this. Alright, let's continue. Mother accused of strangling 7-year-old son indicted by Clark County Grand Jury, and it's courtesy of Fox 5 Las Vegas.
The woman accused of...
Oh, I missed the chat. Nicolette says, look at our news. There's lots of experienced hikers missing from Yosemite. Oh no, I need to look into that. Let me replay this.
The woman accused of strangling her son and leaving his naked body near Mountain Springs was in court today. Samantha Moreno Rodriguez had a preliminary hearing for the murder of 7-year-old Liam Husted. New photos reveal where Husted's body was found on a hiking trail. Documents released yesterday say Moreno was trying to push her son into a car near this spot when he fell and started screaming. That's when she reportedly strangled him for more than 10 minutes before stripping him down and leaving his body in the wilderness. She says that she left him naked to make it harder to identify the child, something that she saw on true crime shows.
What? What the fuck true crime shows is she watching? I had never heard of that. That chick is full of shit, and I'm gonna continue looking for stories regarding her, because this is not the end of it. You look like such a sweet little cute kid too. That's so fucked up. There's so many people out there that want to be parents that just can't for whatever reason, and stupid bitches like this just make me sick. Fucking horrible. Yeah. Let me make sure that I save that because I do want more updates regarding that case. Alright, let's continue. This next clip is called Jennifer Watson sentenced to community service after hitting protester with SUV, and this courtesy of CBS Denver.
A woman has been sentenced for driving into a protester during demonstrations in Denver last summer. The video quickly circulated on social media. Shows a man on the hood of the woman's SUV, then jumping off when the driver, Jennifer Watson, sped up. The man was partly dragged by the vehicle. A court found Watson guilty of reckless driving and sentenced her on Monday to 48 hours of community service. She said at the...
That's it? She almost killed that guy. I mean, she really tried to fucking hit him with her car. She's like going for like 1,000 points on that one.
Time she was fearful for her safety.
She was fearful for her safety. She was in her fucking 2,000-pound vehicle and she was hitting him. That's crazy. I tell you, this world is fucked. Alright, let's continue. Okay, we covered the collapse that happened in Florida. Remove. And that's gonna be that too. I was just grabbing clips at that point. I wasn't looking at them. Okay, so let's watch this one. It's called Mora Man Pleads Guilty to Murder of Cousin's Partner, and it's courtesy of KRQE.
A Mora man has taken a plea deal in the murder of his cousin's partner. 25-year-old Alex Pacheco was set to go on trial yesterday, but agreed to plead guilty to second-degree murder and aggravated battery. Prosecutors say last September, Pacheco shot his cousin Ben Montoya Jr. and Jermaine Jennings in a family dispute. Jennings died. Pacheco initially claimed self-defense, but prosecutors say there was no evidence Jennings or Montoya posed a threat.
Damn.
Welcome, world famous.
That's fucked up. Alright, let's remove that. Let's see. Okay, the next clip is called Victims' Right Attorney Gloria Ara details. Oh no, this is the Cuomo case. We're saving that for afterwards. This is called Verify. No, we are not getting a fourth stimulus check. This is courtesy of WTHR. And this was posted August 3rd. So let's see what they have to say. I did not even hear about a stimulus check, but let's find out.
Congress has already approved 3 separate rounds of stimulus checks. Could there be a 4th deposited in your bank account soon?
Our Verify team's been getting that question a lot lately, and tonight our senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel has the answer for you.
Let's separate fact from fiction here when it comes to another stimulus. The main question we're getting is like this one from David in Kokomo, who asks very simply and directly, are we getting a 4th stimulus check? Here's what we found out, and our sources are the Senate Finance Committee and the U.S. Treasury Department. First, David is not alone in his question. Take a look at people searching the phrase 4th stimulus check on Google. The subject has picked up a ton of interest, starting all the way back in March. That's when a group of 21 senators sent the president a letter voicing support for additional direct monthly payments to support Americans struggling through the pandemic. Then, a couple weeks ago, this post started circulating on Facebook, claiming Congress passed another stimulus package and we'd all be getting another check for $2,500 on July 30th. We can verify that is false. The post is a hoax that has since been removed by Facebook, but it was widely shared and got a lot of people talking. The reality is, when new stimulus payments are approved, the U.S. Treasury quickly posts information about them on the IRS website. So far, neither the Treasury nor the IRS have mentioned anything about a 4th round of economic impact payments. And we reached out to the office of Senator Ron Wyden. He's chairman of the Senate Finance Committee.
What does it do to you guys, Nicolette? Like, how does that affect you? You get like a lot of calls or like people like bugging you about it? Like, how does that work?
And one of the senators who signed the letter urging President Biden to consider another stimulus. Wyden's office tells Verify they are not aware of any fourth stimulus that is currently in the works. That has not prevented 2.7 million people from signing an online petition calling on Congress to approve $2,000 payments to all adults in the U.S. every month for the duration of the pandemic. But so far,
can you imagine $2,000 a month for every adult during the pandemic? They'll cut that shit out real quick. They'll just be like, what pandemic? That'd be fucking awesome, but yeah, no, that's never gonna happen. I'm sorry.
that has not happened. So we can verify claims that a fourth stimulus have been approved. Well, that's false. And while millions of Americans and some lawmakers would like that to change, there's nothing to suggest that that is going to happen anytime soon. Want us to fact check something you see on the internet? Send your question to verify.
Nicolette says the IRS just issues it and we don't have nothing to do with it. It caused more work for us on top of the taxes. Damn. That's rough. Alright, so bummer. So far, no fourth stimulus check, guys. Alright, let's continue. Alright, so the next clip is called Trooper Seizes Large Amount of Fentanyl from Traffic Stop. Courtesy of Local News 8.
Well, in regional news, a traffic stop in Wyoming ends with millions of dollars worth of drugs off the street. Wyoming Highway Patrol says a trooper pulled over a driver over for speeding on Interstate 80 just east of Cheyenne. During the stop, the trooper became suspicious of criminal activity. A K-9 unit was called in to sniff around the car and indicated that drugs were present. A search found what appeared to be around 24 pounds of fentanyl. The driver was arrested. Police say the drugs have a street value of around $150 million.
Damn, somebody's pissed. You know somebody's hella fucking pissed. That's somebody's money. I don't feel bad. Fuck them. They need to get a real job. Or whatever. Go to college. That's insane. People are dying off of fentanyl overdoses, and a lot of them aren't even meaning to take fentanyl. It's getting fucking cut into whatever else it is that they were intending to take. There really shouldn't be drugs at all, but it's just another part of life that's unfortunate. And people abuse. We know somebody personally who was directly affected over something like this, and it's just really devastating to think how many families this situation has just maybe not torn apart, but just emotionally fucked up. Emmanuel Briggs says, yikes, 24 pounds of fentanyl, he'll be doing life. And that's just like not even a lot. It sounds like a lot, but like in reality there's just so much more of it still in circulation. Like that's hardly even stopping anything, which sucks. Alright, let's continue. Next clip is called What's Driving Longer Wildfire Seasons in the US, and this is courtesy of Idaho News 6. And if you were here the last live stream, we saw we saw one video where they were driving through a wildfire and it just looked like hell on earth. So I wanted to get something of an update based on that. So let's take a look at this clip.
Wildfires raging in the West, burning more than 1.5 million acres and counting. 20,000 firefighters and emergency crews battling the blazes. Fire season normally following the heat of summer, but now stretching nearly year-round. Fires starting months earlier.
I had covered, I think, Big Bear. Is that the same one? Because I remember they were talking about Big Bear in California, and I had been there before. And it was just really sad to see it on fire.
What we thought we knew.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
That's not even true. A lightning strike can do it. A electrical situation could do it. It's not anymore where like people are just accidentally causing fires, like campfires and stuff like that. It's just all kinds of shit just that could risk like a big fire like that happening.
Well, yes and no. Smokey's right. We start about 90% of all wildfires, either accidentally, like when an electric line falls and ignites a tree, or carelessly, when someone throws out a cigarette butt or leaves a campfire burning. And some do it on purpose. Arson. Lightning and, believe it or not, lava are responsible for the rest. Fires need fuel, extremely dry trees, leaves, and ground debris. Exactly what you find in a forest during a severe and extreme drought. Climate change is making it worse.
Jinxie said our baby showers. I saw a gender reveal start a huge fire semi-recently, probably like a year ago, maybe a little bit more than that.
Temperatures above normal, and not just for a day, but for weeks and weeks. High pressure ridges just sitting there, not moving, trapping hot air. Heat waves drying everything out, evaporating the moisture from the ground and plant life. Then the spark. And the start of what scientists call a feedback loop. Here's the part Smokey leaves out. The fires sending hot air, pollutants, and some water vapor up into the atmosphere, forming pyrocumulus clouds, basically storm clouds. But they don't have a lot of rain. They do have lightning, igniting new fires when it hits the ground, creating more storms, creating more lightning, creating more fires, and around it goes.
Only who can prevent forest fires? You pressed you, referring to me. That is incorrect. The correct answer is you.
Not really you,
Yeah.
but
That might get my stream claimed. I should have watched this before I played it. Oh, Jinxie said, there you go, gender reveal. Sorry, I haven't had any kids of my own. That's cool. Nicolette Moore said, California had a bad fire last year. It was smoke and ashes everywhere. And that just makes me so sad to think about the wildlife too. They don't have it coming to them at all. They're just trying to live, and this shit happens.
government agencies using forest management, thinning out or removing trees, reducing the spread of major fires, or even carefully setting fires to eliminate the dead debris on the ground. There's 741 million acres of forest in the U.S. Impossible for people to manage every acre. But Mother Nature's been doing it since the first forest formed, using wildfires. The difference? Today's fires, driven by climate change and humans, in more ways than one. I'm Newsy meteorologist Scott Withers.
Thanks, Scott Withers. Alright, let's continue. Alright, next clip is called, we are down to our last 16 clips, just to let you all know. The next one is called Police Investigating Accidental Shooting Death of 5-Year-Old, and this is courtesy of KSL News.
Want to educate parents to lock their guns up, empty out any magazines.
New today, a renewed call for gun safety after tragedy hits in Cache Valley. Right now, police in Smithfield are investigating what they believe was an accidental shooting that killed a 5-year-old boy.
Yeah, Northern Utah specialist Mike Anderson joined us live with more on this story. Mike, this is heartbreaking.
Yeah, as you can imagine, the family's devastated, and out of respect for them, they did not want to come on camera to talk about that, but instead coming out here to talk with us about gun safety.
Police in Smithfield were called after a family returned home from camping. Much of the family's gear left inside after the trip, including a handgun.
It's good to just empty a weapon once it's in the home and keep it out of reach of any children.
And Sergeant Gary Bunce says you should go beyond simply keeping firearms away from children's view.
It's really not enough just to place it above where we think someone may or may not be able to reach it. It's best just to lock it up, take ammunition out prior to that, lock it up safely so that it's peace of mind.
Whether it's a safe or gun lock, it doesn't matter. Bunce points out that there are websites that will help you get a gun lock for free. We've had these discussions with police before. These types of tragedies are not new, and sadly, Bunce says sooner or later it will happen again. But to minimize the number of those cases, he says we have to educate our children too.
Hunter education can start as young as 12. Certainly we advocate parents wanting to teach their kids in their home sooner than that. Kids can understand a lot even when they're younger than 12 years of age.
We don't know whether the safety was left on or not in this most recent case, but those can easily be undone. Investigators say the 5-year-old accidentally fired the weapon while handling it, shooting himself in the head. It all happened in the early morning while the family was sleeping.
Oh my God.
And Bunce says that you can start gun education early, even with toddlers, making it clear that if they see a gun, they should not touch it, but instead tell an adult immediately. Of course, even then, it's tough to overcome child curiosity. Guys, back to
True. I don't even know. I mean, it's good to know that they have like that service, I guess, or whatever, where you can go get a lock for your weapon. But damn, that's fucking crazy. Like, how do you just leave a gun out or just easily accessible to a 5-year-old? A 5-year-old, like, think about it. A 5-year-old didn't, I doubt, climbed something to reach a gun that's like way up there or whatever. That gun was probably just left out in the open, or just like maybe under the couch or some shit like that. They did not try, in my opinion, to keep the gun out of a baby child's hand. A 5-year-old, you guys. That's just crazy. Jinxie says there was this one story where the child accidentally shot himself in the head and the father called 911, then committed suicide right after. I can't imagine the pain he must have felt. Damn. That's rough. I hadn't heard of that one. I haven't heard that story. Like, I want to feel bad, like, for them, but come on, it's a gun. It's not a toy. Like, we gotta do better than that. You can't just be leaving weapons like that around if they're just kids. Should have dogs, and I probably wouldn't even leave a weapon out like that. That's fucking crazy. I feel bad for them, for the baby, of course. Yeah, after what you just said, now I kind of do feel bad for them. I'm sure there is a part of them that's just devastated. They lost a child over their own negligence. I didn't hear if there would be any charges, because at what point is it the parent's fault or the adult's fault for leaving a gun out like that in the reach of a child? Kind of feels like there should be something to that, but we'll see. Alright, the next clip is called Ottumwa Man Arrested, Charged with Murder in His Wife's Death, and this is courtesy of We Are Iowa, Local 5 News.
Tonight in Ottumwa, a man is in jail facing first-degree murder after his wife was found dead in the Des Moines River. This is 61-year-old Gregory Showalter. He turned himself in this morning, according to police. His wife Helen was reported missing Saturday and was found in the Des Moines River Sunday. He's charged with first-degree murder and with being a felon in possession of a firearm. An FBI agent.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to have a weapon. I'll save that so I could look for updates and remove it. Alright, this next clip is called Warrant. FBI agent exposed himself to multiple Tyler teens. It's courtesy of KETK NBC. Fuck, man. There's been a lot of pervs today, right?
An FBI agent based in Louisiana is now behind bars. He's accused of exposing himself several times to young teenagers, including 2 victims from Tyler over a span of 2 years. Davis Harris is not only facing charges in Smith County, but also Louisiana and Florida, where the incidents reportedly happened. According to a warrant obtained by KETK News, an investigation started earlier this year after a father of one of the victims sent a letter to the Inspector General's office. For everything we know about this case, including the accusations against Harris, head over to our website.
Yeah, I definitely want to know what happens here, so I'll save it. Alright, let's continue. The next clip is called Man Accused of Soliciting Winnebago County Minor for Sex. Here we go again. It's courtesy of Eyewitness, News, WTVO, WQRF.
The Winnebago County Sheriff's Department arrests a man accused of trying to meet up with a child. Tyler Kobrick was taken into custody yesterday. The 24-year-old is from Crystal Lake. Investigators say a concerned citizen reported Kobrick tried to contact a minor through social media. He is charged with solicitation to meet a child.
Dude. It's never gonna end. Alright, I want to say this is the last clip, and then we're gonna move on to the Cuomo situation. This is called Woman Arrested After Dead Mother Found Mummified Wrapped in Old Newspapers, and this is courtesy of 5 News.
All right, Dax, thanks. New at 6, a Lincoln woman is arrested after her mother's mummified body is found inside her home. According to court documents, 72-year-old Gloria Pike was reported missing by her brother last month. He said he hadn't seen Gloria since August. Now, Gloria lived with her daughter, 54-year-old Jeannie Pike. A search warrant was issued, and Gloria's body was found on a bed. Now, police say the mummified corpse was wrapped in newspaper from 2020 along with bedding. Jeannie Pike was arrested for financial identity fraud and abuse of a corpse. She's being held tonight in the Washington County Jail. Her mother's body was sent to the state crime lab to determine an exact cause of death.
Damn. Well, I definitely want an update on that situation. Financial identity crime, that means she was accepting money posing as somebody else. Or I wonder if maybe the victim had some sort of benefits and the suspect was cashing in those checks and claiming them for herself. So we'll see. I'll go ahead and remove that from the playlist. Now I'm just gonna go through these and make sure that these are all Cuomo related, or maybe just like informational ones. I'll keep the informational ones for afterwards, because this is gonna be a bummer. You know, Cuomo is being accused of sexually harassing women, and I'm not too sure what else, but I know this week it's been a lot of like Cuomo talk, so I kind of want to know what's going on. Alright, so here we go. The first one is called possibility of criminal, it says changes, but I'm pretty sure they meant charges, for Governor Cuomo, and then it says legal expert, and this is courtesy of ABC News.
Joining us now for more on this is Shauna Lloyd, a civil rights attorney with the Cochran firm and an ABC News contributor. Thanks so much for joining us, Shauna. Governor Cuomo is accused in an investigation conducted by the New York Attorney General of sexually harassing nearly a dozen women in and out of state government, and he allegedly worked to retaliate against one of his accusers. The New York Lieutenant Governor called the behavior, quote, repulsive, and said no one is above the law, but no criminal charges have been filed. Can you explain why?
Absolutely, Lindsay. There's a little bit of a difference here. The federal violation is creating an environment where the sexual harassment is so pervasive that it creates a hostile work environment, or there's some sort of adverse action towards your employment. That is a civil violation, and that's what they're alleging here. There's a very different standard for a criminal violation. A criminal violation has a different measure by which it's going to be sought to see if he measured up. Here, they're saying there was absolutely a civil possible violation that they are witnessing and that they're seeing with this pattern in practice, but it doesn't rise to the level of criminal charges.
So could he face any potential charges down the line? We know that the Albany District Attorney has asked for supporting documentation.
Absolutely, there is a possibility of that. Typically, when we see those type of criminal charges coming down, it's typically because an accuser has gone and accused someone of this crime. Then you're going to see them look at the case and make a determination as to whether or not criminal charges should be brought.
And what option do the accusers here have?
The accusers have two options. There's always the criminal route, which is something people are pretty familiar with. You lodge a complaint, the police take a report, and they investigate. You can also lodge a civil lawsuit, which is what would be under this particular instance. The civil lawsuit is alleging that the sexual harassment was so pervasive it created a hostile work environment, and there are different remedies. And also,
some dudes just don't know how to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? They can't just keep it business. They gotta be like complimenting and just being creepy and weird. We saw his nipples, right? Just kidding. But it just makes it like if he's in a position of power and he's like trying to flirt with ladies and stuff and being like kind of aggressive in that way, it makes it so like whoever's working with him like is probably gonna be uncomfortable to like deny him or to tell him to stop, since he has like power. So I mean, it is a problem.
Also, the accuser has a lot more ability to control the case when it's brought in the civil arena as opposed to the criminal arena.
Shauna Lloyd, our thanks to you. Appreciate your insight as always.
Thanks, Lindsay.
All right, let's see. There's got to be more than that. All right, let's continue. Okay, so this is investigators find CNN's Chris Cuomo drafted statement of denial for brother, and this is courtesy of Fox News.
We continue our coverage now of the stunning sexual harassment allegations against New York Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo and his response. Let's take a look at how the media are reacting. Here's Fox News media analyst and host of Fox's Media Buzz, Howard Kurtz.
It was just 16 months ago that Andrew Cuomo was riding high, hailed by the media for the coronavirus briefings that won him an Emmy, appearing on his brother Chris's CNN show.
I've never been prouder of you than I am right now.
And being touted for national office.
Now there's an official draft Cuomo movement out there to try to persuade Joe Biden to appoint him as his VP.
With his famous family name, the governor was Democratic royalty, a fixture on TV news, which cast him as the rational alternative to President Trump on COVID. When the first allegations of sexual harassment surfaced in February, they were ignored by the network evening newscasts and MSNBC and briefly mentioned.
I see you, Lucille. Oh, hell no. See, I came in on Nipplegate. See? What falls well with you? Thanks. Things have gotten a lot better. I'll message you, or I'll probably email you, because I changed my number. I'm not too sure if you have the same number, but I need to give you some updates on what's going on with me. But yeah, I had to explain hashtag Nipplegate to Jinxie earlier.
Mentioned on CNN. Only after accusers.
See, it says fear. Oh, listen to me. Fear and flirtation. I knew it. This guy's making women uncomfortable in the workplace. That is unacceptable.
Charlotte Bennett spoke to the New York Times and went on the air.
The governor's trying to sleep with me.
Did the coverage pick up? Cuomo denied the allegations while apologizing for making anyone uncomfortable. And once New York's Attorney General began to investigate, the story soon faded until today.
By engaging in unwanted groping, kisses, hugging, and by making inappropriate comments.
When Cuomo denied the findings by Letitia James, though he apologized to Charlotte Bennett, he went after the press.
Trial by newspaper or biased reviews are not the way to find the facts in this matter.
But he asked for the AG investigation, and anchors and pundits were sharply critical across the cable news spectrum.
Really devastating for the reputation of Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Imagine the twilight zone these women felt they were working in.
Essentially normalizing, frankly, illegal behavior while at the same time holding his employees under a thumb of fear.
The media are denouncing Governor Cuomo over this blistering report and speculating whether he can survive. The lesson is it's risky business for the press to downplay harassment allegations or portray any politician as a superhero when he may act very differently away from the cameras.
Right.
Well, how I understand that you mentioned CNN's Chris Cuomo, he's actually in this report.
That's right. Investigators found that Chris Cuomo in February emailed a draft statement of denial to his brother's office saying his interactions may have been insensitive. That was very similar to the one the governor actually delivered. And the Attorney General confirmed the Washington Post report that the CNN...
His teeth look blue almost. Like, I don't know, I'm just saying.
Post had also joined damage control calls about these accusations.
They look weird. There's just something about them that's... Cuomo himself looks like he's not even alive. This is like a wax, like, what do you call it? Like the House of the Wax Museum or whatever that is. This doesn't even look like a real person. And him too, they're maybe like they're pod people or some shit.
With his brother and top
Aliens?
officials. Shannon.
Yeah. Howard Kurtz, thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
It reminds me of like They Live. Have you seen that movie? You should see that movie if you've never seen it. It's pretty good. Alright, let's continue. All right, so this next clip is they're taking over. Oh God, this is why I don't have kids. Okay, this next clip is called "Victims' Rights Attorney Gloria Allred details next steps in Cuomo case," and this is courtesy of Newsmax TV.
Welcome world-famous victim rights attorney representing one of Governor Cuomo's accusers, Gloria Allred. Gloria, you're the right person for this show right now. This news has been breaking all afternoon. Welcome to the show. But before you weigh in, I have to play with what Governor Cuomo, what he came out with about an hour after the accusations, or Letitia James came out and said that they were credible. This is what Cuomo had to say. Here's a soundbite.
And for those who are using this moment to score political points or seek publicity or personal gain, I say they actually discredit the legitimate sexual harassment victims that the law was designed to protect.
That's some serious accusations pointing at, I'm guessing, the victims themselves, you, the attorneys, and maybe even Letitia James. Your thoughts?
Well, first of all, no one is above the law. Not the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, not Governor Cuomo either. It's very important that the New York Attorney General made the findings that she did in a very lengthy and detailed report that also included my client, Sherry Ville, who is one of the victims of Governor Cuomo. And I think it's important that every person have a workplace free of sexual harassment, free of the hostility and the toxic nature of sexual harassment, which interferes with their right to enjoy equal employment opportunity. It places women in a no-win situation. Do they say yes? Do they say no? Either way, they lose. My client was a constituent of Governor Cuomo. She was very brave to come forward. And we have shown photos of the governor kissing her without her consent, grabbing her face, drawing her face to him. Governor,
see, your boss can't do that. I mean, I don't know if he was her boss, but that's the unacceptable behavior. That is really fucked up. Yeah.
The governor has to stop giving excuses. Stop attacking.
I want to say more, but I know if I say more, I'm going to want to say less, so I'll just leave it there.
Any victims, stop attacking the Attorney General, stop attacking private lawyers like me who represent sexual harassment victims. We are the leading sexual harassment law firm in the United States. We won a verdict before a jury, $58,250,000 for one victim of sexual harassment by a billionaire. And so we understand sexual harassment law. And I might add, the governor is an attorney. He, like me, is required to take a class in sexual harassment in order for us to fulfill our bar requirements. And if he did take it, apparently he didn't learn from it. And now he's going to get a teaching moment, and I'm sure it's one that he will never forget.
No doubt, no doubt.
To resign.
No, well, resign, be impeached, one or the other seems to be, coming for the governor. But Gloria, let's stay on some of the victims. Your accuser says that he did those things. Another one, Charlotte Bennett, that we had the picture of, she was in the far upper left-hand corner. The Attorney General outlined some of the things that she's accusing Cuomo of. She's 25 years old. She says that he asked her, are you against dating older men? I asked her about her sex life. I mean, is this not textbook sexual harassment? What will be his defense if it does go further? And by the way, while we're on it, will it go further?
I think that's a good question. Will it go further? And I think...
Yeah, dude, not even fucking Bill Clinton. And that was consensual. This guy's in deep shit.
It's important that the New York Assembly Impeachment Committee decide if it will go further. We know that their investigators have also reached out to all of the alleged victims. And so they'll give their report to the Assembly Committee. And then it'll be for the Assembly Committee to decide if an impeachment hearing is necessary. Of course, it won't be necessary if the governor resigns, but if he chooses not to, stand his ground and just attack everyone else, try to change the subject, well, then the New York Assembly Committee is going to have a tough decision to make.
So,
and I understand.
So, Gloria,
yeah, this is Gloria Allred. But yeah, that is a pretty big list. That's for sure. A lot of accusers. He most definitely has been doing this for a while. Yeah, he got comfortable just getting all up in women's lives, asking them about their sex life. What did they say? That he grabbed someone from the face and like kissed her or tried to kiss her? That's fucking disgusting. Gosh. Oh, she goes hard. Good.
Even now as we speak.
So we're all watching this happen, and we're not lawyers, but we're watching what are the next steps. So you're right, politically. So there's three kind of lanes politically, and I think we're probably all in agreement that politically he's probably shot. He's not going to run for president. He'd probably not last the rest of his term as governor. Then there's the other two lanes. Will there be criminal prosecution? I hear Albany is already looking into possibly investigating him criminally. And then the third lane being civilly. Will your client go after him civilly, and will some of the other victims, some of the other 11 or others coming forward?
Well, let's talk about the criminal first. Of course, that's the toughest one because that would need proof of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, the highest burden of proof in the law. And whether or not a prosecutor thinks that he or she could prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt on the facts that are alleged, it is uncertain at this time. Obviously, if anyone touches anyone else without their consent, that is a battery. And a battery could be a criminal act, especially if it's a sexual battery. And so we'll have to wait and see what happens on that. In reference to the civil cases that you asked about, it may be that some of the alleged victims will file civil lawsuits. That only requires a very low burden of proof, what's called a preponderance of the evidence, which is a lot less than proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, less evidence is required to prove a case in a civil lawsuit, because there you're seeking damages, an amount of money to compensate the victim for what she has suffered, pain and
Yeah, I don't think he will either. He's trying to hold on to. They're probably gonna have to drag him out of there, which I think could happen, because they're not gonna let this go. It's pretty crazy that after the first accusation happened, that they didn't keep on it. They just kind of got swept under the rug. But this is a big deal. Sorry, Gloria. That's probably not a good look, but
suffering, maybe medical bills, maybe lost wages, and so we'll have to wait and see on that whether any of the victims plan to do that. At this time, Sherryville has no plan to do that. We'll have to see if anything changes.
So during this, I guess the defense, it was highly produced, let's call it that. It wasn't a live press conference where he was just delivering his thoughts. Governor Cuomo this afternoon came out with some of this pre-produced. It was on tape. And one of the things that struck me is he explains what happened in some sort of cultural phenomenon. I'm Italian. This is what we do. I'm Italian. I can tell you unequivocally that's not what we do. But take a listen to Cuomo explaining this as some sort of cultural touching. Listen.
What?
I've been making the same gesture in public all my life. I actually learned it from my mother and from my father.
Yes, but you're not these women's mother or father. You're in a professional setting. That is unacceptable. It doesn't matter. That's hardly like an excuse. Oh, my mom and dad used to do that to me, so now I do it to everybody else. No. He shouldn't even have said that. That's stupid.
It is meant to convey warmth, nothing more.
So, is that any defense in a court of law, Gloria? Even though I sexually harass someone, it's what we do, we're Italians.
No, it's not. And by the way, my client, Sherry Ville, whose photo you also did just show, is also Italian. And so is her family. And she said that the governor said essentially that he was Italian. That's what they do. She said, no, they don't do that in her Italian family. They don't go up and suddenly grab somebody's face of a stranger, and kiss them without asking. They do kiss members of their family when they greet each other, aunts, uncles, cousins, brothers, sisters, but no, they don't just grab the face of a stranger and kiss them. It's just not the Italian tradition. But let's assume, only for purposes of discussion, Eric, that that is cultural, that that's what he does. You know, that's what's called male privilege, frankly. And that, put that up against the law, against sexual harassment. No, it doesn't survive.
They say ignorance of the law is not a defense. Gloria, one last question. He is now saying, look, I learned my lesson today. Today he says he learned his lesson. Going forward, it won't happen again. Is that a fair defense? Is that an argument that could stand up, let's say, in a court?
No.
You mean he needed to do this to learn his lesson? He needed to have the Attorney General's report in order to learn his lesson? He could have learned it from the class that he and I both took on Zoom, probably, on sexual harassment, if he hadn't learned it before. You know, just because he's always done it that way, or whatever it is he's done, doesn't mean he can continue to do it that way, unless and until he's caught. There are consequences for sexual harassment. He's now finding out what some of those consequences are.
That's true. Nicolette's like, blame your parents. Wow. No kidding. I'm telling you, he's unacceptable.
He probably knew them before, but maybe he didn't think they applied to him. He now understands. He is the role model for all state employees. He is the employer of all state employees in New York. He needed to do better. He failed the test of doing better. Now he's got to face the consequences.
Gloria Allred, always good to have you. I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us
Thank
today.
you, Eric.
Wow. That was insightful, for sure. All right, let's continue. Next one is called Andrew Cuomo Sexually Harassed 11 Women, Probe Finds, and this is courtesy of Inside Edition. So this will probably be like a quick rundown of what's going on. So let's watch.
Calls for the governor of New York State to resign following an investigation that found that Andrew Cuomo sexually harassed multiple women, among them a state trooper assigned to his security detail. But the governor is digging in. Les Trent with more on the bombshell report.
Is this the end of New York Governor Andrew Cuomo?
The independent investigation has concluded that Governor Andrew Cuomo sexually harassed multiple women, and in doing so violated federal and state law.
State Attorney General Letitia James and a team of high-powered lawyers released a blistering report after 11 women came forward with claims that Cuomo engaged in inappropriate conduct.
In the executive mansion, the governor hugged executive assistant number 1 and reached under her blouse to grab her breast.
They say Cuomo also targeted a female state trooper.
In an elevator, while standing behind the trooper, he ran his finger from her neck down her spine and said, "Hey, you." Another time, she was standing holding the door open for the governor. As he passed, he took his open hand and ran it across her stomach from her belly button to the hip where she keeps her gun.
2 hours later, in a videotaped response, Cuomo fired back.
First, I want you to know directly from me that I never touched anyone inappropriately or made inappropriate sexual advances.
Sounds like you did.
He also denied he did anything inappropriate when he met this woman at a wedding.
Look, he's doing it. He's doing it right there. Look at his face. Look at her face. Are you seeing this? That's so fucked up. He looks like he wants, his face is also very red. I'm pretty sure that's like lighting or something like that. He looks like the fucking devil right there. If Inside Edition did that, they ain't shit for that. But still, look at his face. He looks like he's gonna say something with the F word, like he has his, like, how do I say it? Like his bottom lip like tucked in. Like he's like thinking like, fuck, you know, something like that. And her face is just like, oh my god, why are you touching me? Yeah, she's not into that at all. That's fucking crazy.
Cupped her face in his hands.
I've been making the same gesture in public all my life. I actually learned it from my mother. I do it with everyone.
Cuomo included a montage of him kissing people and holding their faces.
Did you see that? Jinxie said he was blinking a lot while he was saying that. Also, I can see the devil in this for sure.
And holding their faces, an innocent gesture he maintains. These are some of the women who came forward.
I'm Lindsay Boylan.
Former aide Lindsay Boylan claimed he kissed her on the lips. Another accuser, Charlotte Bennett, who worked as Cuomo's assistant, told her story to CBS's Nora O'Donnell.
His assistant. So in this case, like, he was her boss. And he was hitting on her and, like, telling her shit. That is unacceptable. Because I'm telling you, like, that is just really fucked up. Like, when you're someone in power and you're over here, like, exerting yourself or whatever that word, asserting yourself, like, physically on somebody, and you just don't give them a choice. It's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If she goes along with it, that's unacceptable. If she doesn't, then he might, you know, take it out on her in some kind of way since he has that power over her. This is really fucked up.
Donald in March.
I thought he's trying to sleep with me. The governor's trying to sleep with me.
Cuomo spoke specifically about Bennett today.
I have heard Charlotte and her lawyer, and I understand what they are saying. But they read into comments that I made and draw inferences that I never meant. Charlotte, I want you to know that I am truly and deeply sorry. I brought my personal
Yeah, now you are.
experience into the workplace, and I shouldn't have done that.
The Attorney General released a phone conversation between Cuomo and Charlotte Bennett, during which he sings her the Motown classic, Do You Love Me?
Do you love me? Do you really love me?
Bennett tweeted today, resign, Governor Cuomo. Another accuser, Karen Hinton, agrees.
Based on this report,
that singing was tacky.
The Assembly can and should impeach today.
And the two United States senators from Cuomo's home state of New York have now joined with other leading Democrats. They are urging Andrew Cuomo to resign.
All right, let's continue. We're down to our last 7 clips. This next one is called Cuomo Sexual Harassment, Timeline of Accusations, Investigation into New York Governor. And this is courtesy of Pix 11 News.
I spoke truth to power on the harassment and bullying I faced working for Governor Cuomo.
Lindsay Boylan was the first woman to step forward and share her story.
That was March 2021, if y'all missed that.
She worked as an economic development official in the Cuomo administration. Boylan says she endured sexual harassment from her boss, the governor, from an unwanted kiss to the suggestion they play strip poker.
Someone who abuses...
Not cool. That is fucked up. Come on, we've all worked for somebody. Am I right? At some point. Can't be doing this shit. I mean, maybe he didn't, like, do some of the stuff that we've covered today or, like, ever. But still, that is so fucked up. You can't do that.
Their power doesn't just do it to one woman.
Charlotte Bennett became the second former aide to publicly accuse the governor after the Attorney General's independent investigators found Cuomo sexually harassed multiple women. Bennett spoke out this afternoon saying, "I do not want an apology. I want accountability and an end to victim blaming."
It's a fight because a lot of times the victims are then questioned.
After Boylan and Bennett, 9 more women shared allegations against the governor, one of the most powerful men in New York State. Today, Attorney General Letitia James was clear.
These 11 women were in a hostile and toxic work environment. and that we should believe women.
The months-long investigation substantiated the women's claims, from unwanted groping and hugs to inappropriate comments. In Charlotte Bennett's case, the independent investigators were able to review crucial evidence.
Charlotte Bennett talked to people and texted people contemporaneously. Some of her texts were practically in real time regarding conversations with the governor.
Attorney
See, so he would do something stupid, something crazy, something inappropriate, and then she would text somebody and be like, dude, you'll never guess what this idiot did today, or whatever. I kind of hope like that evidence gets revealed, because I want to look at it. But if it doesn't, like, I understand it's private in a way. I feel kind of like dirty just covering this, but it's necessary. Like, this is really fucked up.
Catherine Barcroft handles sexual harassment cases. She often finds victims are hesitant to come forward, especially if they fear retaliation. For Barcroft, today's Attorney General report is a watershed moment.
For the Me Too movement, this report is crucial because it holds the governor accountable. It provides the credibility to the female accusers.
Last week in his final public...
Oh, I guess that was the end of that clip. Let me erase it before I accidentally play it again. Damn, this is crazy. Alright, so this next clip is called Attorney General Investigation in Governor Cuomo, and this was courtesy of WGRZ-TV.
Comments on the matter prior to the release today of the bombshell report, the governor sounded confident and made a bold prediction.
I am eager for the truth to come out here, and New Yorkers will be shocked.
So
Nah, he sees this totally different. He's making excuses. He's blaming, like Nicolette said, his parents. He thinks that he could talk his way out of this, and I don't believe so.
Perhaps no New Yorker was more shocked than he then by the Attorney General's independent investigation.
The independent investigation has concluded that Governor Andrew Cuomo sexually harassed multiple women, and in doing so violated federal and state law.
11 women whom the AG's office interviewed and whose account they deemed to be credible.
Some suffered through unwanted touching and grabbing of their most intimate body parts. Others suffered through repeated, offensive, sexually suggestive, or gender-based comments. A number of them endured both. None of them welcomed it, and all of them found it disturbing.
That is just not who I am.
Within an hour after the AG finished her remarks, the governor was out with some of his own.
I never touched anyone inappropriately or made inappropriate sexual advances.
In a pre-recorded address, the governor said he found most disturbing the allegations of Charlotte Bennett, a 25-year-old aide who said the 63-year-old governor asked her about her sex life, whether she was monogamous, and if she ever had sex with older...
That's none of his fucking business. Should never asked her that, ever. Ever, ever. I was, when was it? I want to say it was like yesterday. My supervisor was talking about, it's a little bit of a story, but there's a Spanish judge, kind of like People's Court, but it's in Spanish. It's called Casos Cerrados, and he said Caso Cerrado, which means case closed, but I think I didn't really hear the whole conversation, but he was telling somebody something, and then he said case closed, like that in Spanish. And then I said, oh, like, I like that show. He's like, oh, like, I don't watch it. I was just saying, like, that could have been an opening for some kind of conversation, like nothing like crazy, nothing suggestive or anything like that, but he will not talk to you about anything other than work. Like, you know, like, he is not gonna talk to you about anything personal, anything that you're into. He doesn't want to get to know you. He doesn't want you to get to know them, like, or the other way around. Like, that's pretty much how it should be. You know what I mean? And this guy just, like, violated that. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, it's a little bit off-putting, you know, when somebody, like, doesn't want to kind of talk to you about stuff like that, but at the same time, if you really know the situation, it's more appropriate that way. It's more convenient that way. Just keep it professional. Just talk about work and just leave it at that. This whole like, oh, do you do this and do you like that and what are you into? Like, all that shit is very inappropriate, and I kind of like really hate it when my coworkers, there's been a couple of people that do try to like get to know me a little bit more, and I just stay busy. That's why I'm always running around going back and forth, because I really just don't want anybody talking to me. So this is like the complete opposite of that. He really did violate like these women's like privacy, their right to working in an environment where that's not related to their personal life at home. Just try to keep it work and home stuff at home. Like, they couldn't do that because he was up in their business, up in their face, up in their personal space, touching them. That whole thing about the gun and then touching her up and down the spine, like, ugh, like, gross, dude. Like, if that's not somebody that you're into, if you don't welcome it like at all, it doesn't even matter. Like, if you're at work, it should just be work. And this guy just completely took advantage of these women and his position of power and put himself in this situation. I don't feel sorry for him at all, and I don't believe anything that he says. Whoever he wants to blame, whatever he wants to like lay the blame on, that it's his culture and all this shit, he should know better. It's like Gloria Allred said, he took the same sexual harassment courses that she did. Like, he should know better. He should, when he was going through that, he should have had it in his head, like, oh, I can't do this anymore, I can't talk like that anymore, I shouldn't be touching this woman. He didn't give a shit. He did it anyways.
Man, he says he was trying to help her work through her prior sexual assault experience.
I was trying to make sure she was working her way through it the best she could.
That's not any of his business. He's not a professional psychologist or a therapist or anything like that. If he really gave a fuck about her past like traumas or whatever, he could have gotten her help, you know, as far as like finding maybe some type of access to a professional that could have helped her through that. But no, he took advantage. Jinxie says, yeah, if you aren't in any type of romantic relationship with them, you have no reason to be asking these questions at all.
Regarding a woman who says the governor put his hand up her shirt and groped her in the executive.
The fuck? He put his hand up her shirt and groped her. Let's hear that again.
Regarding a woman who says the governor put his hand up her shirt and groped her in the executive mansion.
That never happened.
And he insisted once again the whole thing was a political hit job.
Politics and bias are interwoven throughout every aspect of this situation.
There were attempts to undermine and to politicize this investigation. And there were attacks on me as well as members of the team, which I find offensive.
Governor Cuomo also said he's brought in an expert to design a new set of sexual harassment policies and procedures, something which now exists, but which the state attorney general's report concluded that.
No, I didn't. I was thinking about something. Hold on. Trying to dodge a kiss. Where at? Oh! Yes! Let's see that again.
Mansion.
That never happened.
And he insisted once again the whole thing.
Yeah, she like gave him her cheek. He was going for it, and she was just like, yeah, I guess if you're gonna do that, I don't want to fucking make you look stupid in front of all these people, so now I have to. See what I mean? It's just really fucked up. You shouldn't do that. Let's see what she does now.
Was a political hit job.
Politics and bias are interwoven throughout every aspect of this situation.
There were attempts to undermine and to politicize this investigation. And there were attacks on me as well as members of the team, which I find offensive.
Governor Cuomo also said he's brought in an expert to design a new set of sexual harassment policies and procedures.
What for? They had sexual harassment policies and procedures. He didn't follow them. Now he wants somebody to create a new set that goes in the direction of what? Making his behavior acceptable or making it more strict? What's he trying to do there?
Something which now exists, but which the state attorney general's report concluded that Cuomo and his staff routinely violated, along with several state and federal laws, by creating a hostile work environment, including but not limited to their retaliation against at least one of his accusers. Dave McKinley, Channel 2 News.
All right, let's continue. Move. Okay, so we got one more Cuomo story, and then we'll watch these other ones that are a little more like lighthearted, and then we'll call it a night. Let's see. Jinxie said that girl looked like she tried to dodge that kiss. Did you see that? Yes. And he's trying to make his actions okay. Exactly. That's insane. Alright, we got one more Cuomo story, and then we will continue with our last clips, and then we'll wrap it up. This one's called Cuomo Accuser Speaks Out Exclusively to Norah O'Donnell.
But first tonight, the accuser, who the governor named in his prepared remarks today, is speaking exclusively to CBS News.
Charlotte Bennett, a 25-year-old former aide to the governor, accused him of asking her inappropriate questions about her sex life and about being a survivor of sexual assault. She spoke this afternoon to CBS Evening News anchor Norah O'Donnell.
He's trying to justify himself by making me out to be someone who can't tell the difference between sexual harassment and mentorship, and I think that's absolutely absurd. We have a report, we have the facts. The governor broke federal and state law when he sexually harassed me and current and former staffers, and we have a responsibility to take the set of facts, and if he's not willing to step down, then we have a responsibility to act and impeach him.
That was quick. But alright, that's going to be the last one about the Cuomo situation. I will keep an eye on it, and if I find anything else noteworthy, I'll add it to a future playlist. Alright, so I need to take a really quick break. I know we're almost done, but I gotta get some water. I'm thirsty. So I'll go ahead and let this clip play. It's called Friends of Haiku Stairs, and it's courtesy of KHOU News. And this is going to be something like the video that we saw earlier, which about the Japanese garden, that kind of thing. This is in Hawaii, so let's take a look. Alright, thanks Jinxie. This is gonna be like 4 minutes long, so I'll just let it play.
The future for the Haiku Stairs is up in the air. There's been a lot of talk about removing the stairs, that Stairway to Heaven as it's called.
That's right. We talked with the Friends of Haiku Stairs, who say there is a way to preserve the place for future generations.
Talking with Vernon Ansdell, president of the Friends of Haiku Stairs. There's a lot of history and a lot of discussion about that. So let's start off by touching on the history of the Haiku Stairs.
Thank you. So yes, the stairs were built in 1942 for the United States Navy, and that was in response to the attack on Pearl Harbor. It was built really to support a top secret, high-powered radio station that was built in the Haiku Valley. But it was to send long-range, low-frequency messages to the Pacific Fleet in the shores off Australia, the Indian Ocean, and to submarines in Tokyo Bay. It was enormously successful, and many people have said that it probably saved hundreds, if not thousands, of lives by being able to communicate with the fleet.
Why are the stairs so important to your group, and what is the mission of the Friends of Haiku Stairs?
To simply preserve historic Haiku Stairs and its environment for the enjoyment of current and future generations. And the stairs mean so much to all our supporters. Everybody has a passion for the stairs. Anybody who's been up there falls in love with the stairs. And I think generally our supporters believe that such a unique, historic, cultural, educational, and recreational treasure must be preserved.
What does the group hope to achieve, and is your view that the stairs can be saved and preserved for future generations?
Our hope would be to reopen the stairs under what we call managed access. There have been a lot of issues about the stairs over the years, We believe that our managed access plan addresses all the big concerns that have been raised, things like safety, liability, trespassing. Really important, I think, is to emphasize that our managed access plan would be cost neutral. It wouldn't cost taxpayers of Hawaii anything.
Are there any misconceptions about your nonprofit that you would like to talk about here?
There's a few misconceptions about our nonprofit, but I think mainly people have misconceptions about our managed access plan. For example, they say that our security plan won't work, but our security plan is going to be very different than anything that's been used before on the stairs. It's going to be high-tech, state-of-the-art, would involve night vision cameras, roving patrols, drones, and adequate fencing to stop people getting onto the stairs anyway except by following our managed access. And it will also, there's been concerns about safety and liability, which if people want to see that, is available on our website, haikusstairs.org.
I will have to take your word. I've never been up there myself, but driving by, I can only imagine the area, and I have seen some of the photos that you've shared for this. So Vernon, thank you so much, and we'll post that website on our website.
Okay, thank you.
Such a unique spot. I know, there is a debate about what to do with it to try and discourage people from going up there. Obviously, the Friends of Haiku Stairs would not like to see that happen and are trying to come up with alternate plans to work with the state.
I've seen so many pictures of how beautiful it is up there, but I also, as everyone knows, I'm afraid of heights. That last shot there with the stairs going up in the side of, so there is danger involved. And so whatever it takes, I don't know if I'd go up. I'd love to be able to get up there, but then I wouldn't want to.
The way I see it, just because I wouldn't do it doesn't mean they should get rid of it. I said it a million times, I'm not a risk taker. I won't, yeah, that did look crazy. I'm afraid of heights too. I won't go hiking, I won't go snowboarding, I won't go hot air ballooning, whatever. Stuff like that is just way too risky. I like to stay low to the ground and enjoy my hot cocoa or whatever it is. Whoever wants to go and take risks and stuff, go for it. I wouldn't stop, anybody from, going on an adventure, taking risks, things like that. So, keep it, I say.
Would have to climb the heights, but never been up there myself. So I mean, it's either way. I hope that something is resolved.
Yes, and of course we'll let you know soon any updates and any discussion about that. We'll keep.
Awesome. All right, let's continue. We're down to our last 3 clips. This next one is called How an Ancient Camel Tooth Fossil Ended Up in Alberta, and this is courtesy of Global News.
6-year-old Abby Darby will never forget this particular beach day.
On the beach sand, I thought I saw a cool rock, but then I digged it out, and it wasn't a rock.
Instead of throwing it back into Jackfish Lake, she ran to show her family the unusual find.
I thought after that it would be really cool if I could tell her exactly what it was, because we all had our guesses.
Grandma, she had a claw guess, but all the other ones think that it was a tooth.
Abby's aunt sent a video of the fossil to the University of Alberta.
It's definitely a tooth. You can see it right away, and it's definitely mammal because it has the multiple roots. A lot of what we see in dinosaurs or lizards or other animals is a single root.
PhD student Mark Powers looked carefully at the tooth cusps and pits.
Upon looking at some specimens here at the University of Alberta.
That's what I usually do. Jinxie said, why put your life on the line? Just watch a video on YouTube if people are doing it. Exactly. I've been all over the world in that case.
In our teaching collections, I can confirm it's definitely a camel family member.
That's right, a camel in Alberta. Power says fossil records indicate camels originated here in North America. Abby was thrilled by the news.
I think that it was amazing.
The university estimates the tooth to be between 22 and 25,000 years old.
There was huge glaciers that were covering most of Alberta during that time, so there would have been some ravines where the ice sheets were retreating away from each other, where we would get a lot of water influence from the melting glaciers, and that's where animals probably would have hung out.
Power said by analyzing the fossilized tooth isotopes, researchers could learn a lot about how long the animal lived, what it ate, and how it migrated. Abby's family plans to donate the specimen to the Royal Alberta Museum.
So when next year I'm in grade 1, I can show my friends. They would think it was very, very cool.
Sarah Ryan, Global News.
She's so cute. She's a cute kid.
In today.
Shut up, video. Let me remove that. Good night, Danielle. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's watch these last 2 clips and then we'll call it a night. This is called Phoenix Aquarium Residents Fish for Melon on National Watermelon Day. And this is a courtesy of News 4 Tucson KVOA-TV.
In today's good news, it is National Watermelon Day, and the animals at a Phoenix aquarium are celebrating with a couple treats. Oh, look at that little turtle. Oh, and I guess there were some stingrays and fish at Sea Life Arizona Aquarium. They all enjoyed a couple slices as well as hollowed out watermelon to play with. The aquarium says the fruit is not only safe for the sea life to eat, but also acts as a fun enrichment activity to keep the animals busy. And I bought a watermelon earlier this week, and I cut half for me, and then I cut like a little portion for Kona, my dog, and I'll just sneak it in her food.
Oh, that's nice of you. I was gonna say, where's my watermelon EG?
Scruffy won't. He only likes protein. He'll only eat chicken, beef. That's it. Princess will eat anything. A while back I had Wingstop, and you know how they give you like celery and carrots? Princess was like drooling over there, so I was like, okay, you're not gonna like it, and I gave her a carrot and she ate it. She actually liked it. That was crazy. She'll eat anything.
Oh, that was last month. It's over now.
Oh, it is,
It's
isn't it?
August. Oh, look at that little turtle. Oh.
No, it is.
Super cute. Alright, so we got one more clip of the day and then we'll call it a night. This is called Overcome the Small Thing Holding You Back, and it's called You Day.
Okay, we know this phrase very well. It is what it is. In fact, we've got a coworker here who uses it all the time. So often we say it when we kind of feel powerless in a situation, as if we can't improve it or we just simply have to accept whatever's going on. In today's You Day segment, Coach Lamont encourages us to take back our power and break free from the mindset.
A man passing by a herd of elephants was shocked when he noticed that these huge creatures were being held by a small rope tied to their front leg. Now, we know it's obvious that at any time these elephants could break free, but they didn't. Asking the trainer why these animals made no attempt to get away, the trainer replied, "When they were young and much smaller, we used the same size rope to tie them. And at that age, it's enough to hold them in place. As they grew up, they are conditioned to believe that the rope can still hold them, so they never make an attempt to break free. Now I declare over your life that the small things that once held you down will no longer hold you powerless. Never again will you become conditioned to anything. This is a new season over your life, so break free and live." This is Coach Lamont reminding you to have your best You Day. I'll see you tomorrow.
I once saw an image, it was kind of like a meme, and it was a horse that was tied to one of those plastic like garden chairs, and he was not trying to escape, and the caption said something like, "Sometimes the limitations are in your mind." So that was very, very deep and insightful. Jinxie says he hasn't had watermelon forever. Me either. And that's something I used to have like as a kid. We used to like chop up a watermelon, and I like to add like salt to it. And I think when like a really long time ago, when I used to hang out and have friends and go to the beach and stuff like that, we used to fill a watermelon up with like, I think it was Everclear or vodka, something like that. That was a grown-up thing to do. But let me just make sure that I didn't skip any videos. Nope, that's it, you guys. We sat through 70 something videos. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So what I'm gonna do now is, I don't know, I'm kind of thinking I want to look for clips from today, but now I'm starting to feel kind of like wiped out, so I might save that for tomorrow. I'll try to come back tomorrow. I'm not too sure, but for sure I have a day off on Tuesday, so I'll try to come back definitely on that day, and hopefully before that. So thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Please remember to hit the like. That was a lot. I appreciate so much that you all like hung out with me, or thanks to Jinxie. It was really nice seeing you. Danielle Williams, thank you so much for hanging out. And Nicolette Moore, Emmanuel Briggs, and Queen was here earlier. Lucille Lightfoot, it was so nice seeing you. Let's see who else was here. Leak You dropped in. That was surprising. That was a pleasant surprise. I hope I didn't skip anybody. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just Southern Way was here for a little bit. That was awesome. He's funny. I like seeing him here. I think that was it. Yeah, that's all. That's me. Scroll. But I will see you all soon, and I'll catch you guys around. Sometimes we see each other in different chat rooms and things like that. But thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, and I will see you all soon. Let me stop screen sharing this and move over to my see you soon screen, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night, everybody.